work. What would you say are the main drivers for SASE adoption today?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. Traditionally, when we look at SASE, there were essentially the classic drivers for SASE, with the mass adoption of cloud technologies. Applications migrated out of the traditional data center and are now running in cloud environments or delivered as SaaS. Adding to that, also the hybrid work reality. Essentially, work happens anywhere, and this creates a hyper-distributed environment in which the traditional premise essentially no longer exists. SASE essentially is a framework, is an architecture that is intended to secure the organization and allow this effective, secured connectivity in this hyper-distributed environment. Now, beyond those core drivers that I talked about, when we talk to our customers and our partners, there's a couple of things that come up very frequently. One thing that comes up very frequently in the context of SASE adoption is the simplification of the IT environment. So SASE essentially brings together multiple functions into a common operational framework across both networking and security. In reality, customers have a very complex environment with a proliferation of multiple different tools, especially on the security side. So this consolidation of tools, into a common operational model drives significant efficiencies. It simplifies vendor management and vendor interaction, and it also allows both network and security teams to start focusing on more strategic initiatives and get away from managing disjointed point solutions in their environment, driving really radical simplification into their environment.
Yeah, and I think that messaging of that, once again, network and security, everything's coming together now. It's into that one place. It is great to see, and that continued message shining through.
Another thing maybe to note, which also comes more frequently over the past at least year or so, is the fact that SASE is an enabler for supporting the transition to more of a digital era. So SASE is a framework that allows a scalable cloud-delivered model, which is somewhat future-proof and is able to allow organizations to more rapidly adapt to changing business circumstances and business needs. And we know that sometimes in our complex geopolitical environment, our complex reality, things can change very rapidly. SASE is an architecture that is designed to scale and allow organizations to be more future-proof.
Now, when I'm out there talking to customers, we're talking about SASE, there is quite a few misconceptions I think we're hearing out there. And one of those being that SASE is only applicable for large enterprise customers adoption. What would you have to say about that, or any other misconceptions for that matter?
Yeah, so I would definitely acknowledge that there's a lot of misconceptions. You just named one of them. So while SASE is extremely relevant for large organizations that have a distributed environment with at large scale, it is important to note that it's not only applicable for those customers. When we look at smaller businesses, the SMBs, they typically face very, very similar challenges in their environment as larger organizations. They have applications that are running in the cloud. Typically, they embrace SaaS applications, cloud-based applications, and they also need to connect remote workers, and we did see that those are two very important drivers for SASE. SMBs also have a couple of unique challenges that they have to overcome, which SASE helps them, and that ties into the simplification of IT. SMBs typically have much smaller IT staff. They rarely have specialized on-staff cybersecurity talent. We know that cybersecurity talent is extremely scarce in the industry, so many of those SMBs can't really afford to hold dedicated cybersecurity on staff, and that simplification of SASE is really that sweet spot for enabling them to manage their environment effectively and have control, and without jeopardizing the security posture. Maybe I'll touch on a couple of other common misconceptions. One of the common things that I hear when I talk to customers is they're looking at SASE as, I have to go all in on SASE. What we see in those situations is that customers that are trying to fully embrace SASE make it a very, very challenging, transformational project. We have seen with multiple customers that a successful SASE adoption starts with identifying a well-defined business problem and an initiative which you can solve. And those initiatives could be initiatives like traditional on-prem VPN replacement to a cloud-delivered model, whether it's about connecting a distributed workforce with zero trust principles, or potentially connecting and securing the different branches with a more robust cloud-based security. Now, these initiatives are more contained, more well-defined, and organizations can achieve tangible business results as part of that. And the other benefit of that is that they're bringing the security and networking teams to start working together, start defining the new processes, and that lays the foundation to expand and adopt additional use cases of SASE. So SASE really is this journey. Now, when we look at what we do at Cisco, we are building our SASE solutions in a modular way that is complementary to this SASE journey. Our goal is to meet customers where they are in the SASE journey and not necessarily force them to completely transform their environment, so leverage and protect their existing investments and incrementally add more and more capabilities of SASE as part of the platform and the capabilities that we build.
Yeah, adding value internally as well. I think one of the other misconceptions around it eliminates the need for sort of internal security expertise, but it's like we're adding to, we're providing more value there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's touch a little bit around like the SASE market now in general. Now, I think we dare say there's a saturation of single vendor SASE providers out there. How do you think Cisco is different in that area?
Yeah, so in the SASE market, clearly the growing segment is what is commonly referred to as the single vendor SASE. In the past, we did see a lot of multi-vendor solutions that were more dominant, but we're seeing this consolidation into single vendor solutions. Many of the vendors today claim to have a single pane of glass and claim to bring network and security in a holistic manner. Cisco's unique advantage is we have a very robust and broad portfolio across both networking and security. And bringing it all together into a unified, interconnected set of capabilities is something that Cisco can uniquely offer, taking our best-in-class networking, our best-in-class SD-WAN capabilities, bringing it together and interconnecting that together with our robust security capabilities is something that Cisco is uniquely positioned to do. Now, we take it a step further and beyond that as we start to look at how we embed a lot of those security controls deeper into the network. So SASE, beyond being a framework that allows to deal with the future ways of connectivity, it also brings together this convergence of network and security. And we're embedding more and more security controls into the network infrastructure so we can essentially extend what is typically happening in the cloud edge into the WAN edge, but also deeper into the customer network, whether it's going into the campus environment and extending zero trust controls with technologies like micro-segmentation that really can enhance the overall security of the organization. And I'm sure that you've talked a lot about some of the investments that we have in that area. Yeah,
absolutely. I think a lot of we touch on that sort of cloud evolution as well with the Meraki dashboard and things like that, and having that single pane of glass is resonating quite well with the customers at the moment. So.
Yeah. Another, I think, important differentiator that Cisco has is that we are leveraging our Thales threat intelligence entity, which is, again, it's the world's largest commercial threat research entity, and we're embedding a lot of the capabilities coming from a global real-time analysis and telemetry of emerging threats. Those threats, protect our users, so as they adopt our SASE solutions across, the entire framework, they always are protected and are safe, to any emerging threats that may happen. We also maintain a very open and flexible, standardized kind of approach for SASE. So instead of saying, rip and replace your entire environment, we're very complementary. We do not believe that we only have to have a Cisco-based solution. So we can evolve existing customer environments into SASE and gradually show additional value as we do that. So I think this uniquely positions Cisco to really go very, very broad, create different experiences, whether it's customers that want to consume SASE as something that is simple on a single console, or whether they need all the flexibility and all the levers that they would expect from a specialized solution if they have specialized teams.
I think I think you just hit the nail on the head there. With a lot of customers do have that sort of multi-vendor approach. Like, let's be honest. But the fact that we can help in consolidation there and help amplify with our solution is, that's fantastic. Let's talk about sort of the evolution of SASE. How do you see SASE in the next few years? How do you see it evolving over the next few years?
So fortunately, I did bring my crystal ball with me, so I did a little bit of an analysis there. But we can't really talk about SASE and the evolution of SASE without mentioning AI.
Yeah.
Like if I would not say AI, then it would be a big miss here.
We got 10 minutes in, I think.
Yeah, we can talk about AI.
That's got to be a record. That's got to be a record.
But when we look at AI, there's definitely different aspects for how you tackle AI. Starting with, first of all, creating a more simplified natural language interface for the admin, so it makes it even easier for them to interact with the environment. But also embedding AI capabilities deeper into the network itself, into the security itself. So creating automated policies, automated detection of real-time incidents that happen in your network, in your specific environment, versus things that come from an external threat research entity. Those are capabilities that we'll see more and more dominant in the SASE domain. Ultimately getting to almost a self-driving or self-healing environment that can cover both your network and your security domains.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sorry, I'm just getting a little bit of background noise.
No more innovation. We can talk about a few more
I'm
places.
Voices in my head, I feel like, but that's all right. No, this conversation is going great, and as I said, I'm glad we've touched on the AI now. We've touched on the AI piece, and that is where the evolution is going. So, what sort of innovations are going to come with in the SASE? So, talk about evolution. Now, what sort of innovation? At Cisco Live, we're all about innovating, right?
Yeah. So we did talk a little bit about AI. Clearly, you'll see more and more AI capabilities that will be part of our broader portfolio. That's something that you probably heard a lot of updates on throughout the different events and sessions. In addition to that, when we look at where the market is going and areas that we invest from an innovation perspective, is really around bringing more things together. So I did talk about the fact that we're going to embed networking and security together, bring them together in a much tighter way, looking at essentially extending the SASE controls deeper into the customer environment, looking at the wireless infrastructure, looking at the switching infrastructure, and essentially extending those controls into the customer environment. And that, of course, has benefits of, first of all, mitigating and dealing with threats closer to where the source of the information is, but also avoiding sending everything to a cloud edge, which you typically see with a lot of other vendors, and that improves the overall end user experience because you deal with things closer to the source. Another area that you'll see more and more innovation, and this is again leveraging the fact that we have the ability to look at the entire end-to-end view, is how we embed the end-to-end digital experience assurance. So leveraging capabilities that we have from our Thousand Eyes portfolio and embedding that not only to the endpoint and to the cloud, but to every point across that service chain, and also tying this overlay view of the user experience to underlay capabilities and telemetry that comes from the network. And that's intended to really not only detect where there are issues with the network, but where those issues are, how do you troubleshoot them, how do you diagnose them. It really is about getting control back to the admins and really enabling them to be successful, because at the end of the day, what they care about is time to innocence. They want to make sure that if there's a problem, they know where the problem is, they know, that it's not related to either their network domain or their security domain, and they can pinpoint where that is. And if it is in their domain, they need to be able to mitigate that very, very quickly.
How can we fix it? We want to fix it. We want to fix it fast. Is basically what it is. So.
Or it's not our problem.
Yeah. Don't blame the network. That's it. But yeah, it's a good point you touch on with Thousand Eyes there, and that is exactly what's sort of needed, and shows the breadth of our capabilities across the whole SASE solution. So, Omri, this has been fantastic, and I hope everyone got a little bit out of that that we all needed. Right now, we're going to shift gears just a little bit. We're going to head over to the world of solutions. We're going to talk all about security operations, and we're going to touch on how a lean IT team can take a different approach to large-scale organisations. large-scale operations. We're going to have a look at the approaches between Splunk with the new Enterprise Security 8 and the XDR and why that matters to your network. So why don't we head over to the world of solutions now?
Hello and welcome back to Cisco Live's World of Solution and Hub Tours. Day 2 down here at Cisco Live, and I'm here in the Security Operations Centre today, and I'm talking with Sean Coulter and Dave Gamer. Welcome, gentlemen, to the broadcast.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. So what I'm really interested to ask is what at times can make cybersecurity so challenging at times, even for the most experienced organisations, and what is Cisco and Splunk bringing to help with that?
Great question. So there's a constantly changing landscape of threats. We're always challenged with new adversaries popping up. We're always challenged with the skills and staff shortages that we have. There's a big gap in terms of open positions in cybersecurity. It makes it really, really difficult. We also have to be on our game every single day, because the adversaries only need to get one. They need to get one thing open, they've got a foot in, and you're gone, you're popped, it's over. We have to be on our game every single time. And so we need to be alert, we need to be responsive, we need to have all of the tools that are appropriate to us to be able to perform at our best every single day, and we can't let up. That's a challenge for any size organisation. Budget constraints, the amount of people that we have available to us in terms of skills in the industry as well. All of these things make cybersecurity operations a challenge.
Cybersecurity is the only part of IT where we take on a direct adversarial relationship with another human. And that is part of what brings the huge amount of complexity we have in cybersecurity. Networking, dealing with endpoints, dealing with servers, we're dealing with other computers. Computers are inherently predictable, if not frustrating at times. Cybersecurity is the only place where we are actually going head to head against another human, and humans are inherently unpredictable. And it's that unpredictability that breeds complexity, because we're second guessing what people are doing, we're second guessing motivations, and we're trying to stay one step ahead of the attackers. And that is where all of that complexity comes from, and why we have to rely on tools and things like that to help us in that journey.
Right. So what I'm hearing there is often process is often more critical than tools?
Can be. Yeah, absolutely. Following a process, repeatability in terms of approaches is definitely core. To be able to have a set of tasks that we can follow when we're closing out a case, investigating a particular thing, what's interesting out on the internet. Following those processes every step of the way, documentation especially, these are very, very important. And that's really difficult to do. I mean, name one person other than a writer, say. Name one person who actually likes to write and document. It's a difficult thing to do. So Gen AI is a really good thing for us these days, not 100% trustworthy. That's really hard to do. So process needs to be followed so we can repeat what we are doing every single time. Follow that same activity. It makes it really, really difficult if you're a small organisation. You need to write those processes. You need to embed them into your daily activities, monitor those, update those. That is what is more important than tools. However, we can embed process into the tools, have the tools provide us those steps. What would you say, Dave?
Process is absolutely more important than tooling. It's the process that we use to bring a level or a semblance of predictability to this unpredictable venture. Process and consistency, because consistency is the result of defined process. And that's one of the things that makes skilled analysts such a weapon and the most important thing in a security operation, because a skilled analyst has that knowledge of process and that knowledge of how to go about things embedded in their mind. And with that knowledge, we gain consistency. We make sure that a certain threat, a certain type of process is dealt with in the exact same way, no matter who picks it up. So with a skilled analyst, that process is embedded within them. They know exactly what to do. But skilled analysts are hard to find. As you mentioned, we've got staffing issues. It's hard to get the right people. So we need to look to tools to help us bring that process to bear for the business and bring that consistency, bring that repeatability. And that's where the tooling can help bring the process to our cyber operations.
Right. So just on that thread, say for example, I'm a financial organisation. What sort of tooling then should I be looking at?
Good question. We would first need to understand where you are in terms of your capability level as a financial organisation. So David Bianco, who is one of our engineers at Splunk Cisco, he wrote contributed to, but was the main author on the peak threat hunting framework. And within that framework, there's actually a pyramid of pain model that describes the maturity levels of security operations. So at the very bottom, we've got, do I know what I'm protecting? Do I have visibility of my assets? Do I have an inventory? At the very bottom. Then at the top, we've got, can I operate at machine speed, the same speed, and predict where the attackers are going? These are the two extremes. So understanding and being brutally honest with where we are as an organisation, say we are the financial organisation, where we are in that on those maturity levels, we can then define, what do I need to do next? What are the steps that I can take to be able to become more mature?
It's about, as well as understanding maturity, it's about understanding what we need to deliver as a business, because not every organization needs to be, at the peak of maturity in terms of cybersecurity. And it's not economically viable for every business to be there. So really understanding what we need to deliver as security to the business, because the business is our customer. What do we need to deliver in terms of our abilities, in terms of controls, in terms of process? Realistically, where do we need to get to? Because a small finance organization isn't going to need to do the same things as a big four. They don't have the economic capability, they don't have the organizational capability, and it's not realistic. So we need to understand really truthfully, not just aspirationally, but really truthfully, where are we as a business and what do we actually need to deliver as a cybersecurity capability, because then that will drive the conversation around what do we need in terms of process, what do we need in terms of tooling that is appropriate for what we want to do as a cybersecurity operation.
Yeah, great. So what I really hear from that is selecting the right tool for the right job in terms. So one more question for you. What does an organisation do then in terms of when they want to uplift their maturity?
When they want to uplift their maturity, well, best to come and talk to us. We can help them establish where they actually are. But we need to understand what they've got in terms of the tooling. And it might be appropriate to start to work with some different processes, start to work with some different frameworks that we're going to align to. We're going to start to perhaps uplift the skill sets. Maybe we're even going to pay people more to maintain that skill, because it's hard to protect, to attract and to protect talent. Analysts are rare. Good analysts are rare. So you want to bring them in, you want to train them, you want to coddle them, you want to make them feel warm and loved and happy. Then we're going to look at, well, what are the risks that you are presented with? What are your, say, crown jewels, let's say, right? What do you really need to make sure is not going to get out there in the world, right? And what do you need to maintain availability on? Like, consider this environment, right? The risks here at Cisco World of Solutions, here at Cisco Live Melbourne. We have an open access wireless service that we're providing to everyone that attends. But that's also providing all of the registration out of the front, all of the demonstration booths that we have, all of the speaker systems, all of the fine folk that are producing this broadcast as well, is all hooked into that. And we need to keep those lights on. So the risks are associated with availability, but also everyone here is a Class A citizen. We need them to have a good experience on our platform. We need to make sure that they are protected. So in this environment, we're actually using a level of different tools. So XDR being one of those tools where we've got our processes in bed. We're using that for immediate triage, correlation immediate triage. We've got our analysts working through that. And we do have some forensic needs as well. So we've got things like, we've got Splunk ES, the big daddy all right, or big mummy, or big parent, let's say, all right, that enables us to be able to go deep into all of the data and construct and query in quite special ways to be able to get very customized views of what's actually going on when we need to. So we've got both of these tools working side by side, which is quite valuable. That's for our environment. We've assessed what the risks are, and that's how we're operating right here.
Yeah, I think with the security uplift and how do we determine that and how do we approach that in mind, the place it has to start is deep, honest introspection of what are we trying to do as a capability, extending on what we just talked about. What do we need to deliver to the business? And that has to come from a deep, intricate, honest understanding of what is the business's function? What is the goals of the business? What do we do? What are we trying to deliver? What's the attack surface? Sean just demonstrated a great knowledge of what we're trying to do here. You know, what is this security operation here to protect? What are they delivering as an outcome? Any operation has to understand what they are performing, what service they're delivering to the business, and how they need to do that. And then it's about understanding where do we need to get to, but also understanding where are we at right now, honestly, not like all fluffed up in a nice report somewhere, but honestly, where are we at in terms of our capability? And then drawing that path, how do we get there? How do we uplift? What are the meaningful, real things that we're going to do along the way to change what we're doing? Because appropriate tooling is important. Tooling that matches our capability. You know, we just talked about two fantastic tools, XDR and enterprise security. XDR offers a very pragmatic, best-of-breed, fixed approach to cybersecurity. It gives the process and it says, here's the process, we know it's the best, this is what you follow. That is appropriate for a business that maybe doesn't have 15, 20 SOC analysts lying around. They have a couple of expert practitioners, but they don't have the capability to define all these custom processes and things like that. At the other end of the spectrum, enterprise security, which, as you said, the big parent of the SOC world. This gives us complete freedom to define whatever process we want. We can operate however we want. We can have detection engineering. We can have threat hunting. So there's complete freedom, but also we actually have to have the skills to define what that process is going to look like. Absolutely. So understanding what capability we have and understanding realistically where we want to get to, because not every business needs a full threat hunting team. Not every business needs a full detection engineering team. So realistically understanding what that path looks like, what we need along the way, helps us in understanding what we need to do when we're uplifting cyber maturity.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Sean and Dave, for sharing your valuable insights into all things around security. Right now, that's the end of our conversation here with security. We're going to be talking with observability next on the World of Solutions and Hub Tour. But for right now, we're going to head back to the studio and over to our hosts.
Welcome back. That was fantastic. David and Sean really hit the nail on the head there on the practical approach and the thought processes needed for the tools required to equip an organization's security infrastructure. Here at Cisco, we want to help our customers wherever, no matter what part of their journey they are on in their security maturity, and we'll give open and honest feedback. So reach out to your account manager, reach out to your security specialist, and we'd love to share some more information. Let's switch gears a little bit. Over in the studio, we have M, who has Raymond, principal platform architect for Splunk APJC. Let's go hear from them now. They're going to talk all about network monitoring landscape and how to overcome those challenges.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dave. I'm here with Raman. I heard this is your first Cisco Live. How are you finding it?
It's actually very exciting, truly amazing. This is my first Cisco Live, and I think I'm so far really enjoying it.
Yeah, no, I believe we were talking about the World of Solutions before, which is a little bit different to what we've had at other conferences.
Yeah. This is, in fact, I'm spending a lot of my time within the World of Solutions. We're doing a bunch of demos, which are quite actually in the top of the mind things, and the quality of the demos, the interaction with the customer is actually at the next level. So I'm really loving it.
Yeah, no, brilliant. And I think, the Splunk T-shirt is what really stands out for me as well.
That's right. Splunkers are kind of actually attached to their T-shirts.
Yeah.
And I think this actually goes along where they go.
Yeah, no, I think they're handing out T-shirts in the World of Solutions
as well.
Yes, we are. So I know that our production team are looking for some, so after we'll be following you up as well.
Absolutely, we'll have something for you.
Brilliant. So I'd love to learn a little bit more about you. Tell us about your journey into becoming a principal architect.
Sure. I think this is a difficult question, but I'll try to do justice with it. So I joined Splunk nearly about 8 years ago, and I started working mainly with the customer service group. So my role actually over a period of time has evolved significantly. But a large part of my role is actually where I work directly with the customers, the strategic customers, to help them actually solve the data problems in a more simplest manner. My journey to the principal is actually quite exciting. It happened at the time when we hit the pandemic. So we have a different way of actually someone getting onto this journey of becoming a principal. So we have a concept of making a project itself, and then we run that project. And eventually you get to a stage where you have to present your idea. So the whole journey itself was amazing. And especially at the time where we are really actually kind of talking about resilience. People were talking about digital resilience. I was kind of talking about human resilience because it was a tough time for everyone. So it was quite exciting and quite interesting as well, the way we actually went and helped the customers out.
Yeah, no, and it's also, during COVID, it's exactly right. Human resilience is a really important part. So it's great that you've turned that particular point in time into something that has really benefited you and obviously benefited the organisation.
That's right.
Perfect. Well, as you're a principal architect, we'd love to get into the meaty technology stuff. So I have a couple of questions here for you. The first one is, how has the network monitoring landscape developed over the past decade, and where do you see customer needs and trends evolving in the future?
Sure. So obviously, definitely the networks has become more complex, and there are many reasons why it has happened. The overall evolution in the network space itself is quite amazing, the way we've seen it, especially after COVID. The reasons could be, some of the reasons are cloud computing. It is no longer a concept. It has become a reality. Most of the organizations are either on cloud or they're making their way to the cloud. On the top of that, 5G is again no longer a concept. It is a reality. Since 5G has become a reality, the rapid adoption of IoT devices has happened. And we've also seen some of the global crises as well during this period of time. Everything, all of this thing that happened just created more and more demand for network to be actually emerging. And as the network has emerged and evolved, so the monitoring be. What I've seen when I got actually into the space of network monitoring in my initial days, everything used to be very reactive. We're talking about network engineers smashing their head actually with tons of alarm, what we call flood of alarms, and trying to make some sense out of it and get two different systems to actually do a simple analytics. It was very reactive. Whereas what I'm seeing now, since actually the organizations are getting on a path of digitally resilient networks, they're shifting their focus more from reactive to be proactive and a data-driven intelligence. And some of our advanced customers, some of our more innovative customers, they are even actually talking about the next leap in the direction. They're talking about being predictive analytics. So you must have heard about autonomous networks and closed-loop automation. These kind of things are sometimes sounds like a bit of a fuss. But the fact is that we're doing a lot of work around it. And in fact, that is one of the best part of the demo, which I think I'm taking my customers through it as well. So these things are turning more from a concept into the realities. And these are the next directional things where the customers are heading towards.
Yeah, no, and you can see that transition between where we're going with all of the data. So it's great to see that somewhere at Cisco Live you can actually take customers through that demo, because I guess there would be at different stages of that journey as well.
Absolutely. And actually, this is quite interesting too. I mean, I remember the time last year having similar conversations. We didn't really have much to kind of talk about it. But this time when we're having the similar conversations, we're actually showing them things that can really work in production. So there's a lot of difference.
Yeah. Do you think with your customers now it's something that they want to implement closely, or is this kind of a roadmap for them as they upgrade their infrastructure or look at, what they need in terms of their organization to make it possible?
Well, some of them are actually seeing that as roadmap items. The reason for this is, as I said, there is a journey from being reactive to proactive and proactive to predictive. We often want our customers to move fast, right? But there are reasons when the customers are still actually in a zone of reactive to proactive. For them, these things are actually more of a roadmap item. But as I said, for some of our more innovative customers, these things are actually turning into a sooner reality. So it's kind of actually different for different people.
That makes a lot of sense. And I guess that's why it's important to be having a conversation with the customer directly to understand what's fit for purpose. It's not really a one-size-fits-all at this stage.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we had the chance to speak to Patrick Lynn before, and we had a keynote deep dive around observability, and a phrase that kept on coming up was digital resilience. Would love to understand, how would you explain the concept of digital resilience? And in the context of networks, how does AI and autonomous networks fit in?
Sure, I think this is my favorite part. So whether we say digital resilience in the context of network or we say resilient network in the context of digital landscape, we often hear these two terminology, but more or less they kind of talk about the same thing. It is essentially an ability of a network to be able to recover fast, to be able to handle a level of disruption. Now, these disruptions can happen because of many reasons. It could be a cyber attack from external and internal parties. It could be a sudden surge in the traffic at a certain point of time. It could actually be an unexpected hardware failure and things like global crisis. So effectively what you're talking here is the network, the resilient networks has an ability to be able to self-monitor themselves and act on those monitoring aspects by leveraging the data-driven intelligence and then have an ability to self-repair themselves to an extent that it can minimize the impact on the customers. Whereas autonomous networking and AI, I see them more of a methodology and enablers, that they actually help you in becoming more resilient or building more resilient networks. For example, autonomous network can bring in the capabilities of self-manageability or self-healing capabilities within the design, whereas AI-driven intelligence combined together with machine learning algorithms can help you detect patterns and run behavioral studies. It actually brings an angle of cognitive study. So imagine things that we can do it, and if we actually make someone more smarter to actually not leave any point of fault there and automate that stuff and continuously feed that with the learning, this is what is the concept of autonomous networking as well as closed loop automation. So this is kind of really becoming a reality these days.
Yeah, actually, so that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to ask from an account manager perspective here, because I understand technologically wise, that's the ideal goal, to be able to get to this autonomous networks, integrate AI. But a lot of this sounds, and correct me if I'm wrong, quite challenging and costly on the organization. So in terms of managing the growing volume of data, managing the cost of transitioning to this point where you can get to a proactive and then predictive analytics, what strategies would you recommend to our customers to help overcome these?
Sure. Sadly, this is the truth. We talk about, let me take a step back and explain, when we talk about the autonomous networking or AI-driven analytics, the backbone of both of them is data-driven intelligence. Mm-hmm. And when we talk about data-driven intelligence, it cannot run without data. And networks has the ability to generate tons of data, a very high volume of data. Now, the problem what we have found is actually the customers really want to get onto this journey, but they get prohibited by the cost associated by bringing this data into the system. But what we have done as on a good side, the platform, especially if I will talk about Splunk as a platform or a data-driven platform, the platform has to incorporate corporate capabilities such as data optimizations. We have to give customer different ways through which they can see the data in different angles. Mm-hmm. For example, not every data is same, right? Some data can actually have high ratio of signals compared to noise, whereas the other set of data may be actually required in future and won't be required in the real time. And it could actually contain a high-level signal or low-level signals. So you see there are a combination of things that can define the value of the data. What we are guiding our customers, we are kind of taking them on a journey. We're saying that for you to bring a data-driven intelligence within your autonomous network, you have to kind of start thinking it from a perspective of bringing the data which are associated with your real-time use cases. Things that you care the most about, you bring them and treat them differently. And from a capability standpoint, we have within the platform, we have features that we've built which can help you get there. For an example, we can optimize your data. You don't have to really worry about the scale of it. We can do it differently. We can do it differently. We can deal it differently. We can optimize it in a fashion that actually gives you better value of your spend with us. So I think these are some of the strategies that we are taking, and I've seen the customer trend, they are adopting it quite well too.
Yeah, actually going back to, obviously we do have an increase in volume of data, and we're also looking at quality data. I think that point you made around you need to get a use case that's really important to the business. Do you have an example of an industry and a use case for a customer that you may have spoken about?
Yes, absolutely. So something which comes to the top of my mind is a recent experience that I had with one of the telecom provider, and they are one of our more advanced and innovative customer. So I was brought into a situation where they were talking about anomaly detection at scale. At first, I thought this is not really a data problem. But when I really double-click on it, I figured out it actually is a data problem. If someone can solve it, it has to be a data platform. And what was the problem was they wanted to actually detect anomalies at scale at an interface level, not at device level, which is actually probably what most of us are doing in past. And then we are talking about a level of scale which is going in a scale of petabytes. Petabytes of data a day. That's probably okay. But imagine if you have to run machine learning models for last 30 days, we're talking about actually analyzing 30 petabyte of data with the speed of light. How would you do that? It's sort of impossible within the fraction of a second or within the fraction of minutes, right? So what we did there, we actually took this data optimization approach. We shrank the data down without losing the value of the data, without losing the key performance indicators. We shrank it down to 80% of the actual original size.
Wow.
And then we took the strategies where we turned this data into more of a metric format. And then we applied different type of mechanism to actually optimize the performance of it. As a result of that, we found the customer to be very happy with what we built out there. And as a result, they are actually now expanding it out to the whole suite.
Wow, fantastic. And I think that's a really good, telco and in particular, I feel like always ahead. They're looking at the next innovation and the most, productive ways of using their data and their technology. Are there other industries that you feel like are utilizing this at the moment quite effectively, or are there industries that you feel like need to be looking at this now that aren't?
It's a very good question, and let me answer this way. Anyone in this world who has networks, it's a problem for them. It's not about telecom providers, it's not about retail industry, even the banks. Anyone who cares about a modernization of their network, they are sort of dealing with a similar set of problems. And essentially these problems are silos between different tools. I haven't heard actually anyone telling me that I'm good with my monitoring just by using 2 or 3 different tools. Pretty much we're talking about more than 5 different tools, and they all work in silos. How would you combine it? Data-driven intelligence is a concept of bringing everything together in a unified platform so you can make decisions. So it's a problem for everyone.
Yeah, and I guess, there's not really an organization that's without a network.
Exactly, that's what I said. I mean, if you're talking about networks, anyone who's actually active in a digital landscape, they are dealing with networks. And if they're dealing with network, they are dealing with a similar sort of problems. The only difference is the scale.
And I think in particular, everyone with networks, their main issue is around the user experience. So as we kind of get driven and more connected into the technology through IoT, we're connecting with our customers more. For those who are using telco, for those that are in the retail space, I work with a lot of retail customers, their ability to use that data is really important.
Absolutely.
And this is my final question. And this is more about, I'd love to go back to you as well, because I think, it's great that we're actually speaking to Splunk. This is the first time, obviously, since the acquisition, since we've had Splunk on the interviews. But I'd love to understand, our theme is go beyond. Where do you think, a point in your career that you think that you've gone beyond in your role to get to the position that you are today?
Well, I think I'm more of a pragmatic person about the way how I kind of really act in my role. So part of my role is also, as I said, is to deal and talk to a lot of strategic customers. And that is the part I love the most. Even in Cisco Live as well, I was standing in a booth, I was speaking with a customer, and they were discussing about a problem. And coincidentally, there is another customer who popped up, and they said that we solved it. And I kind of really acted as a bridge between them and helped them facilitate that conversation. So I think what and where I see me going is more about actually talking to the customers and dealing with these real-time problems and help them making the solution look better. So I think I'm more seeing myself getting into that direction.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think, this is the first time I've spoken to a principal architect as well. So understanding a little bit more about your role and actually where you've gone beyond and where you see the network piece and digital resilience has been really, really illuminating. And I'm sure I'll be definitely revisiting this particular interview and then also all of the conversations that have with Splunk and around observability, for example, with Patrick and the world of solutions before.
Please, absolutely.
Please. Thank you so much, Raman.
Thanks for having me.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your first Cisco Live. I'll be sure to pop by and actually grab a couple of these T-shirts because I think I want to be part of the T-shirt revolution there.
Absolutely.
But we're going to head back to Dave in the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Em, and thank you, Raman. That was fantastic. And Em, I'm going to be right behind you, running to the World of Solutions to grab one of those T-shirts. I must admit, I've been trying to get my hands on one for a while, and now that I know that they're giving them away at the World of Solutions, I'll be heading straight over there. I think, Raman, that was fantastic. Touching on some key points there, monitoring the network and app monitoring is really important for an organisation to be that digital resilience. And I know Em and I were chatting earlier about digital resilience and what that means to our customers. And I think after that interview, I know how to articulate that a lot better with my customers and start that conversation. Speaking of conversation, we want all you guys to join in the conversation out there, tuning in. Please, hashtag Cisco Live APJC. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know your comments around digital resiliency and how you're seeing that play out in your particular organisation as well. Over in the world of solutions, you must check out, not just grab a t-shirt, check out the Splunk stand where they are talking about all about what different ways of leveraging data, metrics, and different digital tools and analytics. We're going to head over to the world of solutions now just to see just that and check out the Splunk stand. Let's head over there now.
Hi everyone and welcome back to our broadcast here from the World of Solutions. I'm joined now by Matt Moore from Splunk to talk all things observability across networks, apps and infrastructure. Matt, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Mark.
I'd love to know what is top of mind for customers when you're talking to them about observability in the field today.
Yeah, absolutely. So our customers and organizations generally are facing 4 key challenges. Those are variety, variability, velocity and context. Variety in that we have an explosion of different technologies we work with every year. We're constantly going back to school, learning and trying to get to grips with these new things we're dealing with. From a variety perspective, every new application or appliance or technology has different ways of gathering data and visibility, different schemas, different naming conventions and formats, which is challenging. Now, from a velocity perspective, we're getting terabytes to petabytes of data per day, so we need a scale to understand that, but we're also facing tens to hundreds of thousands of alerts and events, often without a way of joining them together. Which brings us to context. If you're looking at all of this data and you don't know where in our application stack or which business outcomes it relates to, it's hard to triage and it's hard to understand root cause and flow-on effects. And these are the challenges we're looking to solve.
And those are definitely big challenges, Matt. So tell me, how does Splunk help?
Absolutely. So we address them head on. So from the perspective of being able to view all of your information, all of your appliances in one place, to reduce the swivel chair effect, we provide a machine data ecosystem to be able to provide data agnostic awareness of all of these things. Doesn't matter where it comes from, what the schema is, or what the format is, we can correlate across all of it in real time at scale. Now, from a context perspective, we're able to overlay a dependency structure, being able to map and understand from the infrastructure and physical tin level up through applications, people and processes, cloud and channels to business outcomes, placing appropriate KPIs at each level to be able to measure business outcome effects, revenue, customer churn, NPS, and physical outcomes as well, so that we can see what upstream and downstream effects are and stop troubleshooting things in a vacuum and actually look at our end-to-end business services. How would you like to see that in production?
I'd love to, Matt.
Absolutely. So what we have here is a business service for a typical corporate IT environment where we're mapping our physical tin through applications, network, and infrastructure to actual outcomes. And we can see we've got a line of red from our corporate IT outcomes down through our network infrastructure to our wired and access networks. I can get within 3 clicks to the exact problem children that are giving us our issues, and I can see a specific client that's failing to connect. C9800 40K9, which is where we need to spend our troubleshooting and potentially invest a little bit more money as well.
Thanks, Matt. So can you tell me how Cisco Networks and ITSI come together to help customers deliver observability across the network infrastructure?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the Cisco acquisition of Splunk, one of the biggest things I've been excited about is getting the clever people on the product side of the Cisco team delivering world-leading network technology, speaking directly with the product leaders and product management teams on the Splunk team, putting together AI operations capabilities within ITSI. And they're working together to provide streamlined experiences with accelerated data ingestion and context-rich insights and metadata analysis across Catalyst Center, Meraki, SD-WAN, and ACI to be able to provide out-of-the-box reporting and content and streamlined data ingestion for that. Now, where I'm particularly excited outside of the organizational changes is with the deep integration with Thousand Eyes, who provides context-rich and granular network synthetic monitoring, which we can use to reconcile with synthetic events following key user pathways within the Observability Cloud. By bringing this together with Splunk Synthetics, we're able to see exactly how our users felt experience is running through and how that relates to owned and unowned networks as well as the code back end. Let's take a look at what that looks like. So we have Observability Cloud within our Synthetics portal, where we're actually tracking critical user pathways and workflows as though a real user actually would. We can see uptimes and availability. We track each and every artifact as it's served to understand whether it's doing the right thing. We can understand felt experience as well by tracking things like Cisco Web Vitals to understand whether a real user or a synthetic user is experiencing something the way we intend them to. In the back end, we can see whether we're having any network issues on our side or network issues out on the customer side through their own browser and their own operating system. Where things are cool now is we've managed to complete the picture by bringing in data directly from Thousand Eyes via open telemetry. And here we can see how throughput, latency, jitter, and packet loss directly relate to that felt experience. What this means is I can put together a context-rich alert that lets us know not only if there's a network issue, but whether it actually matters and users are affected. So we're not responding to something that doesn't necessarily need to be responded to, which you don't necessarily want to do, right?
Super cool. Thanks, Matt. And it's an important point because as networks increase in complexity, while monitoring alerting is important, it can lead to alert overload, and it makes it very difficult for operators to respond in time, make sure they're responding to the right alerts. So how does Splunk help customers get sanity when it comes to network operations?
And that's the real thing, isn't it? Because we all need a little bit more sanity to a degree. So thinking back to where I started in the industry, I was a first-line support responder, and my day would start with X number of alerts and then trying to filter through them manually to work out which were related, which were alert storms, and where to start. Doesn't scale, it sends you insane. What we're able to do by taking into account that dependency structure we were talking about earlier, coupled with AI and ML, the biggest influence of the business in this decade, we're able to start intelligently joining alerts into actual incidents. So instead of having 1,000 unrelated, context-free alerts to deal with, instead you've got 3 or 4 incidents with a contiguous timeline, recommended actions, and actual appropriate responses. So I'm not left wondering, and I've got quick ways to resolve that.
Awesome.
Shall we check it out?
Yeah, let's go.
Awesome. So here we have the Event Analytics portal in ITSI. We can see we've got an average mean time to resolve for incidents of 8 minutes, and we've categorized them by severity for better triage, while at the same time reducing our noise by over 99%, so you're left with less confusion. Now, let's deep dive into one of these. We've got an episode here affecting corporate IT, but having flow-on effects to our benefits portal and our selections portal affecting customers, and automatically raised and updated tickets there. Now, what's really cool is I can see a timeline of exactly what happened in the order it happened with suggested root cause events coming from our real user monitoring. So all of a sudden, I've gone from an explosion of noise to one thing I need to zero in on, which has an intelligent description, but most importantly, an actionable workflow action that I can click into and start troubleshooting immediately. So I've gone from sifting 2 hours through my email trying to work out what on earth is going on to just click this and I can get started, right?
Amazing. Thanks, Matt. I love all the insights into how Splunk can help our customers operate their networks effectively. And now I'm going to go find Lindsay to find out how Thousand Eyes can help customers deliver observability across their complex network environments. Okay, and I'm joined now by Lindsay Carroll from Thousand Eyes. Lindsay, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks very much for having me, Mark. It was really awesome to see Matt walk us through the Splunk ITSI story. And now I'd really like to show you the assurance capabilities of Thousand Eyes and how we plug into the rest of the Cisco portfolio.
Fantastic. So maybe can you start by just explaining what exactly is assurance in the context of networks, and how is Thousand Eyes leveraging AI to help customers solve this use case?
Yeah, absolutely. So within networks, one of the key things today is that people want to be able to provide a good experience, whether that be to their employees or to their end customers. And a key aspect of that is being able to assure that that happens. And what that means is that whether a customer is using a business application like Office 365, or whether they are providing an application to the end customers like an internet banking website or an e-commerce website, customers have very little patience today and everybody wants a good experience. And one of the challenges with that is that it's very easy to be able to go to another store or change to a different provider. So it's a critical component to be able to make sure that not only is that high level of experience provided, but also that if it isn't, we can identify exactly what's causing that problem or that degradation and get it resolved as fast as possible.
Thanks, Lindsay. Now, one of the challenges that Matt mentioned customers are grappling with is managing both their owned and unowned networks. So tell me how Thousand Eyes can help.
Yeah, I think it's one of the central problems that customers face today. It wasn't that long ago that essentially the 4 walls of the enterprise were pretty clearly defined. All your applications, your infrastructure, and your network was basically within your own domain. It was sitting in the data center, your branches were plumbed in via MPLS or another private network, and when there was a problem, you could look end to end because you owned every router, every switch. The application was being administered by you. But in today's world, we know that's very different. Most environments are really hybrid. You've got a range of on-prem services as a service, whether it be SaaS or infrastructure or platform as a service. And essentially all of those things are connected via the internet. And what that means is the haystack that we need to sort through to find where that problem is has grown exponentially to what it was in the past.
And what are you seeing as the main drivers for customers to prioritize assurance in their network environments?
Yeah, some of the main drivers are that they're providing a high level of experience, like I was talking before. That's now being taken much more seriously within organizations, whether that be internal SLAs or KPIs for internal IT, or whether it be to end customers who demand a higher level of experience and satisfaction. All of those things are driving that. Really, when there are problems, we need to identify where they are faster. And we also need to be able to find where that needle is in the haystack and essentially provide a better experience to our customers and our employees.
These are definitely real challenges, Lindsay. So why don't you take us through how Thousand Eyes fits in?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first feature we'll have a look at is something we call event detection. So what the event detection feature provides is the ability to essentially look at your entire test set and then bubble up patterns or problems for you. So it's going to be able to tell you how often are these events occurring, are they severe, are they of a medium kind of severity or impact, or is it something that is of a low impact but you need to be aware of. And then what we'll also be able to do is tell you what's the blast radius. How widespread is this problem? When did it start? How long did it occur for? And how often has it happened? That's also going to be compared against your baseline. And then utilizing technology of AI, we're also incorporating LLM. So the real value of this is that it basically obfuscates all of the technical detail that an engineer would understand, but not necessarily management or executives who, they don't want to get into the weeds, but they want to understand what the problem is. And it translates that into something that they're able to understand. So it'll provide a summary. It will also be able to tell them why is this happening? And then it will give them a detail of, is this an application? Is this a server? Or is this a network issue?
Super cool. Thanks, Lindsay. It's been great to get these insights into how Thousand Eyes can help customers manage assurance across their network environment. If our viewers want to learn more, where should they go?
They can go to our product innovation hub with the QR code that we've made available on this screen.
Amazing. Thanks again, Lindsay. And now we're going to hand back to our studio for the next amazing segment. But before we go, I just want to remind you all to join us later in the day because we've got a really exciting segment coming up for you at the World of Solutions as we go to our brand new AI hub.
Wow, wasn't that fantastic to actually see Splunk firsthand in the World of Solutions and how Splunk IT Service Intelligence, that was an acronym, that's ITSI, we were touching on that earlier, you can see that dashboard quickly identify the client and troubleshoot it so fast. It really is. It just shows we are going a long way in this digital resilience, and it shows how capable the Splunk platform is when we talk about digital resiliency.
Yeah, actually, it's coming off the interview with Raman as well, as he talks about how anyone with a network has to be thinking about this in the future. And I took the opportunity to think about, the customers that I'm working with. Like, digital resiliency is also about the fact that IT teams are now having to work with tools, they're moving to SaaS cloud, and all of these different providers that they no longer have full visibility over, but they still have to provide the same digital experience. So for retailers, they're moving to 80% online orders. Like, how do they ensure that all of their customers get the access they need to at all times?
And the integrate with the Thousand Eyes piece as well, being able to have the full visibility of the network and the be able to sort of isolate and diagnose those issues from wherever they may be is a great helping hand to that, and especially in this fast-paced world.
Yeah, no, even I've had a couple of customers text me in between different interviews today, and they say, "Oh, I really want to chat about Thousand Eyes." So I've got our Thousand Eyes guys next week running around. I've sent them a range of emails saying this is what we need to follow up on, this is where we need to look.
Yeah, I think after your interview, I've just got a few pings as well, being like, we need to talk about digital resiliency and how that can sort of self heal, as Raman was putting it. It's
Yeah, to predictive, what is it? So we're currently at reactive, we want to go to proactive, and then we want to go to predictive.
So we've heard ITSI. Is there any other acronyms you've come up with this week, or that you've heard of for the first time?
Oh, I think well, obviously we hear AI as a lot, ML, I think around the AI ready infrastructure, we're hearing a lot about, we've got CPUs originally, now it's GPUs, and we've got to look at DPUs, and I feel like...
all the U's.
All the U's. So I think, pretty much with every new kind of technology era, so this era is the AI era, there has to be a range of different, terminology, different kind of acronyms that come out of that as well. So I've had to start writing all of them down. When I heard ITSI, I was thinking, the nursery rhyme, Itsy Bitsy Spider, and I'm like, I don't think that's what they were going for, I'm pretty sure.
But it works, however you remember it. But ITSI, Splunk IT Services Intelligent Dashboard. That's where you can go check it out, and in the world of solutions. I think I mentioned I was desperate to head over there and get a T-shirt, but now I actually want to see this all platform and dashboard in first hand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But even though we're not at the world of solutions all the time, we keep on stealing things from the world of solutions. I wanted to talk about these little guys that we have on our desk.
What are they? You brought these out, and
these are fantastic little figurines. They all have the Cisco Live logo. I'm sure mine's a healthcare worker, which is great because yesterday we spoke about the network and IoT and how we're using pretty much the network to ensure that the health sector gets a lot more value out of all of the different CT scans. They're looking at AI in terms of helping their patients and infrastructure. And the infrastructure that we need behind that has to be a lot greater because, obviously the data for the CT scans is a lot bigger. But actually, I don't know what yours is.
No, I don't know what mine is either. But and I think we do need to find out, and I would love to find out more. But maybe who can help us find out is our customer service and customer experiences platform. So right now we're about to head over to Centre Stage, where we have Jackie G talking all about AI capabilities, especially when it comes into customer service and customer experience. Let's head to Centre Stage now with Jackie G.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President and General Manager Customer Experience, APJC Cisco, Jacqueline Guichelar.
Welcome everyone. We are very excited to have you join our sessions for those here in person and also online. I'm Jackie Guichelar, Senior Vice President of Customer Experience in APJC. And it's a pleasure to have you here. I am delighted to have my friend, Cisco Fellow and Chief Architect, Carlos Pereira, join me on stage today. He is incredible. I'm learning a lot from him every single day. So looking forward to having him share with you as we go deeper into what we're doing around AI in general. But look, no doubt you've heard a lot about AI this week. And we like to figure out how to make it practical, how to make it something that is relatable to you. However, what I've heard from a lot of people is that identifying priority use cases sounds maybe easier than it actually is. And so we want to get into a little bit of that because there's so much out there right now in terms of what you can do with AI, including some things that we've done with AI already at Cisco, and I want to share a little bit of that with you so as we get into the detail. So one of the things I want you to take away from this session is how can customer experience, right? That's the team that Carlos and I are a part of, and Sandeep's here. We've got many people in the audience. How can we help you And so we're gonna get into that as well. So look, as the hype suggests, it is everywhere. And by the way, I was on a panel this morning, breakfast, actually roundtable, very confidential roundtable with many CIOs and CTOs. There are real use cases going on in every single sector here in Australia, and things are starting to move at speed. You know, the reality is we have made strides in many ways already, but the pressure's on. The pressure is on because in many cases, what people are saying is that if we don't find a way, if you don't find a way, if we can't find a way to help you really accelerate your AI use cases and journey, some of us might get left behind, and we don't want that to happen. So let's talk about some of these statistics here. This is an interesting one. I want you to have a look at this and see if it reminds you of anything, because it reminded me of a couple of things. First of all, the 98% urgency to deploy AI has gone up. So pretty much everyone has an urgency of some sort, shape or form to really embrace AI. So it's gone up by 1%, but it's pretty much everyone, we know that. But here's the really interesting factor. Only 15% of customers have infrastructure that is fully equipped to leverage AI. Only 15%. It's actually gone down. It's gone down from last year. It was 17. So that's an interesting, I mean, when I saw that, I was a little bit surprised, shocked, and I'm trying to figure out why is that? Why is it that people are not able to really get on that journey? So that's something that we really need to figure out. Why is there such a gap, and what do we need to do in order to help you? So what about adopting AI? So a couple of things. It isn't one size fits all. And as I mentioned, the use cases are crucial, and so is the return on investment. And if you look here in terms of where do we see AI today? Where do we see it happening? Not only in Cisco, but also with many of our customers. So first of all, two areas: customer service, no surprise there. So B2C, and then we also see it in cybersecurity. Around areas like B2B. And so they are really areas that we know. We can see many of our customers already moving into that space. And when we get into, what are some of those use cases? So the first one I want to talk about is anomaly detection. So irregular patterns in traffic. Like, we know that is happening already. We see it. We see it with the likes of the Splunk platform. We see it in areas of TAC that we actually have some use cases around today. But there is more we can do. And then we also see it on code generation. And so when I look at what we do in CX in support of you, we have many use cases already where we are essentially enabling you to leverage some of the assistance that we are building, or at the same time, we're also looking internally about how can we really free up our engineers away from code creation, away from things like implementation services, so that they can actually free themselves up to support you more in areas like cyber. So one of the areas you heard me talk about yesterday is Cisco's TAC. Now, they are leading the way on leveraging AI and Gen AI to deliver more personalized and proactive and predictive support. And I talked about proactive RMA yesterday. So how many of you know the RMA process at Cisco? Any of you? Parts? Yeah. So now, the good news is we're getting really good at this because we're able to predict when you have risk in your hardware. That's coming. And we are automatically generating a response to that, so that, we can improve low response or no response. I think we've improved it by about 60% now, which is pretty good. But the most important thing is how do we get that replacement to you as fast as possible to make sure that you avoid any downtime possible, and at the same time, how do we avoid you having to spend 48 hours raising orders and raising requests and filling out information that you don't need to. So I think that's a really good one. And then the other one that I mentioned yesterday was the Cisco AI Assessment for TAC. So we've got 4 decades of insights that we have been collecting from many of our customers, and that's pretty incredible. So what we need to figure out is how do we get that information and data into your hands, especially as it relates to you? So cases that are happening in your company, in your infrastructure, if we see them in other customers, we should be able to get you that information in your fingertips ASAP to make sure that, again, we avoid any downtime possible. And equally, where we can, we're leveraging Sherlock to resolve as many cases as possible, up to 1 million to date, to make sure that wherever we can, no human intervention is required. So we're going to keep driving that to places that we haven't seen yet, new heights. Now let's talk about root cause analysis. One of my favorites. In fact, I came from 2 meetings this morning with customers talking about outages that they've had recently. And I know that in many cases, people in the audience here are actually hand typing root cause analysis reports. Who's heard of an RCA? I think a few of us know an RCA. I think I used to fill them out when I was 20-something years old when I worked for IBM Global Services, and I was a major incident manager. So here is a great example, which is nearly 100% contextual accuracy of a root cause analysis that the AI assistant is now generating. And it's doing it automatically in minutes. I know for a fact that there is someone in the audience here today that has been trying to complete a root cause analysis report for the last week. It involves 3 different companies, and it's still not complete for the last week. This does it in 10 minutes. And not only does it do it in 10 minutes, very accurate data, factually correct report. I love data, and I like factually correct. It's not emotional, it is factually correct. And by the way, it comes in multiple languages. And so we need to figure out how do we make things easier for people to do their really critical work, which is protect our critical infrastructure, as opposed to filling out information that is readily accessible by using AI. Now, Sherlock, I talked about Sherlock a little earlier as well. Sherlock, is solving cases in minutes. In minutes that used to take us hours. And in many cases, multiple handoffs, and we know that the handoff situation is always very, very difficult when you're on shift, when you're looking after one customer, maybe 2 customers or 3 customers. It's very hard to get the right, accurate information around that handoff process. The more we can avoid that and really focus on the critical incidents, the ones that really matter, and let Sherlock deal with the repetitive issues that we are learning through AI, and we are building that information, and we're getting that information out to customers who may have seen the incident for the first time, but by the way, we already had 100 customers who've been through the incident and know how to resolve it. And so Sherlock is actually now really, really heating up. Now, before I transfer over to Carlos, we've got, as I said before, we've got 40 years of expertise to help you. And there's 3 areas that we know we can help you with. The first one is AI-ready data centers. We need to figure out how we get AI-ready data centers to you. There's been a lot of discussion about how can Cisco help you. We can help you. A big discussion this morning around, do you go cloud? Do you not go cloud? Some of the customers this morning are talking about pulling back maybe a little bit and figuring out what kind of workloads make sense to run in cloud versus your own pods. And Carlos will talk a bit about that later. Future-proof workplaces, I think that's also critical. We have to make sure we have the right workplaces and we protect them from a security perspective. And then finally, a digital resilient footprint. That is key. That is key for all of us. Again, big discussion this morning. If we don't have resiliency, we don't have a license to move towards AI or innovate with technology that is coming at us very fast. So resiliency, security, observability, making sure that you respond to incidents when they happen is going to be critical. So with that scene set, let me hand over to Carlos to take us through a little bit more about AI and the possibilities of it all. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. So Jackie just covered a little bit the why you're doing this and what we can do. I'm going a lot more deeper than that. So the idea, I know, is after lunch, so I'm going to share with you some of all these pillars that start with the digital resiliency. So what we've done, for instance, as an example, we have an AI assistant that is embedded in all the Cisco security products. It provides experience assistance on how you navigate for a SecOps person. It also brings detection on the billions of detections across the whole install base, and it actually has a lot of autonomous actions for remediation. But there's one thing that Jackie announced yesterday that I want to highlight for you, which is this. So think about the situation. She was mentioning about TAC, the Technical Assistance Center. We do have an AI assistant for TAC. So the customer can go and open a TAC case and be assisted on how he's dealing with the TAC. However, if I'm in a product itself, I'm a SecOps that I'm managing a firewall, in this case a fire management control, when I get this and I have a problem, for whatever reason it is, then I'm in the product and I need to open a case for a bug or a troubleshooting. So it actually forces the user to open a second interface, go there and try to type all the context. The context is lost. And also, as I'm talking about AI, the likelihood for me to asking the same question and two assistants and get two different answers is very high. So what we did was actually took the TAC, which is sort of a broker of intellectual capital and intelligence, and actually integrated into the product itself. So when you go to a security product for Cisco, on this example, we start to ask questions about how the product works, help me to configure, and some things like that. It may come to a point that if something is not working properly in the product, you ask a question, the assistant for the product does not know the answer. Why? Because the product only knows about itself, what's the documentation and stuff. It doesn't have 30 years of history or how other customers may be doing and what the intelligence it is. So we actually now, behind the scenes, you get the context, who is on the product, what configurations you have, what's your runtime environment, embed with the questions, goes to the TAC, and the answer comes and rendered directly into the AI assistant. So we have one screen, one single experience that comes across together. So that's an example of how we are driving not only experience, but the resilience on the customer. The second one that is the future workspaces is like on the case of WebEx. This is a very interesting animation. If you look for the top left, you're going to see that lady. She just left the video call for whatever reason. WebEx detected that, just gray out her screen, and at the same time, start to capture everything that is related with her. If her name was mentioned or was charted for her, so the AI assistant is going to bring back all the recap of everything that was mentioned during that time, and if there are action items associated to her, they're going to show immediately to her. That is amazing. So many times we are on a call and you need to go and talk with someone else, you get another one, the ring bells go off, or the kid shows up, or the dog jumps on my lap, all the combinations. So you get this automatically detected, and when I come back, there is a catch me up. But that's an interesting because we can generate the meetings, recaps, as I mentioned, and some of the references. But also, this is applicable for when you talk about B2C, when you're offering contact center offerings for other customers. It's a part of the Cisco portfolio. So I can offer this as part of multi-customers, if you will. And if you look on the bottom right of this, is AI-generated chat and voice. You saw the demo yesterday. Then in the keynote, we show you the AI assistant on WebEx helping the employee for Cisco to get their vacations going through. What was not shown yesterday is that all that information is actually captured, and there is a data-driven feedback loop that allows you to keep making the model learn better. So as more customers use, the better the accuracy of the response would be. But then we talk about additional resilience, we talk about the future workspace, but there is one thing that was AI-ready data center. Jackie mentioned about on-premises versus cloud, what's the best deployment model, what's the cost for that? So the question that I would ask to Jackie on behalf of you is like, hey, on that statistic, 15% are only the ones ready. What happens if I'm not on this 15%? Where do I start? So that's a typical question that I get asked, and we inside Cisco, on the Cisco CX organization, we help a lot of customers with. And I'm going to go very quickly on how it looks like. AI is a lot of buzzwords, a lot of people see it on the hype. Let's start from the beginning. First question, a lot of customers come to me and said, I think I need AI, my first question to them, okay, great, what is that for? It sounds trivial, but it's not. A lot of people like, you go to a supermarket, I want to buy. You want to buy what? I want to buy. What do you want to buy? I just want to buy. A lot of people tell me I need AI. For what? I just need AI. My boss tells me that I need to put AI on my things. To what? So that's the first question that will help you. If you know what you're doing for, then we help you on the plan and design and you go for the project. And I'm going to explain what the goal means. If not, then most likely we need to identify the use case and how you're going to go there. I'll give an example. A customer of ours in Europe, we had this initial meeting. The customer came with 412 potential use cases. 412. In 2 weeks, we zone it to 5 that actually are impacted to the business that we act upon. So that arrow on the left, how you talk about the use case. If you identify the use case but you don't have buy-in for your boss, the likelihood for that to happen is not too high. So we go for the executive support and the sponsorship because it actually impacts the business. It's not something that wave handy. And from there you go to the strategy, identify, and go to the plan. When you do AI adoption journey with the customers, the first thing that we did is identify the use case. Then we go and map what the data sets are associated with that. Either business to consumer or business to business, there is data that needs to be feeding those models. And I'm not talking about generative AI models only. I'm talking about models in general. Could be machine learning models. If you are a financial service, you can have high-frequency trading models. It has been around for years. But the reality is you have data sets, and who is going to be the one using that model? So let me give you a perspective on the models. If you're talking about AI workloads for traditional AI and machine learning workloads, which has been around for years. Everybody talks about AI as a synonym on Gen AI, and Gen AI uses LLMs. For the people that cares to understand what LLM means, the L means language. So it's about a conversational. They don't understand predictability. If I'm talking about predictive models, this is never going to be a Gen AI ChatGPT. ChatGPT does not do predictive. It's just an interface. It's a conversation interface that's trained against the internet information. Your salary for your employees or your business is not on the internet, hopefully. So there is no way that the GPT is going to look about this. So you need to have other types of models to work in conjunction. And when you talk about traditional models, which by the way is run the vast majority of the business, we start with the data infrastructure, which is very intensive on I/O. So you need high IOPS for the storage and a very strong network that has low latency across, because you prepare the data, you train a model, because it's your business. I'm talking about predictive model for my financial results. So you train the model on your business. Or am I retailing? I'm using a computer vision model to identify frauds. So you train the model to your retail stores because you sell food or you sell clothing. It's different. So you train the model, you evaluate towards your goal, and then you deploy. So that's traditional machine learning. When you go to Gen AI, the latest and greatest is GPTs of the world, the model is pre-trained. You download the model either is open source like a Llama or use something that is already pre-trained. It's trained on the internet information. And then you use that model and you point for your source of information, which is called inferencing. So you leverage that model and you go towards a place that has your information so the answers make sense. So for instance, if I ask a GPT, who is Carlos? Most likely the GPTs go to the internet, LinkedIn, and find my name. And he's going to get the information. If they said, what is the meetings that Carlos has tomorrow, GPTs won't have an answer because he doesn't have access to my calendar. Does it make sense? But if I give the GPT access to my calendar through an API, it will get the reasoning for the answer to make sense. But the model is pre-trained. And you get to a point when you start to ask questions, but in order to evolve with this to be more business sense, you need to fine-tune the model. You need to get to the model more information and make the training beyond the internet to get your things. So you see the two completely different on AI that everybody talks, I need AI. hold on. Let's understand a little bit more what you're talking about, because in reality, when you talk about business, it's pretty much both. And both have different infrastructure requirements. And both has different cost models. And that's why when you go out of the experimentation, you experiment and you go to production. So the first thing we help you as a CX is to do that experimentation with the models, help you choose the models, help you find out what the data sets that exist, which ones you're going to need to go for the use case. You experiment and you get to a point like, hey, I'm talking about a machine learning model, let's say a computer vision model. It's just graphics. Great, that's for a business purpose, for fraud detection. Or I want to have a chatbot interface for my contact center folks that are calling me. That's a good thing. Let's now imagine that I have a contact center for my stores that I need to predict how much information that is. So I'm talking about a traditional model, I'm talking about a Gen AI, I'm talking about a predictive model. So how we bring this together in production? We in CX can help you get there to identify those models, and more than anything, that infrastructure goes across this. And as you start the usage, you need to label the data, train the model with your data, and it becomes a data-driven feedback loop for fine-tuning. As you build your application, benchmark against that, and that's a process that keeps happening. So Cisco CX can help you accomplish that. You obviously have other partners, and every business is different. We can use the models you download for open source, or you can use a Mistral, or you can use a Cohere, or you can use Llama, or you can use Hugging Face, a lot of those models there. It doesn't change that process, because that's a business-driven process. Based on that, we also look and help the customers on the ethical, responsible AI. So I'll give you a perspective. You put an open interface that people ask a question. What happens if someone goes to your interface and asks, what is the color of your underwear? I'm joking, but it's a valid question. What is the model going to answer? Right? So we need to get the notion of guardrails, that this is a silly question that I posed for you, but I actually have customers, I'm not joking, this is what I'm going to say, is not a joke. I have worked with a customer, when we start to do an evaluation data sets, they have on their data sets Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt, and all of that as part of the customers, because people make jokes. How we actually have the model to understand that those are actually not customers. Or if they make a comment that is more racist, or a comment that is more misogyn, or something that shouldn't be allowed for that, or they just curse and they call the mother of someone something that it shouldn't be, and people write it there. So how we put guardrails on the responsible AI and security, that's one aspect on the interface. And another aspect, as the model answers, how we make sure that the data and the privacy of the data is guaranteed. So this is a new world. There's a lot of hype on AI. We are here to help you to actually lend this a little bit. A lot of people say, oh, I'm going to put stuff on ChatGPT, I'm going to download this and the other and buy GPU. GPU is expensive, NVIDIA is crazy. All of that is true, but the reality is this is not for fun. For the people that had hair like me 10 years ago that look at the cloud environment, is a rush go, the same thing. The only difference now is a lot more expensive. And if you go and try to do inference in the cloud, you're going to regret, because the cost is going to be like 2-3 times higher. And if you want to do fine training in the cloud, the same GPU on the cloud takes 5 days for a job that takes 3 days on premises. Why is that? Because in on-premise is yours. You don't virtualize. But you need to understand how many you're going to buy up front, because they are expensive. So we're dealing with the customers and help to shape this out as you go along. Last but not least, this is just showing what we announced this week. We show about the AI pods at a high level. I'm actually double down. What is in an AI pod? So we have the infra itself, with obviously the NVIDIAs, but we have Intel and we have AMD. Why? Because not all models are going to just use GPUs for parallelization. There is a lot of inferencing models that is going to run on the edge. On my example, computer vision, if you're doing fraud detection on a branch, it's not a data center. It's a supermarket, it's a retail branch that you go there. So a lot of this comes together, and then we have the software layer for management environment. the abstraction on running on Kubernetes, and then all the models that we have qualified and validated. So every one of those we are releasing on validated designs, which is public, so you know the frame of reference that we are coming through. So we help this not to want to implement, but to educate the customers themselves. Last but not least, and I want to touch this and invite Jackie back on stage, which is what is our principle for responsible AI, as I mentioned before. I made some comments on asking the color of the underwear, which is actually true, and the cursing and all of that goes. And by the way, I'm talking about this as a joke, but that's part of the framework for us to test the model. So we test and see, we want the model to actually provide a better answer. So we need to balance what is privacy of the data versus security, because if you make this too restrict, the model becomes not useful to provide value to the business. Same thing between transparency and fairness, how we can make it transparent of the information, but at the same time fair in order to reply to the information that you are providing. And the controls that are in place are not related only for the model, but also for the infrastructure that's underneath. How do I guarantee that if I'm posing a question, that's not going to run my budget completely dry out? I'll give you an example that my team inside CX, we are living as we speak. We have part of the signals for a partner that's running on the cloud. I want to evolve the sentiment analysis for you all, instead of using surveys to actually go through all the information that's on the interactions that exist. Because that system is running in the cloud, when I go through it, there is a lot of tokens consumption, and the money is huge. So I just made a decision together with the team, I'm going to move all the data on-prem first, because I can run as many times because the cost is not on instance base. So those are things that as you start to talk with you and evaluate use cases become more clear. And Jackie, just to finalize here, if you come together with me, I put a formula. Yes, bring her in. So she and I come on this together. I bring a formula on how Cisco is bringing CX with AI for value maximization. What do you think about this? Artificial intelligence, plus the human intelligence that you mentioned yesterday, plus CX actually drive return on investment.
Perfect.
What about that?
That's a good one. Don't go anywhere.
I'm not
I told you he was amazing. So look, as we wrap up, a couple of things. We have experts here. I know it's been a long couple of days, but make sure you talk to our experts. Make sure you go to the booths.
Which is right there.
Right there. And make sure you check out some of the demos. And by the way, look, I think when Carlos mentioned the, like, what is you want AI for? Like, what do you want it? What's your use case? I know from talking to many of you, you're struggling to figure it out. So please take us up on this offer. We are serious. We have got incredible people who know how to do this well. And look, many of us are learning. I'm still learning too. But if you don't know where to start, we have our people here. My email is jg@cisco.com. Ping me directly. We'll find a team. We'll help you. Thank you for listening.
Thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of Cisco Live. Thank you.
Wow. Carlos's example about the customer with over 2,000 use cases for AI really got me thinking about, actually, we've been talking about AI, but what are we actually using AI for? I know in Dave West's keynote he mentioned AI toothbrushes, AI toilet seats, and I feel like those are not the examples that we're going for here, but it's great to think about more broadly about what organizations might be using as their top key 5 AI areas rather than all of the AI areas we could be looking at. Jackie G said that only 15% of organizations are AI ready, which is, I'm really surprised, quite a low amount. But I think, we're looking at the AI world of solutions, and the fact that the AI ready assessment will be available for those watching online with a QR code with Paul Johnson. We'll be heading over to Mark and Karen shortly to discuss how those that are AI ready and the infrastructure that we will need are already here with the Cisco Series UCX. And we'll be looking at how those particular devices are going to be working for GPUs. So let's head over there to the World of Solutions now.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the World of Solution and Hub Tour, and we are here at the brand new AI Hub. Paul Johnson, welcome back again to the broadcast.
Thank you very much.
So Paul, can you tell us why we have the AI hub here, brand new to Cisco Live this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So AI is really topical, as we all know. So this was an opportunity to bring all the innovations we've got across the whole portfolio into one condensed area where people can walk through and see how we're displaying AI both in Cisco products and how we're actually enabling the AI journey for our customers.
So how is AI being integrated into Cisco's products, and what benefits does that then bring to our customers?
Yeah, I think as we all know, networks and security are becoming much more complex, right? So AI plays a pivotal role in helping us actually achieve the acceleration we need to deal with all those threats and network operation tasks. So we've implemented that into a lot of our network management tools and security operations tools to actually help our network and security operations people, as well as for the end user as well in our WebEx and collaboration suite.
We hear a lot around AI readiness. Can you talk us through what the AI readiness assessment is and how does that help our customers?
Yeah, sure. A lot of people think AI is really just about the tools, right? About the hardware around GPUs and network and so forth. But there's a lot more to be ready to drive your own AI journey in a customer. A lot of that is about maturity as an organisation. So this is a really easy tool to sort of give you a quick snapshot about the areas that you might want to focus on in order to accelerate your AI journey or understand whether you're ready for AI. And it covers a bunch of key areas, whether that's the strategy, your corporate strategy, the infrastructure, which is the GPUs and the network, but a lot of things around governance, your data retention, your people and culture as well. And so it gives you a great snapshot, a quick assessment of where you are in that journey.
And so if our online audience want to go and use the tool, is there somewhere that we can point them to?
Yeah, absolutely. On the screen there should be a QR code which will be able to take you straight to this tool, and then you'll be able to do a quick assessment yourself from your own computer.
Fantastic. And it looks like there's a lot of AI built into a lot of the areas across the stands here.
Huge amount, yeah. Whilst we've put it all into this one area, you can go into any of the individual domains and see AI in collaboration all the way through to security.
Thanks so much, PJ. It's great to have you here on the broadcast.
Pleasure.
Mark, we've got a lot still to look at in terms of AI here at Cisco Live. Where do you want to go to next?
We sure do, Karen. I think I might go find Chris Gascoigne and Greg Scarlett and see if we can learn a bit more about how Cisco's helping customers build the infrastructure to support their own AI projects.
Fantastic, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, so I found Chris and Greg from our CAI team. Chris and Greg, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you. Now, we've heard a lot all through the week around how Cisco are incorporating AI into all of our products. Also, how we're building new solutions powered by AI from scratch, such as Hypershield. But what I'd really love to learn more about is how are we helping customers who are preparing to embark on their own AI projects in terms of building out that AI infrastructure?
Yeah, and it's a great question, an area where we're spending a lot of effort and investing a lot of effort from a product perspective. And fundamentally, we have two approaches for customers to choose from in terms of implementing the infrastructure on premises to run their AI workloads. The first approach is a sort of reference architecture validated design approach where we work with a number of our partners like Pure Storage, NetApp, Red Hat, NVIDIA to build out reference designs for that entire stack that makes up the AI infrastructure environment. And then the second approach is more of a full stack solution where we will be delivering with Hyperfabric AI a entire solution top to bottom managed from the cloud, delivered as a service, really, really easy for customers to deploy. Specifically, I suppose, just on the networking side, because obviously that's where a big focus of ours is two things. One is around using common hardware across those different approaches. So with our Silicon One ASICs, enabled us to build things like 800 gig, 64 port, 800 gig switches that can be used either in that reference design approach or in the Hyperfabric AI approach that we're building out. So providing consistency from a hardware perspective, but choice in terms of the model that a customer wants to deploy. Do they want to do it themselves with our management tools like Nexus Dashboard, or do they want a full stack as a service kind of solution with something like Hyperfabric AI?
Great. So it sounds like there's a lot to consider beyond just the GPU. But let's face it, when we're training those big AI workloads, really we just want the biggest, most powerful GPU we can get our hands on, right?
Not quite. Now, think of it like car racing. When we think of car racing, we usually think about Formula One. But if you take a Formula One car and take it out on a rally track, you're going to have a pretty poor experience. So what we tend to find is most customers are looking for something fit for purpose. Now, it also comes back to the validated designs. So what I'd like to do is take you over and to show you some of what we're doing in that space to build things fit for purpose before we look at those really big boys.
Sounds good. Let's go take a look. Okay, Greg, so here we are in front of our UCS X-Series platform. Can you expand a bit more on what you mentioned earlier about the importance of customers selecting the right size of infrastructure rather than just going straight to the biggest and the best?
Yep. Yeah, we've heard a lot of hype about AI in the last year, and people tend to think about the biggest and the best. They look at Facebook, they look at what Twitter are doing, and they're using thousands of GPUs in these big learning workflows. Now, what we tend to see more for most customers is that they're more interested in the inferencing. And what that means is the requirements are extremely different to what we see from those training workloads. Now, what we've done with Cisco is created some workloads that go in our UCS X-Series platform. Now, the idea with this is that customers can run their normal VMware or Red Hat or Microsoft workloads in a chassis directly alongside some AI inferencing workloads. Now, we've termed these AI pods, and we've created a few different sizes that are designed to fit the use cases for the majority of customers. So for customers who are doing edge inferencing, their requirements and use cases are going to be quite different to someone doing high-end training. So the idea is that X-Series can be a flexible platform to accommodate any workload you want to throw at it, even if it's 2 or 3 of those same use cases within one platform. This gives customers the benefit of not having multiple different silos of infrastructure to run all the different workloads. They now have one common platform that can accommodate all of their use cases, all of their workloads, from bare metal to virtualization to containerization and now AI/ML. Now, this means that customers have far more choice. They can choose the right platform in a single chassis, and then when they do need those big workloads, we can also accommodate them. So what we're going to look at now from Chris is for those big customers. What are we doing in that big end of town? And we'd love to show you.
Great, I can't wait, Greg. Let's go and see what we can do with the biggest and best when it comes to those big GPUs for those machine learning workloads. Okay, Chris, so this bad boy looks like it can fit so many GPUs. Why don't you tell us what options we've got for customers who are interested in running those really large AI training workloads?
Yeah, great question. As you heard from Greg just a moment ago around the X-Series from an inferencing perspective, it's great for that use case, but some customers are going to want to do larger scale training workloads, larger fine-tuning workloads, and that's really where platforms like this come into the picture. This is the UCS C885A. It's a GPU server designed for those training workloads. So we support 8 NVIDIA or AMD GPUs in this platform, H100, H200, B100 on the NVIDIA side, and MI300 on the AMD side. So offering real choice for customers about which GPUs they want to use. And ultimately, for customers, the big benefit of using a platform like this is that if they do have a broad spectrum of workloads, some inferencing, some training, that just like the X-Series platform that Greg was talking about, this is also managed by Intersight. So we have one management platform across all of our AI workloads and use the right platform for the right job. So X-Series for inferencing workloads and this for training workloads. This does consume quite a bit of power, so customers are going to be cognizant about where they deploy this, how many they deploy. I think if we powered it on here, if we were able to power it on here in the conference center, we'd probably dim the lights. It consumes about 10 kilowatts of power per server. So pretty powerful server, but really aimed at those high-end training use cases, which we're starting to see customers do more and more of.
Amazing. Thanks, Chris. And it's great to see that we've got that flexibility for customers, no matter whether they're looking at running inferencing or training workloads in their own facilities. Now, if customers want to learn more about how we can support them in their AI projects, where should they go?
Yeah, so the QR code on the screen will take you to our AI native infrastructure for data center page, where you can learn about all the things that we've talked about today. The servers from both an inferencing and a training perspective, the networking, the AI-ready networking from both a Hyper-Fabric and a Nexus dashboard perspective. All of that's there on the AI native infrastructure for data center page.
Great. Thanks, Chris. It's been awesome to learn all about our infrastructure for AI-ready data centers. And that's it for us here at the AI Hub. But now I'm going to hand back to our hosts in the studio who've got another exciting segment.
Thank you so much to the World of Solutions team. Now we're going to move on to a section that's really close to my heart, the Women at Cisco panel. Today they'll be discussing the rate of acceleration of change, how AI is a shaping opportunity for women in STEM, and also how we can actually include a lot of personal investment for the women in our organizations in terms of upskilling to be ready for the AI movement. The panel will share their personal anecdotes and their career stories. We've got a really stellar lineup. These are women that in my life are also role models and that I see around, and I'm lucky to see around the office. It'll be Anupam Trehan, Rita Arrigo, Julie Canepa, Gemma Alka, and Vanessa Sawalski. So this is an opportunity to, I think, connect with the women in your organization. I'm very excited that we'll be hearing from them all today. Let's go to Women at Cisco now.
Please welcome to the stage Vice President, People and Communities, Cisco Asia Pacific, Japan and China, Cisco, Anupam Trehan.
Hey everyone, good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed lunch and had the opportunity to connect and interact with some of the others. And a huge shout out. It will be absolutely remiss of me if I do not do a huge shout out to our Women of Cisco gang, who actually has helped organize, get us all together today. So a huge, huge shout out and a round of applause for them. I have to admit, when I thought about the title for today's session, I was like, how do I introduce this session to everybody who's attending? And I just realized, I don't know why I was spending time thinking about introducing the session, because when I look around, I see a group of amazing individuals who collectively are a force to reckon with. And I'm like, there's no better way to introduce the title that we have for our session today, The Power of I, because that is the power that all of you bring in individually and collectively. If you were to take a step down history, you would see that across the decades, women have shaped the way of technology. Whether it was Ada Lovelace, who was considered the world's first programmer, or whether it was Radia Perlman, who's actually often referred to as the mother of internet, or if it's Reshma Saujani, who actually founded Girls Who Code, or most recently Fei-Fei Li, who's supposed to be a leader in AI. When you look at the pace of change of technology today, the need to have diverse views, diverse inputs, and diverse perspectives has never been more important or more key. Now, is technology daunting sometimes? Yeah. But as long as we lean in with curiosity more than apprehension, I think we can shape the way forward. And so I'm super excited to be joined by a group of amazing women and amazing technologists today. And let me just take a quick moment to introduce all of them. Vanessa Sulikowski, Distinguished Services Engineer at Cisco, Gemma Alka, Director, Innovation Central, Brisbane, Rita Arrigo, Strategic Engagement Manager, National AI Center, and Julie Canepa, who's not a stranger to most of you all, Director, Customer Delivery and Architecture, CX Australia and New Zealand, who's going to be actually moderating the session. Welcome, panelists, and have an amazing session.
Hello, everybody. So good to see all of you today. And hello to all the people that are joining us on the live broadcast. We're glad you could join us. We're so excited today to bring together such a bunch of legends in IT to talk to us about the topic of the day, right? AI is what we've been hearing all about throughout our time here at Cisco Live. Lots of discussion, but I don't think we've had the discussion from this point of view, which is what's really exciting. So today we're going to focus on the power of I. You know, I love that theme. It's all about innovation, artificial intelligence, inclusion, and all of us in this room, and how we're going to move forward together as an industry and support each other through our journey of AI. So I thought we would start off hearing from a little bit from everyone so you can get to know them. So Rita, I'd like to start with you. Can you talk to us about the purpose of the National AI Innovation Center and what you've been observing over the last year?
Absolutely. And first of all, I'd like to thank Cisco for inviting me here today. It's super exciting to be part of your Cisco Live. But I work for the National AI Centre. I'm one of these lucky people that's been in AI for about 5 years now. And the National AI Centre is designed to support the adoption of responsible AI in Australia by building capability within business, as well as building an Australian AI industry, and finally around adopting responsible AI. So we're doing a lot of work in that space, and it's really interesting, and I'll share a bit more about how it's relevant to women. But what I've seen over the past year is this massive explosion because of generative AI. It's made such a big impact to people's understanding of what AI is, and it's actually caused it to be much more penetrated and people wanting to know more about it. And in Australia, we have a fantastic AI startup called Leonardo.ai, and they're like completely changing it for people in terms of the creative areas. So generative AI is having an impact on the manager, the customer service, the developer, the researcher, but also on the creative. And Leonardo.ai has already have over 24 million users in 180 different countries, and they're tapping into the creativity. So it kind of shows that, Australia has also got some great capability in this space, and that we're there to lead the way. So I think that's all I've got to share at the moment.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And I'm going to jump down to you now, Vanessa. If you could tell us a bit more about your role in the engineering space and how you're navigating AI conversations with different audiences.
Sure. I'm so happy to be here, everyone. I've got to say, I did 6 sessions this week at Cisco Live, and I saved the best till last, and so wonderful to be here. As a distinguished engineer, part of my role is to be a trusted advisor for our customers, our partners, and also internally for our engineers. And interestingly, I've been talking about AI for over 10 years now. And 10 years, we've been talking about different AI technologies. And, it's been very directed conversations then. We talk about how we were using AI in technology, like we were using facial detection or head detection. But now, in the last 2 years, just with the acceleration that we've seen in Gen AI, there's not a conversation that I have that AI doesn't come up. And so I need to really navigate those conversations by talking about use cases, outcomes, but also, and we'll dive a little deep into it in a little bit, in responsible AI and what we do around that ethically responsible AI development. But I wanted to tell you a little bit of a personal story and how AI is really changing what we can do. So I've been presenting at Networkers Cisco Live since 2001, and this is the first year that I've done 6 sessions, right? And I did 2 keynotes, so the main keynote and a deep dive keynote. I also did 2 tech sessions, a customer session, and then finishing off with this great panel. I could not have possibly even considered to do that 5-6 years ago. I did 3 sessions 6 years ago, nearly killed me. But the big change is, traditionally, it would take 6 weeks to 2 months to build 1 technical session. And I'd have to go and get all of the documents that I want to use, all the content. I'd have to read through everything. I'd spend days searching through material. Now, with the AI tools that we have, I can search for something through documents, and it'll give me the page that it's on. It'll take me to that minute in the video. It'll tell me that it's 41 minutes and 20 seconds. And so the velocity that I could get the content meant that I had the confidence to take on 6 sessions and create the content across them. And so it's so impactful in a positive way that they're the kind of stories that I can share with our customers.
and that means we all get more Vanessa, so that's fantastic. Gemma, as Director of Innovation Central in Brisbane, can you share with us the work of the Centre, particularly in how you're connecting students to address real-world problems?
I can. Thank you, Julie. And I just want to start by saying this is exceptional, and I'm excited. Yay! Innovation Central Brisbane is a co-founded innovation hub created by Queensland University of Technology and Cisco. But we're more than a transactional partnership. The Innovation Central Brisbane is part of what is the National Industry Innovation Network, which is a phenomenal collaboration of a number of universities, industries and Cisco, all working together across Australia to accelerate Australia's innovation capability and uplift our digital skills. Here at Cisco Live this year, we've actually got the NIN stand just behind us.
Looking at it.
And more than 50 of those collaborating partners showcasing the ways that, in partnership with Cisco, we are absolutely moving the needle on bringing students into the work world faster, but also having the students teach us and be with us, providing the real-world innovation, working on challenges of national standards that matter for all of us. And so the idea of Innovation Central Brisbane is about being the front door. Much like the other Innovation Centrals across the states in Australia and our territory, we are the front door that big tech, government, industry can come together with students and our academics, and it's through that connection in partnership that we're driving digital skills.
That's really cool, and it's a fantastic centre, and really, thanks for sharing that with us.
And I'm excited about it too. So we're looking at doing some National AI Centre NIN
There we go.
collaboration.
Another
So
NIN partner.
Thank you,
Fantastic.
women of Cisco.
That's awesome. So just want to hear from each of you, what is the most exciting use case that you have in your world right now? Just to give everyone a flavour of what's going on.
Ooh.
You want to go first, Gemma?
My most exciting use case is happening right now live in the absolute essence and the DNA of what the National Industry Innovation Network partnership was built on, which is students. So behind us, we actually have 15 students from across our innovation centres working on a live hackathon here at Cisco Live, working on a challenge for the sponsored partner Coles around designing the sustainable shop of the future. It's the most exciting thing because that challenge has been happening for 5 days. And so it's through that whole idea of how do we design for connected partnerships and find the moments to bring each other together and have a conversation, be curious, and actually learn a little bit more about how can AI play a part? How can we do it in connection together?
Fantastic.
So in the last 3 days, and I can't believe it's only been 3 days, in the last 3 days I've talked about so many different innovations that we've seen, but probably one of the ones that I think is one of the most exciting is the generative AI capabilities that we're adding into Vidcast. And Vidcast, for those of you that don't know, is our platform that allows you to create video content very easily. What you can do now is you can upload any PDF file, any PowerPoint file, and it will generate an AI talk track, generate the video for you. And you can choose the tone that you want. Do you want it business professional? Do you want it educational? Do you want it technical? Do you want it conversational? And so it will go through in minutes. It will create a video, a full script. You can edit the script if there's any words that you don't like, it's not the way that you want it delivered, and then it will regenerate that video, and then that's ready to share with anyone. And that means the velocity for content that I create getting out to other people is just, unimaginable. It's to me, it's just such a great innovation.
Awesome.
I can't wait to try it.
Love that example. I'm going to give you two examples, one international and one local. So the one that I love at the moment is Project Aurora, and it's coming out of Amsterdam. And what they've actually done is use generative AI by actually collecting a whole lot of weather data, millions and millions of weather data. And now they can actually predict the weather, which I think is amazing because we've always thought the weathermen could never get it right. So that's something that AI is going to deliver. But also at the National AI Centre, we just did a AI sprint back in July, where we looked at challenges from affordable cost of living through to superpowered workforce. And it was really interesting. And this is for all the women in the room. 4 women won this challenge. And the 4 women were from non-technical background whose experience was in consulting, finance, academia and disabilities. And it was really interesting that it was their strengths that they brought through their actual ability in these areas that really made them such amazing AI innovators. So to me, that's a really great story to share, that, you know, if you have great knowledge in these areas and you combine it with AI, you can have a massive impact on the kind of innovations that we're looking at today.
Awesome. So then coming back to our theme, what does the power of I mean to each of you?
For me, it's a ripple effect. So if we were to think about the idea of a pebble goes into a lake and it ripples out, the power of I starts with me. It starts with you. It starts inside us, and it actually is with that open mind that we actually then ripple out to the idea of inclusion. And so in that whole, who's in our network, who's a diverse voice or a stakeholder that we can work with, we can learn from. And then from there, it's the idea that AI becomes our tool set. It never before will it be this slow in our lifetime. So it's a fire hose. We cannot possibly drink from it all at once, but we can do it together by having that idea of staying open, being connected, and then being curious to how can AI serve and enable and enhance us all. And then from that, innovation is the outcome.
Okay.
For me, and I love Gemma's example and that ripple effect, I see it as innovation for inclusion. Until very recently, every team that I've worked on has not had any females. And I'm now in a great team where there's another couple of females that are in that team. But I see that innovation that we're seeing in technology and things like the AI toolset is really leveling the playing field. And so I want to see in the future that it does get to a point where it is, a 50-50 or even, a really good mixture across the teams. And so that the young women that are coming into all different industries, not necessarily technology industries, won't be on their own when they go through, and they won't be on teams where they might be the minority. For me, that innovation and the fact that everybody will have access to these tools will allow me to no longer be an I and definitely be a part of a bigger we.
I love it. For me, the power of the AI is amplifying women in their success in AI. Now, I've been a judge in the Women in AI Awards for 3 years, and it's been fascinating to be part of that and see the kind of innovations that women have been coming up with. And they're very different. For example, I worked with Nicole Robinson, who's been a roboticist, who's been doing all this work in soft robotics, particularly in fruit picking, etc. Another roboticist who's based here in Melbourne is Grace Brown, and she's really courageously supporting the most vulnerable people in our community, the elderly, with an empathetic robot. And it's amazing to see the impact that she's having with this new invention. Also have Dr. Helen Fraser, who's been doing all this work in breast cancer detection, really dramatically improving the way we can detect breast cancer with AI, as well as another lady, Courtney Blackman, who runs a female-run legal startup to kind of come up with new AI solutions for the legal industries. So for me, it is about trying to tap into the way that women can be leaders in the AI space.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So we've heard some great examples and some vision for what we can do with the power of AI, how we can use it to lift us up. But, I do want to talk a little bit about the other side of the coin, because we do often hear that there is, bias within AI, and that's can be a threat and a risk if we don't deliver AI in a responsible manner. So I'd be curious to know what you think the implications are if we don't get AI right.
So I think being at the National AI Centre and responsible AI being top of mind, a lot of things that we think about is, just because we can doesn't mean we should. And at the National AI Centre, we've recently developed these voluntary AI standards, which are grounded in, the human-centered design. A lot of these principles, I love seeing Gemma with her T-shirt, hustler, hacker. And, these are principles that we've been working on through the digital era, where we think about putting human at the centre and really creating solutions that are transparent, ethical, adjustable, adaptable, and they build empathy. And it's this co-creation that we try and encourage through the voluntary AI standards. And I think it's a great opportunity to take the voluntary AI standards and, make it part of your thinking. Look at some of the things that can go wrong and be able to know that there are remedies around that and lots of tools. We also have the impact navigator. So you can kind of say, okay, if I did that, then this would be the result. And you can start to really come to terms with some of those risks that are potentially in there. So I think it's a great opportunity to kind of tap in to these voluntary AI standards. And as we become, supervisors of AI, and I think that's going to be the really big trend.
From the Cisco perspective, responsible AI is something we take very, very seriously, and actually it's mandatory. Cisco actually set up a trust organisation over 10 years ago. So this is something we've been taking seriously for a very long time. As soon as we started getting into predictive AI, and now Gen AI has made it even more important. And so that trust organisation, they have a responsible AI framework. And every product, every solution, anything we create, anything we even think of creating, to Rita's point, just because we can doesn't mean we should. Right, there is 6 principles that are the AI principles that are part of that framework. And as part of that framework, if it doesn't adhere to all of the 6 principles, then that probably means that we shouldn't do it. And they are fairness, they are transparency, and we're very transparent about the data we use. The data we use in our own models, how we're going to treat any customer's data through any of the product solution sets that we do. The responsibility, so who's responsible across all of the solutions. Accountability, and then the last 2, which are probably the most important, privacy and security. And everything we do has to go through that lens of those 6 principles and the AI framework. And so I love talking about that to customers. And when we build something, we actually put the transparency docs on trust.cisco.com. You can all go and have a look. And so any of those solutions, you can see how they're created and how the data is actually used.
And I actually love your acronym.
Yep.
The idea that it's an F-traps, we can all walk around remembering that. And from a position of a woman in technology, a woman in Cisco particularly, we can each and every one of us have a responsibility to ask the question, who else needs to be a part of this conversation? We're all informed. We've all accessed the idea of hearing from the experts. But there's a whole heap of people out there in society that are not there yet. So how can we each be responsible for bringing somebody new to the conversation so we can all uplift together? Yeah. And the acronym helps us all. Remember? F-traps.
I told Gemma that's how I remember it, because there's 6 things to remember, and I remember it as F-traps.
So you said the word responsibility, Gemma. I heard that. So my question for all of you is, whose responsibility is it to get this right?
It's definitely a leadership. So what we're finding is that in leadership, we're really aligning our responsible AI to the culture and organisations within that. And so it is a very, senior responsibility, and it's not necessarily a revolution, the AI revolution that happens in the tech teams. It is a revolution that happens in the business. So being able to bring the non-technical in is a super important element of getting it right, because otherwise it's actually the whole company that is challenged around that. It's the kind of getting it wrong challenge is something that we all want to avoid.
For sure. I think we all have a responsibility as well to be aware, and to be aware of any tools that we're using and the data that we might be sharing on those tools. So I think, it's really understanding what you're doing and just, going in and getting a bit of awareness so that, it isn't you that is, potentially a data leakage point.
Yep. We can't take our eyes off the ball on this one for sure. And frameworks really help.
Yes.
Rita, you've been through a lot of technology transitions. I think all of us have. We've been through so many, but none have quite felt like this one, because I think the pace of AI is just so incredible. I mean, it's changing week on week. My question is really, how have you tackled this kind of pace of change in the past, and how do we bring along people on this journey so we don't leave people behind, especially women?
I think you're right. I've been around for a while. I mean, my first job was teaching typists to move off typewriters to PCs. And that was super exciting for women, because all of a sudden they had the keys to email and technology, and, they were checking people's email for people that couldn't use a PC. But I think what's been really important part of the journey that I've been seeing in bringing people along is to really welcome the non-technical. And I think being able to have those conversations is super important. And I think a lot of the tools and solutions that we've developed have made a big difference. But also to start to have a go at this stuff. Like, have a go at ChatGPT, have a go at tools that help you generate pictures, generate poems, whatever it is. But I think it's really important that you actually put your hands on the tech and have a go at it and try it out. So I think that's a really big part of my journey, has been to, just have a go at this stuff, be involved in hackathons, go to meetups, have a look at pilots, check out what people are doing, talk to the Australian AI industry, what have they got, talk to Cisco, those kind of things, because I think that's one of the, really trying to solve current problems with AI is one of the most exciting things you can do.
From my perspective, Julie, it really comes back to that idea of at the centre of the ripple is is you, is every one of us, actually giving ourselves permission to stay open. And with that attitude of being curious, investing in yourself to actually want to grow in this AI era. And one particular way that we've done that in Innovation Central Brisbane this year in partnership with Cisco is actually working with the Women of Cisco Top Female Talent Program. Yes, Hannah, exactly. There's a number of them in the crowd here today. But that journey, that leadership professional development journey has been 6 months of these exceptionally talented professional women coming together and having the mindset of being open and addressing that imposter syndrome that we were talking about, and that inner critic of, I don't know, so I shouldn't actually lean in. No, lean into it, that open mindset. And then through the actual program, these women from across Australia and New Zealand have worked together and actually have done their own innovation hackathon on site with the challenge of how do we use technology for Cisco to lead the way in digital inclusion by 2030. And so then they've spent the last 8 weeks in amongst an incredibly busy workload, staying curious, staying open and staying connected to continue to build those digital prototypes, connecting in with Cisco tech mentors, with tech mentors from across the ecosystem, learning about how AI can hack into helping them build their prototype. And it's that learning on the job that they've actually experienced what it looks like to actually build some skills, discover something about themselves. And now all of a sudden, they're about to actually present to their customers, to their partners, to their colleagues, these tech-infused digital prototypes that 6 months ago, they were like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but here they are, open, with a mindset, connected. They've got this wonderful connected partnership across the Women of Cisco community, and together they have actually stayed curious and learnt how can AI support us in our jobs by doing this project that then becomes a ripple effect.
And I was one of the mentors and sponsors, and I've got to say, I was so impressed to watch these women that in their roles, most of them do not have technical roles, and they jumped in and they just embraced it, and they wanted to learn, and they wanted to push the boundaries, and yeah, I was very, very impressed.
And a shout out to the Manbassadors in the audience and in the room.
Manbassadors.
Because to the question, Julie, that you asked around how do we boost these skills for each other, we actually enable each other. And so it's each and every one of us has the responsibility to unlock that opportunity for our colleagues and do it together. So thank you to each and every one of you who's leaning into each and every one of you. Yeah, thanks.
And, you know, many of us are parents in this room, or we have young people in our lives in one shape or another. And what would you be advising them at this time as they're looking at careers of the future? And, yeah, what would you say?
Help. How are you doing that? There's these digital natives that are whipping around the technology. By all means, embrace it. Just like we have a conversation in the boardroom or in our work world with our team, how can our family not become another team where we're all teaching and learning each other at the dinner table? I think the future is absolutely bright if we accept that we've already got 6 generations in the workforce. And so those younger generations, by the 2030, will be 25% of our workforce.
Yeah.
If we're not finding those young people in our orbit, parent or not, we're missing out on what they know and what they're learning and how we can learn from them.
And I also think we need to help our young people with, you know, the kind of challenges. Are they talking to a chatbot? Are they talking to a real person? Like, you know, how can they avoid some of the kind of risks that are associated with that? You know, having those conversations around deep fakes and other kind of things that are emerging as part of our, you know, world of AI. So, yeah, I think being able to talk to your young people is super important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that awareness is such an important piece, and I think, you know, it doesn't matter what industry it is that young people will eventually get into. Every single industry will have technology in there in some shape or form.
Totally.
So every industry.
Totally. And I think it's also about that idea of looking around your team, your table, any group, and considering age one of the inclusion criteria that you go for.
Yeah.
So that we can all live together. Cultural, gender, and that idea of age. And different skill sets, like working with a different department or organisation.
You know, it's really interesting, Gemma. I actually started my AI journey from an accessibility point of view.
Right.
So I was working with someone who was low-sighted, and we ended up doing a hackathon and devised this solution, which is now available on iOS or Android if you want to play with it. It's called Seeing AI, and it actually helps low-sighted people to be able to identify people in the crowd, their age, their gender, their emotion, count money, you know, check scenes, be able to read barcodes, and it's super amazing, you know, what that impact that had on the low-sighted community, because all of a sudden they had a tool that allowed them to read cards and, you know, be able to connect with people in an inclusive way. So I think that, you know, AI does bring this whole new humanization capability, particularly in the AI for accessibility and also in this other area, AI for good as well. And so I've done a lot of work in that space around, you know, particularly in climate. So some amazing women in that space. Dr. Kathy Robinson, who's developed a digital ranger tool to help Indigenous rangers in Australia to be able to tap into AI solutions to help with, you know, managing wildlife and managing diversity and managing the land. And so there's lots of these areas that we can see much different benefits than, just productivity and just enhancement, but also actually, affecting our day-to-day lives.
Yeah. So that kind of brings me to a question. We're going to come back to the power of I right now. And I have a question for the people that are live here. And if you're on the broadcast, you can ask yourself this question. I'm curious how many of you have been working with AI or have taken an AI course over the last recent history. How many in the house?
Whoa. Lots.
It's pretty good, but we're not all the way there, right? I think that is where it comes down to us. I think we have to, regardless of the level we're at, regardless of where we are in our career, regardless of what discipline we're in, you don't have to be a technologist to do this. If you're an operations person, you can take a course. If you're a finance person, if you're working in ESG, I think it's on us to go and educate ourselves and get ourselves out there and try to use some of these tools and capabilities, because we really do believe that this is going to be shaping the future world.
And I think it's accessibility in our day-to-day. So, Julie, even on the call with you last week, we were having a conversation. You're like, oh, just turn on the AI assistant. So I think it's a matter of us living and breathing in each and every way of how we're operating now to teach each other or stay curious to how else could we be doing what we're doing from a productivity point of view, but also from a learning point of view. It's here to stay. That whole fear factor that is significantly out there, those who are more informed or experienced, we lean on them as our champions and vulnerably accept that you don't know everything, and it's really okay to say, I don't know this.
Yeah.
And it's so you were talking about turning on the assistant to take notes. So to me, that's now becoming automatic, and I'd hope it'll get to the same for everybody, because I actually, if it's the meetings or the calls that I'm on where there are no notes, then I go, oh, what was said, because I can look back and I've got that reference point.
Yeah. So it's a behaviour change, isn't it?
And I'm waiting for that assistant that is recording your meeting, and then you say, can you update CRM with that data? Or can you put that in there? And agentic AI is coming, so a lot sooner than we think.
Gartner is calling it as the top technology trend next year.
Yep, it's going to be amazing, and, take away a lot of those boring cutting and pasting jobs that we all have to do. But I really loved that you talked about AI courses and all that kind of stuff. And the National AI Centre has got a website. You just have to Google National AI Centre, and you can do a free micro skill. It takes 3 hours. It gives you a certificate. It was actually designed with Australian case studies and different things. So that's a great starter introduction to AI. There's also the voluntary AI standard that you can download that helps you with all those Australian AI ethics principles. And there's also the voluntary AI impact, an impact assessor. So if you're doing an AI project and you're like, I wonder what impact this is going to have, you can actually use these toolkits. And I think that's really exciting, because responsible AI is an emerging field. And it's a great emerging field to get into, because it means that you can be part of that team developing that AI project and be able to bring that lens of ethics and fairness and all those amazing things that are part of responsible AI to the party.
And the other way that we can all access learning on the job and learning about AI is with the Net Academy. So Cisco's Net Academy has a heap of courses available now. And in particular, what we're doing in Complement, Rita, is through the innovation centrals across the country, is offering those short courses and programs. Again, with the idea of, if we enable everybody by making it accessible, then all of us can actually grow in our curiosity and develop our skills.
And also right behind you is Cisco U.
There we go.
Cisco's online university as well. I can see the theatre right there behind you. So, yep.
And so I think the answer there is there really is so many options available to us. So it comes back to, with the power of I, how are you going to show up for yourself in this AI era?
And make the time for yourself
to
do it.
Correct.
It's one of those sharpen the saw things. If you actually take a little time to do it, you will be more effective in what you do. So you do have to carve that time out and skill up in this space.
You do.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, we are nearly to the end, but before we wrap up today, I would like to just get the one thing that you would like to recommend to this audience and to everyone online that people can do to really fully embrace the power of innovation and AI.
Well, I'm going to start. I think I've been kind of putting the threads around everything I've been saying, but definitely get your hands in it. Have a go at it. Try things. Have a look at Claude. Have a look at some other. Go beyond ChatGPT. See what else is out there. Also, really look at specifically in your industry for AI for your industry. Like I'm doing work at the moment in AI in agriculture or AI in nature or AI in health. Just have a look at that because it's such a complex area, and being able to tap into what's relevant to that industry is super important. So check out your industry stuff.
Yeah. From my perspective, it really does come back to the ripple effect. And so from an individual point of view, stay open. It's all about the mindset to learn. Stay connected. Who is in your circle? How can you be more inclusive with who and everybody that you learn from and work with? And then it's the idea of staying curious. AI is here to stay and scale.
Yes.
So get curious. How can you be a part of this era? And with that, innovation happens. And so I'm excited.
And I'd say it's don't be afraid. It's really a combination of those two. Don't be afraid to try different tools and see what's out there. Every one of your organisations will either be trialling or starting to use AI tools. And so there's definitely opportunities for you to do that and embrace them. Because it's not AI that you need to be afraid of taking your job. It's the people that can do a similar job being more skilled in their AI tools. So
very good.
Yes. So many good thoughts from all of you. I think we all agree it's part of our future. There's no turning back. We need to take action. Doing nothing is not enough. We need to be careful. We need to think about ethics and keep our eyes wide open. We definitely need, as women, to be part of the discourse to shape the future of where this is going, because it's going to affect all of humanity. And, we need to just lean in and not be afraid. And I think supporting each other as women, encouraging each other to try the new capabilities, to be vulnerable and say, look, I don't know how this works. Can someone explain this to me? Not be afraid to learn at this moment, because this is one of the biggest learning moments, I think, that we've had in our industry for a very, very long time. So thank you so much to all of you for your wonderful perspectives. Let's give a big round of applause to our fabulous panel. Thank you, everyone who's joined us online. Hopefully we've given you some great ideas to move forward to, and please do enjoy the rest of Cisco Live. Thank you so much.
Looking at me.
Welcome back, everyone. What incredible, engaging content we just heard from some very uniquely experienced women of around Cisco and around technology world there. Now, I really like the points that they touched on around how AI is actually an opportunity for, or is an opportunity in itself, and it's an opportunity for inclusion for women out there as well to learn, upskill, and actually embrace AI as that true opportunity. We're going to switch gears a little bit now, and we're going to head over to the other studio where we have Sheikha over with Nick Walker, who is General Manager of Technology, Strategy, Transformation and Architecture from Coles Group, one of our customers. I like to just call him General Manager of the world with a title that big. Let's head over to the other studio now where we have Sheikha and Nick. Over to you.
Thank you, Dave. And yes, thank you for doing the introduction for Nick. It took me a while to kind of memorize that, but I'm not going to attempt to say that again. But welcome, Nick. Thank you so much for doing this. Can you quickly tell us a bit about what your role is, where you're looking pretty much Coles doesn't run without you, looks like it.
I'd love to think of it that way. So a big part of my role here at Coles is, it's really when I talk about tech strategy and architecture, it's about giving clarity to our business and working with them on what are the various tools, tech, people, processes we need to bring together in order to deliver great outcomes for our customers and our team members and our suppliers. Then the second part of my role when I look at transformation is how do we actually ensure our people have got the best ways of working, the right tools, everything to enable them to be as effective, efficient as possible.
Yep. And Australia being such a leader in adopting technology so fast in the Asia-Pacific region, I think it's very important for organizations like Coles to be, on the first step of technology and strategy. So, yeah. Well, welcome. How has your time been at Cisco Live?
It's been absolutely fantastic. So what I will say is just seeing taking a step back and recognizing how Cisco is involved in so many elements of whether it's the basic things, or I'd describe as basic, but just making sure the networks work and our customers are always there, things work, we can keep customers shopping, through to seeing some of the much more advanced things that you're doing around whether it's Gen AI, some of the ML work, and how do we actually utilize some of these things to actually deliver a better experience. But no, it's been a great experience thus far.
Thank you for recognizing that. And it's always really good to hear from some of our customers how all the technologies and all the announcements that we do, like we did on our keynote yesterday, and how it has actually changed the experience for our customers and then eventually your customers. Because I think you guys serve almost how many million customers every day, including your supermarket?
Yeah, so 15-ish million type customers.
Wow.
So you've got to recognise that there is a huge amount of people that shop with us from every corner of Australia. Yeah, it is. It's a very broad group of people or customers we service.
Amazing. We're really proud to be partnering with you for Cisco Live and just supporting you and your team to deliver outcomes for your organization. So thank you again for being here. I want to talk about sustainability, and I know Coles has been in the forefront of sustainability messaging. So how does sustainability play into Coles' strategic priorities, helping Australians live a better life every day?
Yeah, it's a great question. So sustainability for us is, I think if I take a step back, something we have recognised over the last couple of years is sustainability means different things to different people, whether that's carbon neutrality or reducing your energy consumption, whether it's about reducing food waste, reducing packaging. One of the things I think we take on ourselves is what are we doing to help take some of those, make it easier on our customers and make those decisions for you. So you shouldn't have to worry about whether you've got less packaging or it's recyclable. That's on us. And so we are constantly innovating to find ways that we can deliver more sustainable outcome. And as I said, products, food waste, reducing consumption as possible. The other element when it comes to sustainability for us is we've got our own, focus on our sustainability goals. Mm-hmm. And getting that right is so important from an obvious perspective for our planet, but also for our, more broadly, the economy, our customers, and particularly our suppliers. And we'll talk a little bit about that later on, is also what we're doing around working and partnering with our suppliers around how we can help them also be more sustainable in their operations.
Yeah, that's incredible. Kind of targeting each element in this chain of so many people involved in delivering the outcomes that you do as such a big organization, and targeting suppliers is something that would directly help you and eventually in turn help all the customers who shop at Coles also kind of contribute towards sustainability in a way that they can. So thank you so much. So Coles Group has called out there are various areas in a sustainability strategy. So energy emissions, food waste management, packaging and sourcing. So can you talk a little bit about some wins that you've had in any of these areas with the technology?
Yeah. So I'll start with energy management. Mm-hmm. So we have, it won't be a surprise, but given we've got 850 supermarkets, we've got 950 liquor stores, we've got significant distribution centres and facilities all across Australia. One of the first things we've done is actually deploy a very large solar arrays to the tops of those buildings, so that as much as possible we can actually offset our own footprint in terms of how we service those customers in those stores. So that's kind of the first I suppose the first piece. A really interesting innovation that we've seen that we've been working on over that, and it sounds obvious, but in our fridges in our supermarkets, we're actually putting doors back on our fridges. So one of the things we've gone down recently is this whole hey, how you make it a really great experience. But doors have actually got better.
Yeah.
And actually the ability to keep those refrigeration costs down by putting doors back onto those fridges, but still making sure that you can see the products, see what's in there, is another way in which we've, we're looking to, we are implementing to reduce our energy consumption. From a food, maybe let me talk a little bit about packaging. So we have our own range of products. We call them Coles' own brand, whether it's Coles Finest is probably the key one that a lot of customers are familiar with. We do a lot of work on how to reduce that packaging and making sure that it's as minimal as possible. From the little things such as buy a loaf of bread with us, and actually how do you...
the tie.
It's a cardboard tie.
Yep, which is recyclable now.
Yeah, it is. It is recyclable. And so a current challenge we're trying to solve is if you've ever bought socks, and there's a little plastic thing that often holds socks together.
Yeah.
Trying to find a recyclable version of that is a current challenge that we're working through. So there's a lot of innovation that goes into the products and what we do.
Yeah.
And then the other element is, I talked a bit about packaging, is food waste. So at today, every single day, we produce about $1.6 billion predictions around what each and every single store is going to need individually for tomorrow, the day after, and basically the next 3 months in advance. And we do that because by being accurate in our forecasting, it helps us reduce the waste so that you're not shipping products to stores that are actually not going to get used. And so there's a huge amount of information we bring together each and every day to actually drive that process.
That's incredible. I'm so amazed. Like each and everything that you touch on, like the little recycle thing, the little string in the socks. You know what? I always thought about that. Can this be recycled? And there's so many like little things that just go into waste. Even like when you cut off like different parts of like cardboard, and sometimes it's harder to recycle smaller bits. So it's just incredible to hear how much you're doing. So I'm actually very amazed. So thank you so much for driving such innovations and literally changing the world. So yes, we were in World of Solutions yesterday, me and other hosts, and we saw Coles has sponsored the NIN booth where there are university students having a hackathon, and they are given a challenge by Coles that what does a sustainable store look like for you? So part one, what does it look like for you? Part two, what are you kind of expecting as the outcome of this? And then I have another follow-up on that.
Yeah, no, so great question. So one of the interesting parts and the reason we're sponsoring this hackathon is part of what we want to understand is actually not my perspective. So what I have a view of the store of the future, but when you've been working in supermarkets a while or retail, you have a perspective. And so part of working with the universities and the students is where they see things going. So actually, the selfish part for Coles is we really want to understand how people are thinking and approaching this problem differently. Because part of that, it also takes us time to design. Like when you think about our supermarkets and where they are across the entire country, there's a lot of work involved in how you plan that out. From my perspective, in terms of where I see the store of the future going, I can talk about all the different tech, but what I sit there and go is, how do we make sure that it is as easy, frictionless, as seamless as possible for customers to be able to get great value, get what they want, and when I say get what they want, there's nothing more frustrating than, hey, I've got a dinner party with friends and you've planned out a meal and you go there and core ingredient, like maybe you're doing some specific cooking and there's no ginger, or there's something that really requires a change. So we're very focused on how do you make sure that everything you need is there, and it's as simple and straightforward to get as possible. And so how we do that, and I think that's the beauty, is how do you bring all this process, these people, this technology together in a seamless way that we make it easy for our customers. The other element is, when I look at the supermarket of the future, is what happens out the back as well. And so we have 115,000 employees across the country who are all there actually working with our customers to give you a great experience each and every day. how do we make their lives easier? Okay, so how do we make sure that they can do less manual handling and lifting and moving items around? There's a lot of work that goes into how we innovate around that space.
Yeah, and I think that kind of ties in well into my next question, that obviously we're talking about innovations and different ways to change a customer's perspective life and how they get easy access to all the ingredients, for example. So have there been any specific innovations in the past, or something that you can give us a preview of, something that you're looking to kind of implement in terms of this runway?
Yeah, so we've got a huge amount of things that I can, I suppose, talk to. Maybe let me start a little bit from a sustainability piece. So I started, earlier on I spoke about our suppliers. So we have something we call the Coles Nurture Fund, and part of that is actually working with our suppliers to help them be more sustainable, because it all starts right there. And some of our suppliers are smaller parties that don't actually have that capital investment. So the Coles Nurture Fund is there to actually help support them and enable them to actually, I suppose, work on their own supply chain and their own products. And we've had some, it's several years old now, but the work we've done around carbon neutral, particularly beef and pork, starting with how do we actually work with the suppliers on reducing the methane output through natural products that we can provide, that the farmers can actually provide the beef, has made is a great start through to what we see in the stores. And so I talked about how do you make sure that when you go into a supermarket, you can get what you want. Understanding what's happening, what's being bought, and using, we've used a lot of, and we do use a lot of today, computer vision, which does a lot of processing out the back, with some pretty significant GPU capability and capacity, to understand what might be happening to allow us to ensure that we are shipping the right products to those stores. So when there's gaps on the shelf, how do we actually identify that? Because right now we have people going around scanning what that looks like.
Yeah.
So where can we use computer vision to help that? How can we use, we're using computer visions for the likes of what we call fresh produce recognition. And this is another example of just how do we make it easier for our customers so that you don't have to look up. It's one thing to look up a banana or an apple. It's another thing to actually go, this is the difference between a Fuji, a Royal Gala, a Pink Lady, and actually having the smarts to be able to quickly provide some guidance on actually what that is and what that difference looks like.
Yeah.
So there's a number of different innovations that we're coming through all the way through to, I go back to our supply chain. A lot of the work we're doing at our facilities to automate how we package and bring together, we refer to it as a rainbow pallet, but the idea here is how do we actually, and I spoke earlier on around forecasting, how do we actually understand if this is what a store wants, how do we learn more about what that store looks like, how it's laid out, so that when we deliver that pallet, it's much simpler to actually unpack it, unstack it, and get it onto shelves so that customers can actually shop with us. And then finally, and I'm kind of just scratching the surface, is some of the work we're doing around online as well and e-commerce. So we've been experimenting for quite some time around just how we help you do meal planning at home, and come up with, there's some basic, it's easy enough to find recipes online, but how you take some of the work we do with businesses we've got under our umbrella like Quite Like, which helps do really, I suppose, great quality, it's aimed at the foodies, like home delivery or meal kits, take some of the learnings from that and actually help make that more accessible to all of our customers through our online channels.
There's so much information and so much to unpack in all of your answers in terms of I'm actually very blown away right now, because from what you talked about suppliers and how you're trying to change and kind of innovate the ways you partner with them, and if you can change the ways how suppliers have certain sustainability goals and how you cater to them and how it would actually affect everyone. Now, Nick, it's been incredible to chat to you, and thank you so much for giving so much insights into the Coles world. And there's so much happening behind the scenes. Sometimes we just go in, buy whatever we want and leave, but then we sometimes don't realize as a consumer that there's so much innovation and hard work that goes into behind the scenes from obviously Coles, because for sustainability, even Cisco, we have so many product portfolios out there, but it's just sometimes really good to see how it has come to life for some of our customers as well, and especially an organization like you. Thank you so much, Nick. It has been incredible to chat to you. And next we're going to go on to we're going to go on to center stage where we have another talk about security and identity in the era of AI. So Ambika Kapoor and DJ Sampath are going to take us through security and identity in AI. So over to the center stage.
Please welcome to the stage Vice President AI and Platforms Security Business Group, Cisco, DJ Sampath, and Vice President of Product for Duo and Identity, Cisco, Matt Caulfield.
All right, hey everybody.
Wow, this is very interesting. You know, a lot of people here with their headphones on. Hey everybody, I'm DJ Sampath. I'm the VP of Products for AI and Platforms in the Security Business Group.
And my name is Matt Caulfield. I'm VP of Product for Duo and Identity at Cisco.
Hey, Matt, give us a little bit more about your background. How did you come into Cisco?
Yeah, so let's see. I joined Cisco about a year ago through an acquisition. So I was the founder and CEO of a company called Ort, which was an early startup in the identity threat detection space. So we were acquired by Cisco, as so many companies are. Back in August 2023, came in. We actually launched a product called Identity Intelligence back in February, and about 6 months ago, I started taking on the rest of the Duo business, which is very much our identity security platform, and so now I run that business.
Well, that's pretty cool. No, it's interesting, right? Cisco does a lot of acquisitions. I am a product of an acquisition as well. I got acquired roughly about a year ago as well.
About the same time frame.
Yeah, that's right. I was a CEO and co-founder of a company called Armorblocks, and we're doing a lot of AI. It's a buzzword that you might not have heard of much. It's not very popular, not very common. It's artificial intelligence. But we're doing a lot of interesting work, and we have since we joined Cisco, we've been injecting AI into our security portfolio, and I'm super excited to talk to you all about it. But before we go there, sir, what's new in identity?
Identity, right. A little less exciting than AI. There's a lot going on, honestly. Identity attacks are on the rise. Everybody I talk to, I'm a little bit biased because I get put in front of people who are worried about identity.
Yep.
So a little bit of confirmation bias there, but still, identity is top of mind right now. 80% of cyber attacks involve identity in some form or fashion. Mm-hmm. That could be social engineering. It could be session hijacking, you name it. So we started coining this term, identity is the new spam.
Ah, spam.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
You think about it, like maybe 15 years ago, spam was a big thing. Like it was in our personal lives. You had a Yahoo or a Gmail inbox and you were suffering from spam. You had a ton of phishing attacks going on, and eventually email security solved it. And I feel like we're in a much better place these days than we were then.
Yep.
Identity is kind of where spam was maybe 15 years ago, which is attackers are knocking on every single door, every single account, trying to make their way in and going after low-hanging fruit. And it's really a volume game in the same way that spam is a volume game. The more accounts you can try to take over, the more successful you're going to be. And so we're in a place today where everybody knows there's a problem, but not everybody knows what to do about it.
See, tell me, this makes a ton of sense to me. Now, when you think about, the problem that you just stated, when you think about it from a protection perspective, why is this so hard? Like, why is it not like, hey, listen, I'm gonna put a giant lock in the front, and you have to use your biometrics to be able to come in. Why is it not as simple as that?
Right. It is as simple as that, but getting to that is actually really difficult. This is hard because even though we have the tools that we need to have maximum identity security, they're actually really hard to implement. And attackers have been keeping up. They continue to outpace and out-innovate in recent years, that even though we have the tools that are there, actually operationalizing them and making them deployable in a way that's easy and secure at the same time is harder than it looks.
That's fair. That's fair. So what's happened? What's different right now? What's changed that makes this more tractable than what you just described?
Right.
In terms of what's happening.
Yeah. So this has always been going on, but things have gotten worse lately for a few reasons.
Okay.
One of those reasons is the pandemic. We basically enabled everybody to work remotely.
That's right.
Anybody can work from anywhere. And when I say anybody, I really mean anybody. It could be somebody who's legitimate and works for your organization, but it can also be any attacker anywhere in the world. We made it really easy. And not only that, all of our information is on LinkedIn now. So I can
That's right.
really easily go look up, like, hey, show me all the people in this organization who are part of the IT department who have a Microsoft certification or a Cisco certification. It's like, oh, there's the network admin, there's the identity admin. I'm going to go target them, and I'm going to use social engineering, which has also gotten a lot easier because we're all working remotely. DJ, you and I probably don't see each other except when we're in Melbourne.
That's right.
We're at an event like this.
That's
even
right.
though we're on the same team, like we all work remotely now. So
100%.
like we're not used to seeing people in person. Vishing, voice phishing is just all the more effective because we don't have as much in-person interaction. So I guess the last thing, kind of third thing that's changed is, I'll just switch the slide here, is this proliferation of tools. So not only do we have people everywhere, we have tools everywhere for identity. The average organization has 25 or more systems for managing identity.
25?
25.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so then now comes the question. So if the tools are proliferation, like the way you're describing, the proliferating the way you're describing it, what is the solution? And specifically, what is Cisco doing about this?
Right.
To be able to make this a lot more tractable.
Yeah. So we say identity, you don't usually think of Cisco, right?
Yeah. We should change that. Hang on a second, folks. I think that was a setup. Let's see.
Of course, identity is important, right? Maybe 20 years ago, network security was a big deal, and it still is today. But we've got next-gen firewalls, and we're doing a lot more around segmentation. There's a ton of interesting innovation there. But identity is kind of where network security was 20 years ago, which is like there wasn't even real firewalls available yet. It was kind of the Wild West. So what Cisco is doing about it is, first of all, we're putting identity in a tier that's just as important as network security or endpoint security or data security. You've got identity security. Every organization, if you're not doing identity security today, if it's just part of the IT department, part of operational tooling, like you've got to change that. Identity, most organizations we talk to, they're moving it under the security leader to start making a dent into it. And furthermore, like the networking teams are starting to get deeply involved to integrate identity awareness into the network. So one thing that we announced earlier this calendar year in February in Amsterdam was Cisco Identity Intelligence. It takes all these disparate tools for managing identity, whether that's Okta, Microsoft, Duo, whatever you might have, and it helps you understand the full graph of all the identities in the environment. So what this does is we're not telling you go change your whole identity architecture, right? Keep what you have. You might have Okta tenants, Microsoft, Ping, Google, whatever, keep it. We're this layer on top that's going to help you understand in very much the same way that network security kind of puts a blanket around your whole network. Identity security uses the tools that you have already to understand what identities am I trying to protect. You can't protect what you can't see. Discover your identity attack surface, understand which accounts are vulnerable, and then provide ongoing identity threat detection and response.
No, this is fascinating. So this makes a ton of sense to me, right? Especially from the story of like, hey, if identity is the new spam, it's becoming incredibly a lot easier for people to be able to learn more about, where you're coming from by just publicly going out to LinkedIn and starting to do attacks. It starts to become a volume game. And you're saying, listen, we can use existing tools and infrastructure, your investments, and tie into that to provide identity intelligence. Fascinating. This all connects together. But let me ask you this. How does this tie to the network? Because at Cisco, we're one of the largest network players on the planet. Help me understand. Help me connect the last dot over there for me.
Right. So why Cisco? What does this have anything to do with anything, in the room here? We're in the trade show floor for those of you listening online.
That's right.
There's all these different technologies here, a lot of them networking centric. What does identity have to do with any of that? So to be honest, you can't do zero trust without identity. It's kind of foundational. Today, a lot of zero trust solutions, you see ZTNA, zero trust network access solutions, right?
Right.
They kind of blindly trust the identity systems that they integrate with. So, hey, is this DJ signing in?
Right.
The identity system says, sure, it's DJ. Access system says, great, let's give DJ access to everything he has access to. But what if it's not actually you? And maybe whoever set up that single sign-on system, all they take is a username and password, and it's easy to guess, your password. It's AI123, and then they're able to get in.
Hey, how do you know my password? It is AI123. Come on, man.
That's right. Mine's identity123.
There you go.
In any case, we need to tie these worlds together. For too long, they've been sitting in silos where you've got identity separate from networking. We need our networking to be identity aware. And so we introduced identity intelligence a few months ago, like I said, not just as a standalone tool. That wasn't the purpose of it. The purpose was, let's gather all the identity context from the tools that you have in order to make how we do access and how we do authentication a lot smarter.
Yep.
So by having identity information, we don't just know that it's DJ. We know that it's DJ, and he's a VP of product, and we know what applications you have access to, and we know that you're traveling in Australia, and we know that that's a little bit unusual, but you're coming from your normal device that you use, and so maybe the risk level is a little bit lower. So we can assign a user trust score to every single user in the organization so that when they try to access a resource through the tools that we have, we can tamper down how much access they might have or how much scrutiny we apply to it. So we're tying together identity with access into a single solution.
And all of this is happening dynamically. You don't have to go in and manually configure each one of these policies and sort of look through all of that stuff.
Exactly. So you
Brilliant.
can use a lot of tools out there, and we're kind of getting into what role can AI play, bleeding into the second part of this.
Which is what I want to ask you, Larry, specifically. If you, even before we go there, what does that sort of future look like for identity? Because you mentioned that a lot of these things, people are going to LinkedIn doing all of this stuff, but now they have AI as available to them. They can, AI is doing code gen automatically. AI is being able to crawl websites automatically. Do you sort of anticipate these things dramatically changing when it comes to identity attacks?
Yes. AI is changing everything, including how identity attackers operate, but also how identity defenders can operate, how enterprise security teams can operate. So I'll give a quick example here. AI is actually accelerating how these identity attacks happen. I'll just build this out a little bit. It makes it really easy to do reconnaissance, first of all, to find those accounts on LinkedIn or through other sources of information, then to get in to use social engineering in a way that's more accelerated than it's ever been. It's easier than ever. Then at scale, I can go and contact 100 people in the organization who might be good targets, and AI, through even voice, can automate the whole thing. It's kind of amazing. And so you see attacks like this, becoming hugely problematic, but at the same time, we can use AI on our side too. So through identity intelligence, we can connect to all the systems that have identity information, and we can see every step along the way what's happening. And we can say, hey, that's unusual, that's really unusual, block it. Turn it off, quarantine the user, we're going to investigate this. So AI is both a tool for an attacker, but also a tool for us on the defense side.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, this has been super, super interesting. One of the things that I talk about, especially when you talk about AI being used for defense, it's something that's very top of mind in terms of how we approach this, right? And
So speaking of AI, I'm talking about AI. You should be talking about AI. What's going on with AI and security?
No, I think the way we sort of think about this, a lot of it mirrors what you were just describing, right? And for the broader group, I think it's all about, we're using AI to make security better, which is, sort of what you just described, using AI to make defenders fundamentally block these new types of attacks. And on the other side of the bucket is basically securing the use of AI. What's happening right now is a lot of people are starting to use these AI tools, whether it is ChatGPT or Gemini or Mistral, depending on your flavor of what you like to do. They're using a lot of these AI tools. What ends up happening is that you really need to start putting a closer lens on how people are using it to be able to secure and protect them from accidentally disclosing information or from models that start to hallucinate and start to respond in a way that they shouldn't.
Yes.
So those are the two buckets that we're primarily focused on.
I love it. AI for security, security for AI.
That's
super
right.
memorable.
Exactly.
But just to play devil's advocate here, AI is kind of hype, right? How do we frame it for our customers in a way that there's real value there? So how do you get through to them?
Absolutely. It's a great question. In fact, a lot of times I believe AI is overhyped and AI is underhyped in some areas at the same time. I know that sounds very contrarian, but I think there are places where you go to a customer and you explain to them saying, hey, listen, you have to understand why you have to care about AI. And then, we break it down into, here are the 3 reasons why you have to care about AI, but that segues into what it is that we're doing at Cisco. And then finally, how are we doing that? So we break it down into the why, the what, and the how. And when we go to the customers and we explain to them that they're going to see a fundamental difference in the experience of how they engage and interact with products, right? Today, a lot of us know that, we use these AI assistants to be able to use natural language to manage pretty complex systems, to be able to go out and do something. Instantaneously, you start to realize that your ROI is that you no longer need to go through a lot of training to be able to understand how to build, how to sort of use these complicated systems. You can just use natural language to do it. The second part of it that gets really interesting is you get to start talking about having the efficacy conversation.
Right.
Now, Talos, as you know,
yes,
which is Cisco's threat intelligence platform, generates about 550 billion events every single day. It's not humanly possible to be able to analyze all of that data and make sense of it. So from an efficacy perspective, you need to start investing in AI tools to be able to look at that data and come back with suggestions on what's important and what's not. And ultimately, that ties to the economics, right? When you think about, as a customer, you're basically constantly thinking about how can I do more with less? And this is where AI becomes incredibly effective in being able to allow your IT admins, your security admins, your SOC analysts to be able to do a lot more with a lot less. And that's sort of where the ROI comes together.
Yes.
So with Cisco, if you ask us, hey, what are we doing at Cisco? We break it down, those three things, into assist, augment, and automate. With Assist, we're trying to build AI assistants that make it easy to be able to manage, complex systems like a firewall or an XDR system and some of those things. But with Augment, what we're doing is we're making it easy for you to be able to perform the detections. And finally, with automation, we're saying, listen, we can create these playbooks on the fly, generative AI playbooks, to be able to stop these types of attacks. So that's really, the framework that we go out and present to customers and get them engaged on AI.
Yeah, so that's a great framework, but how real is this?
That's a great question. A lot of this is just not slideware.
Okay.
We started building these assistants and we've launched them successfully. So the very first, AI assistant that we put into the market was the firewall AI assistant. Now, a lot of people, when you think about firewalls, you think, wait a minute, it's an on-prem device. It's hard to do a lot of things. You think of cobwebs and metal that's going into the racks. We actually injected AI into firewall as the very first step. Today, 2,200 customers use it.
Wow.
Just this week alone, there were 250 customers using it to be able to manage policies, be able to optimize, duplicates. And in fact, there was just a customer that reached out to us today to say they had a fire and they had to quickly respond, and they did not have to go in and make changes in 5 or 10 different places. They just used the AI assistant to be able to change a policy configuration and protect a lot of their assets. And they did this all using natural language.
Incredible. So we have 2,000 customers talking to their firewalls, literally.
They're literally talking to the firewalls. That's exactly right. And we're not stopping with just the firewalls, right? We're introducing this. We've already launched this in Secure Access. We've launched this inside of our XDR platform. We've launched this inside of our HyperShield, which is our latest and greatest. So all the way from a product that we've had for the longest amount of time to the latest products, we're introducing this. But here's the key thing that I'd like you to keep in mind. These are not different assistants. They are all a single assistant with skills being built for each one of these products that seamlessly connect into it. So effectively, you're just talking to a single assistant that just connects into these disparate systems and brings it all together.
Yes. I see you've got your Cisco AI assistant shirt on.
That's right.
You don't have a separate one for firewall and a separate one for XDR.
I love that. I'm on brand today. I'm making sure that I've got my Cisco AI assistant.
I'm too corporate today. So where are we on this journey, right? So assistants are great, and that's the start. But how far can we take this?
See, I think we're sort of in a spectrum, if you will, in a journey. We're starting out with Assist as sort of think of that as sort of the beginning, the starting point for this, right? Our goal is to be able to say, hey, listen, can we do the automated capabilities as we think about, what we can accomplish with the AI assistants? But what we're ultimately driving towards is being able to go from automated to fully autonomous, right? That is really what we're trying to accomplish over here, where we want this off of our cars. We want the cars to be self-driving. We almost always want this from our networks. We want this from our security in a meaningful way, where things happen in an autonomous fashion.
Right, on their own.
On their own.
That would be amazing. Across the whole portfolio.
Across the entire portfolio. That's right.
Networking, security.
That's right. And that's sort of how we tie this back to our network too.
Okay.
Right.
So tell me about that.
All right. So let me tell you. Let me double click into specifically how we're doing this. From a networking point of view. Right. We're Cisco. Everything that we do ties directly back into network. Yeah. And so when you think about what are the things that we sort of look at any given point in time from a security perspective, we're looking at network flows. We're looking at global threat data. We're looking at specifically how are these processes that are running inside of each and every single one of these servers, these endpoints. What are the behaviors that they are demonstrating? So we're extracting all of that data, and we're basically doing something that is absolutely fascinating, which is we are completely taking them and distributing them across our entire infrastructure. Here's the thing, right? Our infrastructure is not most of your infrastructures are not a monolith, right? They are distributed, they're hyper-distributed in some fashion, so which means your enforcement points also need to follow that. They need to be exactly where your workloads are, where your servers are. You have to understand where these processes are running, and you have to understand how they're connected with each other. And you have to have security sort of sitting right next to each and every single one of those places. Now, the question then becomes, hey, listen, now that I have this type of an infrastructure, how do I start to go from being assisted to autonomous?
Right.
Well, the next step is to find a way to be able to segment your network in a meaningful fashion. Hey, I have this application that talks to this specific database. Great, that's fantastic, but how do I make sure that that application is not exposed to the outside world? It only needs to be talking to that specific database in doing what it's doing.
Yes.
Segmentation becomes really important, but the hardest part about segmentation is sitting down and writing these rules.
Of course, yeah.
It's not easy because guess what? Everybody has hundreds of applications, which means you need thousands of rules to be able to put all of these things in place.
All right.
What you need is an autonomous system that writes these rules entirely by itself.
I see where you're going. So we're going to have data centers that are running AI workloads with AI being used to segment the workloads.
Exactly.
Amazing.
That's right.
It's inception.
And the key thing is this, right? A lot of times people come in and say, hey, listen, it's great that AI is doing this, but what I worry about is I need to be able to make a change to my system.
Okay.
And when I decide that I want to make a change to my system, how does this happen in a seamless fashion, right? I always need to make sure that there's a change window, and things happen appropriately. And this is where we're doing some really cool stuff with AI, right? We're making sure that you have the ability to do these upgrades without having to turn things off. We're creating this concept called the dual data path, where we have the ability to test, think of this as almost as a digital twin. As you're about to apply a policy, you can test it out to see exactly what the behavior would look like, and then confirm that that behavior is actually acceptable. And that's how AI recognizes that, wait a minute, it's not just looking at one signal, it's looking at all of these signals across multiple dimensions to know that the behaviors have not changed at all. And then that allows you to seamlessly come back and say, listen, this looks good. Go ahead and autonomously upgrade the software from the previous version to the next version.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Right?
So we're using AI in order to actually do data center segmentation.
Absolutely. So we're fundamentally changing the game over here.
Yes.
It's a 10x from what used to happen before.
Right. And this is Hypershield, I guess.
This is Hypershield. And here's where I think what's really important is being able to recognize that products are now starting to be built in such a way that they are AI native.
Right.
They're not essentially, AI is not being bolted on products.
Right.
They're birthed in the era of AI, where they're being built fundamentally to be able to do these types of things from the get-go.
Yeah, a lot of these next generation products, like Identity Intelligence, like XDR, they're kind of building it in from the start.
Exactly.
We talked about AI for security, right? Like how are we taking AI and using it to make security easier and better for everybody? But what about the other side of the coin? Security for AI.
It is a hot topic right now because guess what? More than 30% of the Fortune 500 customers, and especially if you just look at the global G2K as well, you look at their earnings calls, what you notice, what you hear from them, is that they are rushing AI into production. Everybody's deploying an AI-powered application, whether it is a ChatGPT clone, it's an AI assistant that's seamlessly connected into a concierge service. You're starting to see a lot of people do that deployment, but you know what happens when people rush into deploying a new technology? There are a lot of risks that are associated with that, right?
Going to cloud, maybe 10, 12 years ago.
Exactly. We've seen that happen. We've seen that happen with, devices. BYOD was a big topic. Of people
when we all got mobile phones, we wanted to use them for work.
Exactly. So it happened with the cloud. It happened with the mobile. And now we're seeing this happen with AI, where people are rushing to deploy AI workloads, and you got to find the right ways the right types of security controls to be able to protect them. Now, the things to keep in mind when you start thinking about AI risks is, you got to think about, first of all, you're introducing a brand new model into your application stack, right?
Sure.
Historically, your application stack was you had infrastructure, you had data, you had your application, you had the users, but now you're injecting a model between your data and your users. And when that happens, all of a sudden, you're introducing a brand new set of risks that are, all the way from ethical, legal risks. Are you sure you're using data from the right sets of sources in your model, to operational risks? Is it actually going to perform something that it shouldn't? You've got model risks where model potentially could have poisoning, data poisoning inside of the model, or system prompt injection. a whole class of attacks have started to emerge that OWASP has gone out and categorized it, MITRE has gone out and categorized it.
Right.
And last but not the least, you've got data risks. So there's a category of risks to start thinking about.
You and I were just talking yesterday about AI supply chain. You've got models on models on models. Like, things can go wrong at any point in the chain.
Exactly. And so which means you need to start thinking about systematically how to protect each one of those situations, right? So the way we've taken this, from our perspective, the way we've thought about this is you have to start getting on the AI security journey right now. You cannot wait, because guess what?
It's happening.
It's happening. I'll tell you a funny story. Earlier today, I was talking to a customer, and we didn't have a translator in the room. And so I fired up my ChatGPT app. I said, hey, start translating from English to Japanese and Japanese to English as I speak. And seamlessly, I was just able to use that in a very constructive conversational fashion. It was remarkable how well that worked.
Right.
So we're starting to use this on a day-to-day basis. So what that means is you got to start thinking about, wait, now that I'm using AI on a day-to-day basis, what does it mean to get on the AI security journey?
Yes, we want to enable people to use AI, but to do so in a way that's secure.
Exactly, because that is the key part. What you just said is essentially to be able to allow people to use AI faster, quicker, and adopt it, you have to make sure that you have the right types of controls in place. And when you think about the controls, you basically break them down into the first step sort of being, I want to discover what is happening inside of my environment, right? That's your step number one. How many AI applications do I have running? And once I have that catalog of the applications, I can then start to perform the analysis on it. Hey, I now need to know if there are any vulnerabilities, the bill of materials, the supply chain side of the house, am I having the right models?
Right.
Once I know that, then comes my last step, which is like, great, I found out all of my vulnerabilities. How do I protect these models at runtime? Once you have these 3 things in place, then you are on a good path to being able to enable
full
that.
life cycle for
That's
AI.
exactly right. That's
so
right.
I'm sold.
Yes.
What can we all do about it?
All right, so stay tuned. We're going to make a big announcement in January, early January. We're going to talk about a solution that we're bringing to market to be able to make this journey incredibly easy for you.
I'm in suspense.
It's a suspense. This is like,
I can't wait until January.
One more thing, and stay tuned. But on the same note, back at you.
Yes.
What can people do today about identity?
Yes. So look, we've got this identity intelligence tool. We're running these things called identity security assessments. And if you have a direct relationship with a Cisco account rep, they're going to know how to hook you up with that. If you work through a partner, our partners are now being enabled to run these identity security assessments. It's kind of amazing. 2 weeks, you connect. We pull all the data through read-only APIs, no agents, pull the data through, and we'll be able to tell you how many identities you have. Great, you have 10,000 identities. Okay, only 9,000 of those are active, 1,000 are dormant accounts.
Yeah.
Of those 9,000, 6,000 are employees, 3,000 are contractors. Of those 3,000, maybe only half of them have strong MFA enabled. The others are not so phishing resistant.
Okay.
And we can go deeper and deeper and deeper and pinpoint where your identity vulnerabilities are. And I'm not going to tell you we're going to find a smoking gun in every environment, but we often find accounts that are heavily under attack and sometimes even accounts that have been compromised. So we have this free identity security assessment that we run at Cisco and through Cisco's partners that anybody can get access to.
Wait, you had me at free. And it's available today.
And it's available today, and we've run hundreds of these at this point, and the findings so far have been incredible. It's very eye-opening.
That's fantastic. So you clearly have 2 calls to action. Go check out the identity assessment report and how to get it done. And the second part of it is stay tuned to learn more about how we are securing the use of AI.
Great.
All right.
DJ, thanks for your time.
Hey, thank you.
Great chatting with you as always.
Yes. Great talking to you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
DP World is one of the largest logistics companies in the world. Per year, we move about 3 million containers, or boxes as we call them. If we stop, the nation starts to stop. Every minute, every hour is crucial.
When you turn up at a terminal, you can see the scale and sheer size of the operation. But what people don't see is what's behind the scenes. One of the important things for our business is ensuring that we have that solid foundation. And you can't do that with fragmented technologies. And that's where Cisco come to play for us. Because we can start to use their full product suite and have that one house view of our technology stack. And so we start with our key cranes. And the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul there is a really important part of the technology stack for us here at DP World. Our industrial Ethernet switching, it's really not seen by anyone, but it's the lifeblood and carries that data across and allows all our equipment to talk seamlessly. And then we move to our core network, and the Catalyst network series from Cisco really comes to play there. That's where we have to, in this critical business, rely on those solid foundations of our tech stack.
We have established a national control centre, and that coordinates with all 4 ports and the ships that arrive into those ports and where those boxes get put onto the ground and when those boxes get moved on to external transports.
$750 million worth of cargo goes through our business every single day. This business is mission critical. We are 24/7, and so it's important we have systems that are reliable and they have that uptime.
Our container ports in 10 years' time will be drastically different. To manage that environment, we need clever systems and rock-solid networks.
But it's like an orchestra. You've got to get every little part right for it to work and really hum. And so that's where having different products from Cisco and having that one-house view is really important for us so that everything works seamlessly. This business is huge. And so as you take a real step back and a high-level view of this business, technology is everywhere. And it's important that we have the right technology in place for the future.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. What a fantastic day this has been today. Absolutely incredible. Jam-packed, I'm sure. We're going to head over to the studio now where we have Sheikha and Jackie Chi to talk more about AI. Let's head to the studio now.
Thank you, Dave. And I have with me the one and only Jackie G. Welcome, Jackie. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
How has your day been? What have you been doing since you've come to Melbourne? Anything exciting?
Well, I mean, exciting is customers. I think I say that every time. But, yeah, I mean, look, the innovations that we are sharing on all fronts at Cisco right now from a product point of view is incredible. But my biggest focus is how do we make sure our customers get the best value from our products and our technology as quickly as they can, because it's all about business outcomes for them.
Yep, exactly. Thank you. And I heard your keynote, and obviously AI, the hot topic. I'm sure you've heard it like 1,000 times now, but some questions specifically for some people who couldn't join us in person and are joined in on the live. So there's so much hype around Gen AI. What do you think it looks like for an average enterprise? And we predicted a lot of potential in AI. Have we seen it coming through, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Look, it's a great question. What I would say is what's interesting, if you look at some of the, there's probably 2 key statistics I look at, metrics. The first one is how many companies believe AI will be a disruptor, and how many of them believe that they really need to do something to ensure that they stay up to date with what's happening in the world and also their competition. And I think, over the last 12 months, it went from 97 to 98%. So pretty much everyone believes that AI is not just a buzz, but it is essential. The one that worries me more is that how many organizations believe they are ready. It was 17% last year. Mm-hmm. It's 14% this year.
Lower.
So it's going down. It's gone backwards. Mm-hmm. And we were having a discussion about that earlier on center stage, trying to share with people what are some of the practical ways that we can go about helping them come up with some simple use cases, because I think it's such a big topic and it's got such a big hype that I think you've got to step back and start with some practical steps and use cases in order to move forward. But, and we're offering our customers, we're here to help you. Mm-hmm. And they need our help.
Yeah.
So we're very focused on that.
Yeah, I heard on the center stage when you talked about it going even lower, and then I think there was a stat around when Carlos mentioned that when you need AI, there was a customer who had 5,000 use cases, and they went down to like 5 when they actually had a conversation with us, and it kind of tells us how important it's for Cisco to help our customers reduce their number of problems and help them through the journey.
Yes.
So in the future, for next 3 to 5 years, do you see what are the AI capabilities that you think are going to come around? I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, there's two obvious ones which I think everyone is, those who are moving forward are progressing. One is around, the whole support, contact center support area. And as we shared, our TAC AI assistant, Sherlock, is up to 1 million cases solved.
Wow.
Okay, and that's out of 1.7 million cases. And by the way, every day, it's probably 1.03 today and 0.5 tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we're edging towards, of the 1.7 million cases we see, Sherlock's resolving 1 million of them. We need to get as close to 100% as possible, allowing people to be freed up to focus on the things that really matter and actually going after some more tricky areas. So one is that, that whole support area, and the other one is cybersecurity.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we detect anomalies? So anomaly detection, I think, is key. Especially with the amount of data and the complexity of the networks that we now all operate, right? So you have data on the cloud, you have data in your data center, you have data on some of the software, SaaS applications we use, like ServiceNow, like Salesforce. How do you, first of all, secure your data, but then, at the same time, ensure that you can see all of the information out there and have it aggregated in a way that it will allow you to detect anomalies, sometimes even before they happen, and then respond fast.
Yeah.
So I think they're the two main areas we still see, but there's other ones that are emerging clearly, and I've got other ones that we're also looking at in the CX space right now in our own internal operations.
That's exactly that ties in really well into my next questions, based on the CX experience.
Yeah.
So before embarking on an AI journey for any customers, what should they actually be? Are there any considerations they should have, or are there any customers that you've talked to that are like, okay, we want to go on this journey, but we aren't really sure where we should get started? So in the conversations that you had with your customers, has anything particular stood out?
Yeah, I think so. What I would say is that there's probably a couple of things that are really, really important. First of all is you have to have a data strategy. Mm-hmm. What data is important to you? How do you classify that data? Where is that data stored? So having a clear data strategy, and therefore what are you going to use AI to do with your data, right? Because it's all about data at the end of the day. That is where the heart and soul of every company is. Mm-hmm. So one is you have to have a data strategy. And then you have to have scalable infrastructure. You have to have infrastructure that will allow you to be able to process as much information as possible once you understand what your use case is. So that scalable AI infrastructure, that's where I think people are grappling with both. One, a clear data strategy, because there's a lot of noise in data, what is really critical. The other one is the AI infrastructure. And a lot of the discussions have been around, well, do I put my AI use cases on the cloud? And depending on which use cases, that can drive a lot of tokens, which means a lot of money, and public cloud is not cheap. We know it costs money. Or do you build your own AI pod in your own data center? And I think, as you heard Carlos talk about, depending on which use case you're talking about, some of them are better off in your own facilities, and there are some workloads that actually it's okay to spurt up, in a public cloud environment and then turn off when you don't need it. So I think I would say they're the areas. And then finally, what is the use case?
Yeah.
The use case for me and for every customer is different. The use case for us in CX, for example, is we do a lot of, typically we call professional services, implementation services. We help customers reconfigure their networks. We help them reconfigure their data centers. We help them reconfigure or implement observability. Many of those activities are repeatable. So what we are on a mission to do is figure out how much of that can we use AI to generate the designs or generate the implementation plans and potentially give it directly to architects to be able to implement, cutting out multiple handoffs and roles.
Yeah.
And yes, it will impact roles, because what I want to do with the roles or people who might be impacted is reinvest in their future, skill them up to be the next evolution of AI, and then the next bunch of use cases. Because, by the way, these 3 or 4 use cases I talked about are the beginning of hundreds of them. So we need more people trained on AI. So the more people we can free up from these, what I call repetitive tasks using AI, we can then train them to go and do the next set. So actually it's a nice forward little spiral is how I'm looking at it.
No, I think that's a really good point, because I think a lot of people do think that, oh, AI is now more and more prevalent. Does that mean that every job is going to be replaced by AI? So it's really important what you mentioned, because we need people to train the AI to get to a point where it would be, okay, you're trained in this XYZ, but we need to move forward and train the AI into the next thing, and we need the human touch element of that.
Yeah.
Really
but I think, can I touch on something there? Because I know what I've found in my 30-plus years career is that, people get rightly concerned about change. And everyone's different. For me, I love change, so I find change exciting, and I'm not afraid of change. But for some people, what does that mean for my job, to your point? If we look back in the last 20 years, there was a discussion on, well, what will happen to my job when I move things to the public cloud?
Yeah.
What's going to happen to my job when I drive more automation? What's going to happen to my job when we move towards, and we're helping some of our service providers in India move towards autonomous networks? What's going to happen to my job? Well, typically what you find is organizations don't necessarily shrink in their IT departments. In fact, it's the other way around. Yeah. But what you need to be prepared for is not that the job, the jobs or the headcount. It's more we need to, including me, keep relearning, retraining. So the one thing I would say to people is don't fear it. Just lean into it and start retraining yourself. I'm on some courses now because I don't know everything. I mean, I used to be the CIO, but I'm not that hands-on anymore, although I am with our customers. And I need to make sure I'm continuously learning AI, what are the new use cases, and everyone needs to be doing the same. And by the way, it's exciting. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. And
you want to be doing the same thing every day, or do you want to do something new?
Yes, and I think that's very important, and more on like a personal note as well, that relearning in IT, it's so important, because every few years the technology changes, and there would be something else. If it's not AI, if it's not automation, people are going to feel a bit uncomfortable about something new that's coming in and be like, oh, is this going to now?
Right.
Yeah.
So
the relearning, I think that's a very good point you touched on.
And I shared one earlier today around, I used to be an incident manager when I was 21 years old, major incident manager for IBM Global Services, based in Sydney at the time. And every time there was an incident with our customers, I would run the incident. And I would then produce and write an incident report, a root cause analysis report. What were the findings? What was the root cause? What are the fixes? How do we make sure we put processes in place so it never happens again? And still to this day, we're talking, 30 years later since I had that job, we still write a lot of those reports manually. Yeah. AI can now take the data and produce a very factually correct, data-driven report that is based on, maybe your ServiceNow system, your configuration telemetry data that comes from many of the Cisco software that we have surrounding your network, for example, and it will produce a very accurate report.
Yeah.
And that allows, the network engineers to focus on proactive.
Yes, exactly. No, Jackie, that is incredible. And I think what you touched on the personal level, the CX side and the use cases, that has been really good insights. So for everyone who's joining in, yes, come to us, come talk to Cisco. If you think you're getting on this AI journey and you don't know where to start, we're here to help. So as Jackie said, and since we're in IT, we need to keep relearning. So I'm going to throw it back to Dave in the studio, who's going to let us know what's next. Over to you, Dave. Thank you, Jackie.
Yes, thank you, Shika. Welcome back. What an incredible interview, and thank you to Jackie as well. I particularly like your comments around scalable infrastructure and having a data strategy. You need to have a data strategy, and I think that's something that was well received. Also, I liked your comments around don't be afraid of AI. Don't take AI as something we're against. Actually, embrace it and fully submerge yourself in this AI era that we're all embarking upon. Want to make a quick couple of call-outs. We have everything we've seen today. A jam-packed day, everything seen today, everything seen yesterday, all available will be on our on-demand library, available in about a month's time, so you can catch up on anything you've missed. And I can assure you there have been some cracker interviews that we've had in this studio. So be sure to check out that on-demand library later this month. We also have at hashtag Cisco Live APJC. Let us know your thoughts, feelings. Send us in some comments. We want to hear from you. and we want to hear how excited you are about this year's Cisco Live APJC, because it's been a very good one. Now, we're about to head over to centre stage now. We've got an interesting session, actually, with one of our distinguished engineers at Cisco, who's going to dive deeper into the campus and branch network. Networking is dead. Long live the network is coming up next on centre stage.
Please welcome to the stage Distinguished Solutions Engineer, Cisco, Adam Radford.
Good afternoon and welcome. Welcome to Cisco Live. This is day 3, right? How are we all travelling? Afternoon, had a great lunch, ready for a sleep. Some really nice chairs up here, very comfortable. So encourage you to move forward if you want to have a little bit of a sleep. So next 30 minutes, I just want to talk about a topic that's near and dear to my heart, which is the network. Been a lot of speculation in the last few years about the future of the network and whether it is going to survive. And what I wanted to do is to actually go back a little bit in time. And I am going to be showing my age here, but I'm going back to 1998, which is when I was very seriously involved in networking. 1998, for those of you who might remember, there was a World Cup on, a FIFA World Cup. I don't know if anyone remembers who played, where it was. It was in France. And if memory serves me correctly, France won. They beat Brazil 3-0. Now, the interesting thing about this time was that the university that I worked with had just commissioned a very large, high-speed network connection to the regional network organisation. It was an E3 link, if anyone ever remembers what that stood for. It was a sum total of 34 megabits per second, and we maxed it out pretty quickly because up to that point in time, we'd had a 2 megabit connection to the outside world for a campus of 40,000 users. And I do see some university attendees here today, and I'm sure that 34 meg is not nearly going to be enough for you. But the reason I bring this up is that at that point in time, we were doing a lot with networking, and we thought we knew where networking was going. We thought we knew how networking was going to evolve and what was going to happen. And it was interesting because we'd seen networking had been on an absolute tear. In 1995, the connection to the US was a massive 4.5 megabits per second for the entire country. We upgraded that link to 6 megabits per second in September, and it was saturated within days. And we were basically upgrading that link as quickly as we could, and every time we upgraded it, it became saturated. But if you think back to that time, there was no web. There was no HTTP. It was just getting started. And if you think about the explosion of applications and things that's happened since that time, it's no surprise that the network has had to evolve. But if I think back to the technology at the time, networking was very primitive. I don't know if anyone remembers the vampire taps of the 1980s. And for those of you who don't, it is a little box that you use to connect to the network. It was a shared piece of infrastructure. It was 10 base 5. It was 500-meter segments. You could have 100 stations on that segment, and you had to drill in and tap into the network, hence the concept vampire tap. What was the best thing about this network? Well, absolutely nothing, actually, because it was so fragile that the best way of taking down the network was to short one of those vampire taps out, and everybody on the entire segment lost connectivity. So from a reliability perspective, it was absolutely atrocious. But it did give people connectivity, and it did give people a glimpse of what was going to be possible. The next evolution of that was twisted pair cabling, and the reason that this was important is that it democratized access to these devices. It meant for the first time you could get a $50 adapter to plug into the back of your large workstation to connect you into the network, whereas in the past it had been cost prohibitive. Now, I know $50 doesn't sound like a lot, but back in the 90s, $50 was a lot of money particularly if you multiplied by 1,000 endpoints that you wanted to connect. And then ultimately what changed things significantly was the advent of switched networks. And at that point in time, it became much easier to get a reliable connection because you had a switched, dedicated connection for your station. It was very difficult for somebody to DDoS that. At least you had some ability to get access to the network in a semi-reliable way. But the networks that we built were not great. They were large layer 2 domains. They were quite flexible in that you could have any station connect to any segment. They had really high bandwidth of 10 megabits, and it was a dedicated 10 megabits to you. Full duplex, unbelievable, as opposed to the shared bandwidth of the vampire taps. But it had many restrictions and many challenges. The first one was that that network was not really reliable. My job was troubleshooting, and I got very good at that because spanning tree loops and all sorts of other challenges evolved, and all sorts of other challenges were required to be solved by me to make sure that people had access to the network. If people didn't have access to the network, it didn't really matter because you just came back, had a coffee, did something else before you got access to the killer application, which was email at the time. The other challenge that exists was security. We didn't really know about it, but none of those protocols were secured, so getting access to data was actually very easy. Lots of tools evolved to try to give people access to data because none of the protocols, including the management protocols, were encrypted. Then in 2001, something happened that really changed the view of networking in the campus environment. Cisco made an acquisition. I don't know if anyone remembers what that acquisition was. It starts with S for Celsius. And what we saw was the first time that something was going to kill the networks that we knew. So voice running on the same network that we were using for these mission-critical applications like email that were essentially asynchronous that didn't really matter. That really changed the game in terms of what we thought about networking and how we tried to build networks. Because if you were on a voice call and the network went down and you were talking to the Vice Chancellor in real time, that was a problem. If the Vice Chancellor missed out on an email and he didn't get it at 7 o'clock in the morning and he only got it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it didn't matter. But if a voice call went down, it actually changed the way that people viewed networks and the importance of networks. Now, you may not remember, but this was extremely controversial at the time. The TDM head said there was no way that IP networks would ever be good enough to run voice. No way at all. It was never going to happen. What it did do, though, is it forced us to rethink about how we built networks, how we designed networks, and the products that networks were made from. So things like quality of service became a real thing. The 50 milliseconds magic barrier that we needed to hit for latency requirements became critically important. We moved from best effort networks to always on. We started to look at things like routing protocols, layer 3, to provide resilience and stability. We looked at technologies like power over Ethernet, where we could power devices from the switches themselves as opposed to having to have separate power supplies that were plugged into the wall that could be kicked out easily. And we still saw that problems were around security and eavesdropping because these protocols were in clear text. It was very easy to come up with tools to try to capture this data and get wonderful recordings of network voice calls, whether you wanted to or not. Now, there were certain applications where it made sense, so obviously call recording took advantage of this, but there were other applications where privacy was important. The other thing that happened around this time is that Cisco made another acquisition in a slightly different domain. And it was an Australian company called Radiata, and we acquired them at the end of 2001, 2002. And the interesting thing about this is that people started to look at technologies that were not just wired but wireless. And the speculation at the time was, will we ever need switches again if we've got this magical wireless technology that I can connect into? Why do I bother with wired connections? And while we may have a different view of wireless first today, back then it was very much embryonic. Now, it did make some changes to network architectures and the way that we built networks. It did further drive power over Ethernet. It did drive higher bandwidth because instead of having to have 10 meg ports, we needed to have 100 meg ports because you could have 54 megabits connections. So it did make changes in terms of how we thought about building and designing these networks. But it wasn't terribly practical, and the reason for it is that I don't know if anyone remembers PCMCIA cards, but they were ridiculously expensive and typically very impractical because it required a PCMCIA slot that was rare and not every device supported. And then with the rise of all of these threats to the network, the biggest one of all was security. Now, I find security and technology in general very interesting because we tend to, I have a pendulum view of how we see technology trends. If you think about what we tend to do with any sort of technology trend like centralization, for example, you think about centralization of resources in data centers. We start to centralize, we think some centralization is good, more centralization is better, so we need to centralize everything in one data center. Now, we've had those conversations for the last 30 years in the data center space, and if you think about what cloud is, it's mass centralization. But what we end up realizing is once you get to that point, there are cases where it breaks down. So you start to distribute things again, and you distribute data centers out because it makes sense. In the cloud case, we're starting to see repatriation. We start to distribute things out to the edge, and we think if some is good, more is better, so we oscillate all the way out to complete decentralization. Now, the challenge with that is that both answers are true. So, yes, it is good to centralize, yes, it is good to distribute, but the right answer is somewhere in between. And we see the same thing with security, because you've seen this argument in the past where we should put all of the security in the endpoint, nothing else matters, distribute it all the way out to the edge. And then we realize there's challenges with that, so we start to distribute it again, and then we realize that there's challenges with that. The same argument around centralization versus decentralization applies to whether security should be in the network or should be outside. The right answer is it needs to be in both places, and the exact mix of where it evolves is really a function of technology and time, but time and time again we go through this cycle of centralization, distribution, but the right answer is in the middle and it evolves over time. So we saw that security evolved, we had layer 2 protection, we had things like dynamic ARC inspection, we had DHCP snooping, all of these things that you probably take for granted, all evolved as a result of these security threats and concerns around traffic that was heading across the network. There was, though, a much bigger challenge that we were seeing in terms of network security, and that was to do with something near and dear to my heart, which is access control lists. How many people are familiar with access control lists? Keep your hand up if you think you're an expert at them. No? Really? Why is that? So, access control lists were obviously the key mechanism that we had for security. Now, the challenge with access control lists is that it overloads the concept of an IP address. The IP address that your station is assigned is essentially your identity. 10.10.1.1 is my IP address, and therefore my access or my identity to resources is based on that IP address. So everywhere I connect, I get a different IP address. So therefore I have a different pseudo-identity, which makes it really challenging in terms of how you build and construct these rules, which are essentially taking groups of IP addresses and treating them as a logical grouping or unit. And if you look at the way that the access control lists have evolved, I think of them in terms of like growth rings on a tree. If you look at the history of access control lists in most organizations, people tend to never delete, they always augment, and it's even to the point where you can tell by the style of the access control list who the network engineer was that wrote that access control list. But those things are very complex and very difficult to maintain, and as they've grown over time, they're becoming even more complex. To make it even more challenging, often those rules lived in firewalls that were centralized. So we go back to the whole centralization thing. If it's very difficult to write these access control lists, then why don't I just centralize them in one place like a firewall? I've solved all my problems, right? Well, kind of. Because the moment that you centralize, what's the weakness of that? If there's a host that is infected, that is able to have some connectivity to another host on the same switch, they can communicate. That host can be used to attack the client, and the firewall is not necessarily going to see that traffic. So that is the major weakness of centralization, is that you need to enforce at the edge. Hence the balance. But we know that distributing things out to the edge is complex, because if you have to manage lots of access control lists and IP addresses at the edge, it's incredibly difficult to do. So what we needed to do is to rethink the notion of security in the network and get away from this concept of the IP address being the identity, and we needed to attach something else to a packet to determine whether that packet was friendly or not. So this notion of security tags became very prevalent. And essentially what we're doing here is we're attaching a tag to the packet, and that's based on some sort of user authentication or identity, and that therefore is preserved through the network and allows us to understand at policy enforcement points at multiple layers what the true identity or status of that user's data is. So your identity is now a tag. That tag is independent of IP address and basically means that it's independent of the location that you connect into the network. So it makes life nice and simple. This simplifies policy enforcement because you can do that at the edge, you can do that centrally as well, same tag, same policies, and the closer you do it to ingress, the better control that you have. So if you think back to 2018, we have this concept of segmentation. You can do that using tags. You can have the same tags that are unified across both wired and wireless, so it doesn't matter how you connect to the network. It makes life nice and simple. We then had another problem, which is how do we know the identity of the user of a device? With your iPhone, with your laptop, with your iPad, your tablet, it's really easy because you are a human that are logging into that device, and there's a whole bunch of identity things that we can use to validate who you are and what you should have access to. But increasingly, there are things connecting to the network that don't have any human behind them. And we have all heard the stories of the IP-enabled fish tank used to exfiltrate data from casinos, IP-enabled vending machines taking down campuses. We've all heard the stories of the CT scanners that are running in hospitals that are running Windows 7. You know, all of those devices exist. They don't necessarily have humans interacting with them. So it becomes important that we can try to identify those devices by other things, the unmanaged devices. And the way that we're looking to do that is by profiling those devices, taking into account attributes that the device has, as well as the way that the device communicates and the applications or the ports and protocols that it uses to build a fingerprint of that device that we can use to identify it. Once we've done that, using AI, we can then segment those devices and treat them appropriately, because we can come up with a signature for that device, and we also know if that device has been compromised because it will start behaving differently. If it was an IP phone and starts to use SSH, Nmap, other applications and protocols that it shouldn't, we can identify it as something that's been compromised. And the way that this all comes together is through another change in network architecture, which is really the rise of network fabrics. If you think about the way that we've built networks in the past and back in the ancient history where it was all layer 2 and we had open access and connectivity, that was very flexible. So in many of the networks that we see today, we still have this notion of layer 2 connectivity, which is just broadcast. I can talk to whoever I want. It's very easy to deploy, very simple. Your home network will be built based on this. But if you've got a network that needs to scale and you've got a network that needs resilience, you're going to have a layer of layer 3 where you do routing, you do deterministic load balancing and path selection, and we tend to combine those two together. If I want to implement segmentation in this environment, it's very challenging. I need to go back to things like access control lists, or I need to try to stitch the security tag all the way through this network. It becomes challenging to do. So the other thing that we're seeing in terms of these network architectures is the reason that fabrics, and you'll hear this concept of network fabric, is becoming important, is it really gives you the best of both worlds. So what you do is you build a layer 3 resilient, robust infrastructure on top of which you can overlay a layer 2 encapsulation protocol that gives you all of the flexibility that you want, but on top of something that is resilient and is not going to break. And then in the overlay, you can implement segmentation. In the overlay, you can implement tagging, and that will be consistent across the entire environment. So if you hear us talking about fabrics, there are really 3 things that fabrics provide. They provide segmentation at scale. They treat wireless as a first-class citizen as opposed to an add-on. And they dramatically simplify the protocols that you use in terms of layer 2 and layer 3 protocols. You don't have to worry about resiliency and all of the layer 2 resiliency protocols that we've used in the past, because that all gets handled by the underlay. You can just focus on stitching the segments together that you want in the overlay. I don't know if you went to the keynote, but apparently the network is under threat again. We've got Wi-Fi 7 coming along. Once we have Wi-Fi 7, we don't need networks anymore, right? Because it's all just Wi-Fi 7. We don't have to worry. Well, it's just a continuation of the theme, right? The technology is continuing. It does have some implications in terms of the infrastructure that you build, though. And essentially what we're doing is we're upping the ante. Instead of needing, with power over Ethernet, traditionally you could get away with 30 watts per port for the traditional access points that most vendors were producing. Now you're going to need 30 watts or above. So that's going to have some implications in terms of the way that you build those switch infrastructures. In the past, you might have got away with a gigabit connection for an access point. That's no longer the case. You're going to need multi-gig, 10-gig interfaces in terms of the infrastructure that connects into those access points. And moreover, what we're seeing from this next generation of access points is an increased rate of telemetry that's going to be used for other applications. So we're seeing things like asset tracking, we're seeing indoor navigation, we're seeing occupancy data. All of that is coming from telemetry from the network. And we're seeing a rise of telemetry that we're using in various different ways. So if you think about the switches and the wireless infrastructure that we have, it's sending telemetry that's being used for not only security, it's being used for profiling devices, it's being used for user experience, massive amount of data that's coming through. Now, we made an acquisition recently in terms of Splunk that's going to help with ingesting all of that telemetry and providing a better understanding of how well the network is performing. I'm sure you've all been in a situation where the moment that an application fails, who gets blamed? The network team, right? Until they can prove otherwise. So there are a lot of things that we've done with telemetry to try and address that. There's more that's coming in terms of how we're tying multiple data sources together, both synthetic as well as real-time data. But the real opportunity, I think, in terms of AI and analysis of data is where we start to move into the notion of predictive networking, where we can start to predict things in advance. Now, you might think that that is totally future, but the reality is there's a couple of things that are happening today that are good illustrations of what we're able to do there. So in the routing space, if you've got a branch that's connected via SD-WAN, you probably will have seen the challenge that the internet routing protocol has, in that routing is very effective as a failover mechanism. In the campus, we can make it sub-millisecond or millisecond type failover. In the WAN, it's a little bit more complex because of the way the protocols work. But the challenge that we have with routing is that it really assumes a hard failure. So if you have a link that is intermittent or semi-failing, you have traffic going down that link, it's very difficult to tell from a routing perspective whether that link has failed or not. And what we're able to do by taking in large amounts of data around how the network is performing, how the underlays and overlays are performing in that software-defined WAN model, is that we can start to predict times that a path is going to have a challenge. Now, let me make this very clear. It's not magic. So if you have a single fiber connected to a supermarket and somebody puts a jackhammer through that fiber, we are not going to predict that. But if you have multiple paths through internet peering points, and we know that historically there are peaks and troughs of congestion in those peering points, we will start to learn that and start to predict that and give you the ability to make those changes over time. So we'll make a recommendation to you. The future of this is it will be done for you autonomously, but at least for getting started, we're going to get your intervention to accept the recommendation. And then the final example that we have today that exists is where we're using AI tools to optimize the RF performance of an environment like this. Wireless is a very sensitive technology to the way that it's deployed, particularly at scale. And the reason that wireless is very sensitive to scale deployments goes back to the example that I gave of the vampire tap. Those wireless networks that you see are shared medium. So everybody sees everybody else's traffic. Now, it's all encrypted, so that's okay. But the reason that it's a problem is that only one person can talk at one time. So in this environment, even though there's thousands of people, there's only one person talking on one channel at one time to an access point. Now, the synchronization of that is very difficult to do. There's a limited number of channels that you have available. So essentially, you're creating these cells, and you need to be careful about how big you make those cells, because the bigger you make the cell, the bigger the collision domain, and the less it scales in high-density environments. But what we're able to do is we're able to take the telemetry data from the network where all of the access points are reporting back in real time exactly what other access points they see and hear on which channels, and then we can run algorithms that optimize the way that the channels and the power settings could be run. Now, this is an example of looking at the convergence of this algorithm. You can see that initially there's a very high rate of change as the algorithm converges. Then once it stabilizes, it makes a couple of subtle adjustments out of hours until we reach this point at the end. And you can see that the health of the network is very strong. The health of the access points is very strong. But right at the end, the engineers that had been running this for 10 years decided that they would take the settings back to the way that they used to run it. And they changed those settings so you can see a big spike, but you can also see that that corresponds to a drop in the performance of the network. So the algorithm had actually done a really good job of optimizing it. When humans tried to do it a better way, you can see that it dropped off slightly. Anyway, that's an example or a couple of examples of things that we're doing around predictive AI. There's a lot more to come in terms of what we're able to do with the data that is coming from the network. The point is, though, that the network does continue to evolve. People will say that the network doesn't matter, but it does. It is very resilient to change. So you've seen it absorb technologies and cater for new technologies as they've come along. We've seen voice, we've seen security, we've seen wireless all being integrated into the network, and that will continue to evolve. WAN architectures continue to evolve, get more efficient, more intelligent, and I think it's very interesting to see what's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years as this technology continues to evolve and change. So a little bit of reminiscing about what's happened, but I keep seeing the same lessons keep reoccurring and the same themes keep reoccurring. We keep thinking that this is the end, maybe we don't need networking so much, but then we ultimately come back and realize that it really does matter. So that's all I had time for. Thanks very much for your time and attention. Have a great Cisco Live.
Long live the network indeed. What an incredible session that one was, and thank you to Adam Radford for that session. That was fantastic. So from a distinguished engineer over to a distinguished speaker at Cisco, well, let's head over to the other studio now where we have Em with Story DeWeese, and Story's going to dig a little deeper into the topic of programmability. Em, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dave. I'm really excited to be sitting here with Story. Story, you've flown in all the way from the US. How are you finding Australia?
I love it. It's great. The weather is nice, and I'm really enjoying myself while I'm here.
That's fantastic. And in Melbourne at the moment, it was raining all of this morning, but the sun's finally come out, so I'm glad that they're showing up for you.
Yes, me too.
We'd love to learn a little bit about yourself, actually, and what it means to be a distinguished speaker. Do you want to, introduce yourself? Let us know about your journey at Cisco.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm Story DeWeese. I'm a technical marketing engineer here at Cisco Systems, and I work on programmability and automation specifically for our Catalyst iOS XE devices. So I've been with Cisco for about 4 years now. I joined in 2020, and I've been in a similar role all throughout my 4 years so far, so it's been great.
That's brilliant. And I think we're very lucky to have you here as well. We've had a lot of people fly in from Singapore, from the US. We've had one person from Melbourne. So it's good to have that range of Cisco people, not just from the APJC region, but from other regions at Cisco as well. So let's dig into the tech a little bit. I know you're here to talk about programmability. So what is programmability and why is it important?
Sure, yeah. So programmability is essentially using computers and trying to make things a little bit more efficient. So what I do within programmability for iOS XE is I'm looking at how can we actually use our technology, so how can we use Python scripts to maybe make our lives a little bit easier. And so the main use case that typically we have is how are we going to configure our Catalyst iOS XE devices, and how can we do that in a way that's super scalable, super efficient.
Yeah, and so what are the benefits of programmability and automation in general?
There are definitely a lot of benefits of programmability and automation. So you can make things more efficient, right? You don't have to spend too much time troubleshooting or too much time actually working through your problems. Instead, you can be much more efficient, you can see consistent and reliable results, and actually you can scale things up pretty quickly. So say you have 1,000 or 100,000 devices, you can configure them all very quickly and efficiently with programmability.
Yeah, that's amazing. And we know especially in, for example, in ANZ with some of my customers, that's going to be a really important thing for them because their teams are relatively small. So, instead of doing, 1,000 devices each one by one, to do that quite quickly would make a world of difference for them.
Definitely, definitely.
Over at Centre Stage, we had Adam Radford talk about this particular area, and then, we would be amiss not to speak about AI in some level of capacity. So how do you see AI being applied to this space?
Sure, definitely. So currently we can use AI to actually create configuration scripts for our devices. We can also use AI to understand, okay, how can we configure our devices? How can we do that programmatically? So that we've got it covered today, but looking forward to tomorrow, I think honestly the possibilities are endless with AI. So really what I'm looking forward to see in the future is how can we actually use AI to understand how we can make topologies for our networks that are meeting all of our use cases in a really effective way. So not only can we create these topologies or scale them up, we can actually see or run simulations of how things will work when we actually implement them in our own environment, in our own network. So I'm really excited to see not only these topologies, but also how we can use AI for more in-depth troubleshooting as well.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a Cisco product, or it wouldn't be a technology product at all if we weren't using AI in this space. So it's good to see that we're in a testing stage to make sure that, the product that we send out to customers is something that is going to be, well proven and Cisco validated.
Definitely.
So I'd love to understand a little bit more about yourself, actually. So what is a technical marketing engineer?
Sure, yeah. So technical marketing engineer, that's a lot of things, and these are three words that may not typically be seen together. They're definitely entering into a lot of different realms. So within Cisco, what that means is primarily I'm working with customers to understand what their problems are or what features they may be looking to see in the future. So that's one main aspect. I also work closely with our product management and our engineer teams to make sure that we prioritize those requests from customers and we actually get them implemented into the next versions of code. So that's primarily on the feature side, the innovation side. But one aspect that I really enjoy about my job as well is getting hands-on within the lab. So that's the technical, more of the engineering side, is getting to test out the newest, latest, greatest features specifically within iOS XE, and how we can use it and work with, say, like third-party integrations or actually build up use cases and solutions to help our customers and to meet their needs. And lastly, the marketing aspect. So I get to attend incredible events like this at Cisco Live, and I get to talk about all the cool and upcoming features that we have specifically for Catalyst iOS XE and programmability.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. And then maybe to dig deeper, dig a little bit deeper into that piece, what are some use cases that you've used with your customers, for example, in terms of the iOS XE programmability side?
Sure, yeah. So one that I've been discussing this week in particular is about our device onboarding. So say you have 1,000 or a few thousand new devices, new access switches, say, and you're trying to onboard them into your network. How can you do that in a secure way? So we've been talking this week in particular about secure zero-touch provisioning, and this is just one feature of many that you have within the Catalyst platform. And basically you can onboard your device in a very secure way. So definitely hit me up if you want to hear more details about how this works.
Fantastic. And changing tack a little bit, I would love to understand, how did you get interested in STEM?
Oh yeah, this is a great question. I love this question actually. So I feel very lucky. I don't necessarily look like everyone else who's in STEM or all of my peers, but I had a lot of women, female role models growing up, and they have really inspired me. So people like my mom, people like my teachers, and just the other women around me in my life. They've all been role models and examples of what it is like to be a woman out in the working force in the field. And one thing in particular is one of my teachers, actually she was focused on computer science when I was in high school. And whenever I would come to her with a problem, I would say, oh, maybe I don't understand this, I can't really grasp this concept. She would always say, no, you don't understand it yet. You will understand it and you can, it's just right now you need to get up to speed to where you need to be. So that focus on growth mindset actually was very inspirational to me at a young age. And that's something I carry with me today as well, is always having an open mindset, always having this growth mindset, and knowing just because you don't know something right now doesn't mean you can't learn it in the future.
Yeah, and I think having that growth mindset is really important, especially in a company like Cisco where you're looking at innovation after innovation. It's not only personal growth, but having that level and having that perspective means that you can really dive into the technology deeply as well.
Exactly, yeah, and there are just so many changes to technology all the time, so staying up to speed is very important, like you're saying.
Yeah. So what's your experience been like as a woman engineer in the field? Have you seen the industry change so much so?
Oh, that's a good question. So for me, I'm very lucky in the sense that everyone that I've worked with or have been in contact with is always super supportive of me and what I'm doing, especially being a woman in STEM, a woman in tech. And overall, I'm very grateful for all of the people that I work with who see me not only as a woman engineer, but who see me as, just a person, right? So we're all sort of at the same level playing field, and we're all working together for the same goal of using technology and trying to help people along the way.
Yeah, and I think, I guess you're now a role model for other women in STEM as well, with all of the achievements that you've made. And in particular, I'm a little bit nervous sitting in front of a distinguished speaker with someone who's so clearly comfortable with public speaking. So do you have any advice for anyone who's looking to, or for young women perhaps who are looking to go into STEM and how they can advance their own skills?
Yeah, definitely. So I would say for anyone, whether you're trying to get into STEM or maybe a different field, definitely just go for it, try it, make mistakes, and that's completely okay. It's part of the process and part of the learning journey. I definitely have made plenty of mistakes throughout my life, and it's all part of the process. But yeah, just getting out there, putting yourself forward, and really just inviting yourself to the table, I think, is the most important piece, because once you're there, you can try things, you can make mistakes, and you can be in this loving and safe environment, and from there you can grow throughout those experiences.
Yeah, and the opportunity to try and then fail also, I think, combined with the growth mindset is really important because they go hand in hand. So I'd love to understand a little bit more about how you got into the iOS XE space, because I assume, there's so many different areas that you could fall into Cisco. Is there something that really interests you about this? Was it an accident that you fell into it?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. So I actually had the opportunity to do a rotational program when I first joined Cisco. So I got to try out a few different aspects, and I really just loved this concept of programmability and using it specifically for iOS XE. So there's a huge platform, lots of different features. So you can work with routing, wireless switching, any different even IoT devices. And so just the capabilities of the platform itself and the operating system are so vast. And then I just really loved the opportunity to use programmability and to make it even easier to actually scale up and use the technology more efficiently.
Yeah, and when you work with customers on that piece, what do your workshops look like? Is it kind of a long engagement? Is it I'd love to understand the process.
Sure, yeah. So when working with customers, it really depends based on their use case and their interests. But one topic that's been primarily of interest recently is actually telemetry. So customers are interested to see what is the current status of their network and specifically what are the different devices doing. So it could be as simple as taking, your CPU, your memory utilization, and viewing that in a dashboard format. So typically what a workshop could look like is to understand what are these key indicators that customers are interested in. Maybe it's CPU, maybe it's something else completely different. But depending on their use cases and needs, we can narrow down into what exactly it is they want to collect and then go through the process of how do we get this data from our device and how do we store it efficiently and effectively. Then how can we, say, query that data within our database and actually view it for telemetry dashboards. So this could be in a free open source format of how we're doing that, or it could be using tools like Splunk to actually visualize this data.
Yeah, and I guess, do you work across customers from all different industries, or is there somewhere that you're particularly aligned to, like, for example, maybe public sector, or is it a commercial accounts?
I would say it really varies, actually. So primarily people who are interested in programmability and using it for their networks, typically they have very large networks, very large topologies, and maybe it's scaling across many different branches. And so usually the larger customers are the ones who are adopting programmability and automation first because they must do things at scale. They don't have the option to, say, log into one device and make a quick config change because they would need to, if they did it to one device, then apply it to, say, thousands or hundreds of thousands of devices. So really the larger customers are the ones that I'm typically working with.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I guess that use case is very specific. I work with retail, and a lot of our customers have obviously hundreds of stores, and I think that's going to be a very important topic for them. So I'll be sending them your name
Please do.
to get a little bit of a look at that. So our theme this year is Go Beyond, and I would love to understand where in your career, perhaps especially in that STEM piece, where you've gone beyond, and what motivates you to keep driving in this particular technical track.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I feel like I have a lot of motivation. Well, this goes back to some of my role models early on in life, like wanting to hopefully be that for someone else. But ultimately, my main goal or motivation, what inspires me to, wake up and keep going each day, is really just helping people, right? I want to help people and make their lives a little bit easier, even if it's just the tiniest bit. And so what I found is that using things like technology, using programmability, if I can make someone's life a little bit more efficient in one way, then they have a little bit more time in their day to do something else, anything else, whatever it is that they may need to be doing. So really the ultimate goal here is helping people and using technology, using Cisco's products to actually do that.
And it's absolutely, the fact that that's the motivation behind the technology, I think really speaks to, this event in particular, actually how our customers are engaging with us as well. Because if you can take away from that busy work, you can really focus on things that are important and make an impact to the organization.
Exactly, and it will make such a huger impact as well.
Yeah, and one last question for you as well. So I know that you've flown here from the US. I would love to see, what's your favorite thing about Cisco Live and APJC this year?
Ooh, that's a great question. I would say definitely meeting with customers and understanding, a little bit more about their use cases and what's going on. So I have the opportunity to meet with people more frequently who are based in the US, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
But it's definitely interesting to hear the different use cases that customers are going through and maybe challenges that they may be facing today and how we can help them solve those. So definitely meeting with customers. That's a huge highlight.
Yeah, no, and it's good. There's something that, we have a very great hybrid work experience as well, but there's something about meeting someone face to face, being able to see them and interact with them, go out for a coffee, that makes a really big difference. So I think that brings the energy back, and I guess when you go back to the US, then you can still bring that relationship across as well.
Definitely, yes.
Perfect.
Very inspired by this week.
Yes. It's been lovely to chat with you, Story. I'm so excited that you've flown in all the way, and I'm very happy that you've given us the chance to interview with us today, an interview with me today. But now we're going to go and head back to Dave in the studio.
Thank you, Em, and thank you, Story. That was fantastic and a great journey around programmability. I know I certainly learned a lot, efficiencies, troubleshooting, scaling thousands of devices. But my key takeaway that I will be hitting you up for is secure zero-touch provisioning. I hope I got that right. It probably comes with an acronym as well, I'm sure, but I'll be definitely hitting you up for some more information on that one. We're going to head over to centre stage next, where we have VP of Product Raja, VP of Product Observability at Cisco. He's going to guide us through the woes of a bad digital experience and what we can do about it using Splunk Observability enhanced by AppD, elevating digital resilience and user experiences through unified observability.
Please welcome to the stage Vice President Product Splunk Observability, Raj Mukhopadhyay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this center stage session where we from Cisco will talk about how we help our customers achieve digital resilience and how we help them deliver great digital experiences through unified observability. I am Raja Mukhopadhyay, and I am Vice President Product of the combined Cisco and Splunk observability portfolio. Splunk, we just released our State of Observability report for the year. I would encourage all of you to take a look at it. You'll find the link to the report at the bottom of the slide, and you can also get to it by searching for it in your favorite browser. There are 3 things that the report calls out. The first is that the environments, the application and infrastructure environments that you, our customers, manage, they are really complex. You have applications running on premises, you have applications running on the public cloud, and you also have hybrid applications. By that, we mean applications that are partly running on the public cloud, partly on premises, and therefore they have an additional layer of complexity associated with them. Now, what we find in most of our customer environments that in order for them to sort of make sense of this sprawling application and infrastructure estate, they often have to deploy a multitude of monitoring tools. In fact, we have seen situations where there is upwards of 50 different monitoring tools in a given environment. It is not surprising, therefore, that what we hear from operations teams, from SRE teams, from developer teams, that when they look at their operating environment, they feel it is chaotic. There's often more alerts that they can chase down. And when they have an outage, the teams, they spend an inordinate amount of time trying to reconcile the different versions of reality that is manifested across these different monitoring tools. And it is not just the complexity associated with your infrastructure and application estate. In the end, what you care about is that your users have awesome experiences when they interact with your digital services. Now, your users, they get to those digital services through a pretty complex network infrastructure. And that is why the network is so important, because in order for your users to have a good experience, everything needs to be right with the network. And the thing with the network infrastructure is that there are parts of it that you directly own and control, but equally, there are parts of it that you don't own and only have indirect control over. For instance, networks within public cloud provided environments, which you don't directly control, but nonetheless, they are critical to the success of your application. And this is why achieving digital resilience is hard. You need solutions that give you unified visibility across all of these disparate domains, your users, your network, your applications, your infrastructure. And digital resilience is not a nice to have. It is a must have for every business. If you look at Global 2000 enterprises, downtime caused by security and IT incidents cost them upwards of $400 billion every year in terms of direct expenses and lost revenue, not to mention the drag on innovation velocity, as well as the hit to the brand reputation. Now, if you look at Cisco's technology at the highest level, we allow you to ensure that your infrastructure is optimized not just for regular applications, but for the AI-powered applications which are going to become more and more commonplace. We also ensure that you can create a set of workplace experiences, not just for today, but for the future, wherein your employees, your users, your customers can have deep engagement. And underpinning all of this is a set of capabilities that help you make sure that your entire digital estate remains resilient. And we think of digital resilience across 3 different dimensions. The first one is security. You have to ensure that your applications and infrastructure are secure, because if they are not, you will eventually lose your users' data, and with that, their trust. And when that happens, everything else becomes smooth. The second distinct dimension in which we think of digital resilience is what we call assurance. And that is all about making sure that your users have seamless network connectivity when they are trying to access your digital services. And then the final dimension around digital resilience is observability. And that is all about giving you unified visibility across your users, your network, applications, and infrastructure, so that you can prevent outages. And when they do occur, you can sort of find the root cause quickly and fix them. And with strong offerings across all of these 3 different dimensions, Cisco, we are uniquely positioned to partner with you to help advance digital resilience in a comprehensive way across your organizations. And what we find in our customers is that when they adopt Splunk's products, our technology, they use it as a foundation around which they start to build and grow an observability practice. And when it comes to building an observability practice, technology and products is just one component of it. It's an important component, but it is just one component. There are equally important components about how you think about organizing and assembling your teams. What are the process infrastructure that you lay down to make sure that the operating environment that the teams work in, they remain efficient in that? And to talk more about what we see around how our customers use our products and technology to stand up and mature their observability practice, let me invite on stage Laura Vetter, Chief Technology Officer for Evolutio, a customer and partner of ours. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Raja.
All right, Laura, thanks for joining us today. So I was thinking maybe we can start off by if you share with the audience a little bit about what Evolutio does and your role at Evolutio.
So my name is Laura Vetter, and I'm the CTO and co-founder of Evolutio, and we help clients with observability. So we help them understand where they are now, help them define what their goals are, build roadmaps to get there, and then leverage platforms like Splunk's observability portfolio to get that done.
Got it. And I know that a lot of the customers you serve, they both have App Dynamics and Splunk in their environment. And maybe you can just share a little bit around how they have reacted to sort of Cisco's acquisition of Splunk and the entire observability portfolio now being a sort of combination of App Dynamics and the erstwhile Splunk portfolio.
I think most of my clients do have both App Dynamics and Splunk, and a lot of them have a very large Splunk situation. And so they're very excited about Splunk coming under the Cisco umbrella. And part of that is because now there's going to be a lot of technical synergies in the observability space in platforms they were already investing in. And the other thing is just a lot of my clients are looking for better network visibility. So the fact that Cisco is making such a big push into observability with platform-based solutions is really exciting.
Good. That's super encouraging to hear. Now, one thing that we hear from a lot of our customers, and if you look at the arc in which infrastructure and application architectures have evolved over the past couple of decades, the operating environments are quite complex, right?
Yes.
I mean, infrastructures move to the public cloud. We have had a shift from like monolithic application architectures to more microservices-oriented distributed applications. From your vantage point, what do you see in terms of kind of the environments your customers are having to manage?
So my clients have totally different environments. Some of them are very advanced. Some of them have very modern architectures, pure cloud native, even ephemeral applications that spin up and down on demand. A lot of them still have a big traditional landscape as part of that, though, and a lot of them still have even mainframes that are difficult and unwieldy to move. So I think for my clients, they have a really hybrid approach where they're in multiple clouds. They may have a data center component, and they're leveraging a lot of third parties to get the job done.
Got it. And, you know, if you go into operating in these environments, teams often struggle with just knowing what is wrong and, you know, kind of isolating it to the right domain. Is it a problem in the network? Is it a problem in the application code? Is it a problem in the infrastructure? Often that means looking across multiple different tools, you know, tools that are siloed and only have a fragmented view of a part of the environment, right? So when you look at the teams that you are serving, what are some of the common pain points that they seem to be expressing?
I think a lot of my clients have issues with data being all over the place and understanding where is the data, what data points do they want to look at. It's almost like an education in data is required to even engage well across, you know, a large tech stack that is having problems. So a lot of them, their first thing that they want to do is get everything under one roof so they know where things are. And so that's something that's a common thread. And I think also just the complexity of everything, having something that is simple enough to engage with to find the root cause is also a big concern of theirs.
Got it. And in these environments, the combination of Splunk and App Dynamics, right? What are some of the canonical patterns that you have seen in which customers adopt our combined solutions and then sort of bring more operating stability to their environment?
So I think a lot of clients, they start out with log-based observability or monitoring, and that is very expensive to do, and it takes a long time to set it up. So a lot of people have installations in that they're working with. They also have infrastructure monitoring and probably some synthetics, mainly because that's just really easy to stand up. But in today's architectures where there's a lot of complexity and a lot of things spinning up and down and moving around all the time, you really need to move into tracing. Yeah. And so both App Dynamics and Splunk Observability Cloud are really advanced in tracing. And I would say when you compare them to other platforms in the market, they're way ahead in a lot of those areas. And so when you get into tracing, you then start to see network, like you start to see, you know, what's happening in between the systems. Where's your latency? Okay, I'm calling out to a database and that's where I'm seeing my problem. And you don't have to know in advance the topology of your application. It's auto-discovered in tracing, which is another huge benefit. So I think a lot of clients, when I first engage with them, they feel like they have good monitoring because they have the things I said. They have good infrastructure. They have a great logging setup. They have synthetics. But I think if you really want to be great in today's architectures, you need to move into tracing.
Got it. And that makes a lot of sense. If you look at the evolution of monitoring as a whole, as you said, it started off with logs. Now we have like metrics and tracing, and it's a little bit of like, what is the right and appropriate telemetry type that you need to bring to bear for a particular, you know, situation that you want to observe and monitor?
I think there's so many stakeholders in this, though, that part of the problem is there needs to be a strategy that the organization goes down. Because right now you have people that have owned the logging solution, or maybe they've owned the synthetic solution, and they're making some broader decisions that end up impacting people when there's outages or there's problems with apps or there's been a new code push that's put out that's struggling. And so I think by having, especially for your critical applications, a much more top-down, what are we doing here view, it really produces the right result.
Got it. Now, another thing that we see a lot of teams struggling with, I mean, in the end, if you look at the practice of observability, a tool can only help so much.
Yes.
What's also needed is for teams to think through how do they annotate their environment, right? How do they tag and think about their environment? Is it like I have my production environment, I have my dev environment. Should I tag my observability data so that I'm thinking of like application services? How should I think of my customers? Are they broken down into particular tiers? So would you share a little bit, like when you look into some of these things, kind of like best practices around tagging, around how you think about setting up your alert posture, right? How do some of the teams go about, thinking through some of those issues?
So I think there's been a big push recently for infrastructure as code. So there's a lot of ways that you do infrastructure as code. The most well-known is Terraform. And so when you're pushing out new environments, it's all scripted, it's all wonderful, it's push the button. And the ones that are the most advanced in observability, they're doing observability as code. So as part of that, they're not only pushing out the capability, like the ability to collect data, they're also thinking through a labeling and tagging structure for the organization. And then in that, I'm saying, like, you're looking at a trace, so you're looking in real time at data flowing through the system. You actually can tag that trace to say, this is servicing this client, this is coming out of this geo, this is for this key part of the business. And in doing that, you really can understand how is that part of the business performing, how is that geo performing, how is that client performing. And so it's really important to define those tags for your entire business on the front end, and then use a common naming convention across all your dev teams. And then pushing that into code, that's something that Splunk has been an early adopter on and is 100% behind because it's across their entire portfolio.
Yeah, and like you said, I think when we look at our customer base, it's those sorts of things, whether, the tagging around the environment has been done in a thoughtful way, whether, the naming convention around even simple things like alerts, right? It really helps ensure that when multiple teams are coming in and they're all in a war room during troubleshooting, they are not spending time just, building up context around how different teams are thinking about their, components of the overall application, but rather they have a shared context that they come in with and they get into troubleshooting right away. Now, one of the things that, we are on our portfolio, we have been leveraging AI heavily to help our users kind of go through the troubleshooting journey, if you will. Now, from your perspective, when you look at, Gen AI specifically or AI more broadly, I mean, are there particular areas in the overall observability context that you think, AI technologies will help in a substantive way?
So I think there's a couple of areas that I have my eye on. So for a long time in both AppDynamics and Splunk, there's been a concept of outliers or deviations from normal, and a concept of normal, like what's a normal Tuesday at 8 p.m., what's a normal, Friday at 2. And deviations for normal, it allows you to do so much. So we talked about standardization just a bit ago and how you can use Terraform to push things out. You can also do that for alerts, and you can use deviations from normal as part of that standard. So you don't have to set thresholds and everything, and it removes a ton of toil. And I've rolled up on a lot of applications that have been instrumented, and on one application, there's 120 alerts.
Got it.
When you create an object anywhere, it has a life cycle, and if it's not maintained, it degrades and it becomes noisy and flappy and all the things that are very unhelpful for an observability solution. So having standards and then using AI appropriately with those standards has been a game changer already for a lot of our clients. On the concept of Gen AI and AI in general, I think, there is a goal to use observability to automate remediations.
Yeah.
So, a lot of my clients are starting to track percentages of problems that were fixed automatically. And so, one of my clients said we're at 17%, we have a goal to get to 50%. So these are great KPIs to track. But one of the things that Gen AI can help with is when you don't have something automatically remediated, and maybe you don't have a run book, to have a platform that can guide you in the root cause analysis of that is so helpful.
Got it. No, that all, resonates a lot. And indeed, if you look at our portfolio, those are some of the things that we have been working on, both in helping our users be more efficient and effective during the actual act of troubleshooting, but also, use AI. A lot of teams, they spend a lot of time once they have debugged an incident to kind of like reach out to the relevant customers and prepare things like incident reports. And that is another area that we think like AI can be, really helpful. Now, one of the other things that we see a lot of our customers struggle with is, as observability data volumes explode, with the shift to public cloud, with the shift to more distributed applications, we have to give them sort of more options around which they can get the most optimal posture for observability that their business can sustain. So what do you hear from your customers around how they are approaching this?
I would say that the majority of my clients are complaining big time about the cost of logging. So they'll move their logs around. They'll have them maybe in one platform, and then they'll move them to another platform that's on-prem. Then they'll move them to a SaaS provider. Then they'll move them to the cloud. And I think logging is an expensive endeavor. And if you're going to do observability well, you start to make the logs less important and maybe stop collecting all of them even and put them more into like a storage bucket in case you need them later for compliance. And you're using metrics and tracing to really understand in real time what's going on. A lot of people use logs, frankly, for error detection. Like, hey, I know when this error fires, it's a big deal business problem. So you can use OpenTelemetry to collect that as an event. You can use OpenTelemetry to tag that onto a span.
Got it.
And all of those are open source ways. So this isn't like proprietary to Splunk. You can use it on any observability platform that supports native OTel. And that's why it's important to do it that way. It changes your cost footprint orders of magnitude.
Got it. And that is what is completely consistent with our roadmap in terms of, using the appropriate telemetry type that is needed for a given environment, right? So, we give solutions where you can send your low-cost logs to a S3 bucket and still be able to search through it. And we have similar capabilities around metrics and traces. Now, one final question. If you look at the next 3-5 years, and is there a particular thing that you'd like to see in the roadmap around how, Splunk and the combined Cisco observability portfolio evolves?
So I think you and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but I am really excited about the possibility of having an on-prem data storage environment that has great support for metrics, great support for unstructured data, great support from moving the data layer away from the searching layer so you can really have a lot of choice in how things move and how they cost. And so I'm really excited about what Cisco is doing around AI in general, and especially with Splunk as a data layer for that. I think it's going to be a real game changer into how fast companies can develop AI models that maybe even feed into application decisions. It definitely will feed into business decisions. But I think, getting to that next level where you're doing business level tagging on your observability data really enriches that observability data source to be ready for the AI concerns that are here now.
Got it. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming out and sharing your experiences with the audience.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. So, as you heard, what we see in most of our customers around how they build their observability journey, they start off with getting a baseline level of visibility into their mission-critical apps and infrastructure. And at that level, it's just about making sure that they can detect problems when they arise and, fix them quickly. Now, once they have got this baseline level of visibility, they go to the next step, which is, as we were talking about, how do they describe their business context? How do they annotate their observability data and overlay the business context so that they can answer questions like, hey, if there is an outage, is this something that is impacting 100% of my customers? Or is this something that, is perhaps impacting, no customers, and therefore the team, they have a little bit of runway to get to it. After that, they get to a stage where the posture shifts to more of a proactive one. And that is all about looking at the alerting envelope and then seeing, can I push it a little further out so that you are not alerted just when something bad has already happened in your environment, but you are trying to get to the early indicators. Again, the idea is that the teams then have some runway within which they can try to take some remedial action. And then the final step is where you get to a standardized template of observability. So any team that needs an observability solution, they can follow the steps in the template and they can instrument their environment and sort of get going in a self-serve manner. Now, the way our portfolio, we will our customers achieve this observability journey, the cornerstones of Splunk's observability portfolio are App Dynamics and Observability Cloud. And I would like to emphasize here that App Dynamics, it is very definitely part of Splunk's observability portfolio. We have renamed it as Splunk App Dynamics. And our commitment and investment in App Dynamics as a standalone product remains as strong as ever. App Dynamics is best in class for 3-tier applications. Observability Cloud is optimized and is best in class for microservices-oriented cloud-native applications. Now, both of these products, they extend the power of the Splunk platform, which is the industry-leading platform for logs-based monitoring and analytics. And we are deeply integrating across these different products with the goal of making sure that our users, they have a unified experience when they are troubleshooting within the portfolio. And what we mean by that is, if you look at Observability Cloud, we have integrated it with Splunk platform. A key integration is Log Observer Connect, within which users who are in the Observability Cloud console and they're troubleshooting, they can not only look at metrics and traces, but they can look into the logs from the application and infrastructure in a point-and-click UI right there. Similarly, we have integrated the agents, the data ingestion pipelines, the identity management, the scope, the roles, all of that. The end goal is to ensure that when your users are troubleshooting for the full stack, the front end, the back end application code, the infrastructure, they have a unified composite views across logs, events, metrics, traces. Now, we are also integrating between App Dynamics and Observability Cloud to help you troubleshoot hybrid applications. Now, App Dynamics, Observability Cloud, they are good for vertical visibility into application and infrastructure environments. The other product in our portfolio is ITSI, which lets you monitor business processes that cut across multiple different observability and application environments, and you are able to monitor high-level KPIs of those business services. And if you look at why our customers, kind of grow with our portfolio, it comes down to 3 things. The first is that we give them broad coverage across their entire application and infrastructure estate, and yet we are able to provide deep, granular visibility into every tech stack. So whether you have an application running on AWS using Lambda functions, or you have a 20-plus-year-old Java application that's running on premises that no one wants to touch, our portfolio gives you broad visibility into all of these different tech stacks. The other thing that makes our portfolio unique is that, like we were saying before, it is super easy for operations teams, for SRE teams, for developers to quickly get to root cause. And we do that by making sure that our views are tailored to their incoming mental model and they can quickly get to what they want. And finally, if you look at something else that we do, is we help our customers get to the optimal observability posture that their businesses can sustain. And we do it by giving you choices to make sure that your high-volume logs can go to lower-cost repositories, similarly for your higher-volume metrics and such. Now, this is not just us, tooting our own horn. If you look across a wide array of industry analysts and trade press, Splunk has been recognized as a leader in observability, including us being on the leaders quadrant in Gartner's Observability MQ. And we are the only vendor who is a leader for both security and observability domains. And that is crucial because, as we talked about, if you want to achieve comprehensive digital resilience, it is important that you think through both of those 2 domains, security and observability, and leverage the natural synergies that exist when you have a single platform that can solve for those 2 disparate domains. With that, I think for those of you in the live audience here, I would encourage you to make your way to the Splunk booth. We have a lot of engaging demos and subject matter experts, and you can have a lot of deep dive conversations with the folks over there. And for our audience watching online, just keep following along. Thank you.
Wow, what a conversation. I think a lot of you who had so many questions around observability were tuning in. A lot of those were answered. Next, we have something new at the Cisco Live, which is a fireside chat. So we have Dave West, Zeus Karawala, and also Tom Gillis. So we're going to head over to the fireside chat and listen what they have to say about Cisco and AI strategy. Over to you, Dave and Zeus.
Thanks for inviting me. I'm really excited to be here at Cisco Live Melbourne. I got to attend some of the keynotes today, some customer sessions, walk through the world of solutions, and I'm thrilled to be talking about those topics with Dave West and Tom Gillis. And so let's start with the topic that everyone always talks about, which is AI, right? You can't really go to an event. It was a big theme in the keynotes. But Dave, you talk to a lot of customers. In this region in particular, what's going on with AI? Are customers ready for it right now?
I think customers are trying to still determine what the use cases are and what the value is. How does it make them more productive? How does it save them money? How do they drive better outcomes and experiences for their customers? So they're sort of still getting ready. I think we just did a APJC AI readiness study. And the study showed us that 15% are ready to go overall in the APJC region. 86% said that if they're not prepared for AI in the next 18 months, then their businesses could be in some jeopardy.
So I'm not an analyst, but I would conclude from that we got work to do.
We have work to do.
Yeah.
You're the analyst.
Yeah. No, it's and that's not dissimilar to what you see in other parts of the globe. I think everyone has AI on the mind right now. I think one of the pressure points for IT leaders is their boards and their business leaders are coming to them and saying we have to have an AI strategy, although not really sure what that means. They just know that there's a lot of pressure to do AI things. And I think right now you're right. We are at a point where we're trying to figure it out. One of the areas where it can have a lot of impact, though, is I think in IT operations, specifically the network. And so I recently just did a survey in partnership with the Cube Research, and we asked the question, how important is your network compared to 2 years ago to your business operations? And 93% said more important, which isn't a big surprise. Yep. Now, at the same time, though, 80% said it's more complex. And so you think of those two diverging paths, more complicated but more important. And I think a lot of companies are looking for AI to help close that gap. And so, Dave, talk about what, in the context of networking, especially in a world that's been increasingly all wireless, how is Cisco infusing AI into its networking products to help simplify?
I think everyone's looking for what does AI ops do to make the environment more manageable, easier to orchestrate, easier to automate, drive rich services and policy. So the idea is, and as we just announced Wi-Fi 7, is to create a new level of orchestration management, allow you to use AI to manage the Wi-Fi spectrum much more smart, to be able to see anomalies and then change things and adapt it based off of the guidance that AI gives you. Customers can have a better experience down the road, and that's exactly what we're doing with our Wi-Fi 7 announcement.
Yeah, and so my take on that announcement, too, is it wasn't just speed upgrade, right? This isn't going from 6.5 to 7 and everything stays the same. A big part of that was operational.
Yeah, absolutely. It's around how do you bring together our licensing structure? How do you make management and orchestration easier? How do you use machine learning and AI to manage spectrum better, to get a better experience from your Wi-Fi?
Yeah. The vast majority of trouble tickets associated with user can't connect, it's Wi-Fi. You know, the RF is complicated, and so we're building diagnostics in addition to these robust multi-radio solutions that is going to, I think, take a huge step forward in delivering a great end-user experience. And, you know, Dave, I was listening to your commentary. I'm going to predict that in the next 12 months, the AI automation that we're going to deliver from Cisco, if you look at what's happening in networking today, the ASICs that we make in our switches, these things never fail. They just run and run and run for, for a decade. They run and run and run. Where network outages come from is either misconfiguration or misunderstanding of the configuration. We're going to drive that number to zero in the next 12 months, not someday over the horizon, right? Like this stuff is happening really fast.
Now, Tom, you since you are so close, you are the security business in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Talk about what's going on with Splunk and the integration there and how it's transforming the Cisco security business here.
Yeah, I think there are amazing opportunities where Cisco plus Splunk can unlock totally new classes of telemetry that today aren't examined, right? Think about the whole principle of zero trust says, assume the endpoint is already compromised. So assume the bad guys are in. The name of the game in security is identifying and stopping lateral movement. Where does lateral movement happen? In the network. But the vast majority of that data goes unobserved because it's 100 or maybe even 1,000 times more data that's ingested today. And so as we think about the integration with Splunk, there are near-term things that we're already doing to make the observation of the infrastructure more efficient. So these things called technical add-ons, that like the tools that you use to pull telemetry in, those are already released. Then there's like medium-term things we're doing to do smarter, more intelligent harvesting the data. And the long-term is instead of moving data into the analytics, we want to move the analytics closer to the data. That's a hard problem to solve. But really, Cisco plus Splunk is the only company in the world that can solve it. So lots to like there.
Yeah, and do you think we're at a point now, as long as I've been an analyst, which is the better part of 25 years, we've talked about the shift of bringing networking and security together, and it really hasn't happened.
Yeah.
And today, though, I'm sensing more and more, partially driven by AI, partially driven by cloud, partially driven by mobile. It just, a lot of things are coming together, and it looks like that's actually happening now. Are you seeing that?
There's three things that are new and different that are accelerating it. The first is these advances in silicon. So these chips that are called DPUs, data processing units, that is a little tiny baby firewall on a chip. And they come from AMD, Intel, and NVIDIA. We're able to take that capability, put it into servers, and more interestingly, putting it into the fabric of the network itself. And that's going to enable distributed security in the network foundation, unlike anything that was able to be done before. The second is the AI stuff you were talking about, right? How do you manage a million little tiny baby firewalls? Well, you don't manage them the way you manage traditional systems. And then the third is advances in modern operating systems. This is kind of technical, but it's called eBPF, Extended Berkeley Packet Filter. And this is isovalent. Remember the acquisition that we did more than a year ago? I would argue that interface in Linux and increasingly in Windows, that is the future of networking in a cloud world where you can't touch the physical infrastructure. eBPF lets us get in and do what we do. Those three components together are letting us bring security and networking together in a way that hasn't been possible until now.
I think the other aspect of this, and you touched upon this on the silicon side with Silicon One, to me it's an underappreciated aspect of what makes Cisco unique.
I 100% agree.
Because there's a lot of things best done in silicon.
Yep.
Packet processing, for example.
Yep.
There's lots of things you can do in software, and I think sometimes, and perhaps as an analyst, we're guilty of this, where we swing the pendulum so far one way.
Yeah.
Everything's moving to software, everything's moving to cloud, but the right architecture actually is a combination of hardware, software, silicon.
Yeah, and I think the reason Silicon One is special is that when you look at what's happening with AI, all the advances you talked about, explosive capabilities, the chips that power that AI stuff, these GPUs, they are taking these leaps forward in their ability to swizzle data. Something's got to get the data in and out of those devices. That's the network. So we need to be faster than the most cutting-edge processing elements in the infrastructure. That is not easy to do, and that's Cisco's core competence.
And I would say that you can't talk platforms unless you're talking hardware, software, and services together. And going back to the security and networking portion of what Tom talked about, we don't just talk networking anymore. We talk secure networking because segmentation needs to be a part of the network. Policy needs to be a part of the network. Enforcement needs to be part of the network. You need visibility across every port that's in the network, and you have to be able to do it at speeds and performance that make sure that you can meet the demands of your workforce.
Well, and this is where AI helps. When I think about what Zero Trust is, it's a complete flipping of the whole construct of networking, right? You think of the original idea of the internet is everything talks to everything, which is why it's so fast.
Yep.
But the downside is everything talks to everything. Right?
Yeah.
And so zero trust dictates that nothing can talk to anything unless explicitly allowed. That's great in concept, very hard to scale if you don't use some kind of automation tools.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
what are customers most excited about with working with you now?
Integration across the portfolio, not looking at each component by itself, but beginning to integrate and looking end to end and making sure that we're delivering that one Cisco experience to our customers. I think more than anything else, that is most exciting. The idea that we're going to bring security and networking together pervasively, secure networking, secure data center, secure hybrid cloud. The threat landscape is incredibly sophisticated, incredibly difficult to deal with. The work that we're doing with, areas like Hypershield and other security defense mechanisms, I think are game changers in the industry, and our customers are recognizing that. And then the last piece that's super exciting for them is all the work we're doing around AI, not just generative AI across all of our capabilities, but truly building that next generation AI infrastructure, AI pods, what we're doing around next generation servers, how we're building, the infrastructure that will power the data centers for tomorrow and help our customers be successful as they begin to roll out their own learning models, do inference, and figure out how they really build new productivity models for their business with AI. And so they're very excited about what Cisco. And then the last piece of this is what Tom talked about, is digital resilience.
Yeah.
How we are bringing everything that we do under a digital resilience umbrella so that we can do anomaly detection, that we can figure out where there may be faults and things that need to be addressed
and fix them
across the entire enterprise, not just one piece of the enterprise. They're incredibly excited about that.
If I can just pick up on that, and Zeus, you must be seeing this too. These AI workloads, it is driving a renaissance in the data center. The amount of change, the amount of innovation that's happening in data center infrastructure, we haven't seen that in a decade.
Tom, I want to finish on you. And Dave mentioned Hypershield.
Yeah.
It's been in customer betas.
Yes.
What's the feedback been like?
Yeah. Hypershield is still young, right? It's a baby, but I say if you've ever watched Game of Thrones, it's a baby dragon, right? This thing is transformative. It is I know this is a little hyperbolic, but it is the future of infrastructure. It writes its own rules, tests its own rules, deploys its own rules, upgrades itself. Like, wow.
Yeah.
And so while it's young, we've got 20 going on 30 customers actually running it. And we're integrating it into the fabric of the network. And so expect to see in the next few months even more Hypershield. And I think it really is a glimpse of tomorrow today.
And very simply, for people that maybe aren't familiar with Hypershield, you've just taken Firewall and you've embedded it everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. And do you think that would have been possible without the era we're in now with AI?
It's the three components we talked about, the chips, the software, and the AI management. And we didn't just take the firewall that you know and love today. We completely redefined how a firewall works, right? It's all based on identity.
Yeah.
It understands the applications that are running, and it looks at each individual software process and says, does this make sense? So very, very fine-grained controls. You couldn't possibly write policies the old way for that level of granularity. But with AI, we do it in a way that delivers better security outcomes with less effort.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like you. I was a network engineer, and so segmentation was hard. It was incredibly difficult.
Yep, we've all worked on that.
The way that Hypershield does segmentation and in regards to how it understands flows, the way that you're able to use the digital twin to patch, the way you're able to be efficient when you do upgrades and know things have been tested. We've all been through the digital resilience pain of the past. I do think it's a game changer, and it will be a game changer in this part of the world.
All right. Well, Dave and Tom, thanks for joining me. And I just want to close by saying, AI is the biggest fundamental change we've had in IT, certainly in my career. And when you look at some of the other transformations we've had, cloud, mobile, that caused us to rethink the way we run IT, the way we build IT, and the way we operate it. And I don't see this any different. And so I think if
it is different. It's faster.
Right. I do agree with that.
And more secure.
Well, I do think the transition happens faster. So if you're watching this, I think it's incredibly important that you embrace the concept of AI, but you have to rethink how you operate and run IT, and doing things trying to do best of breed and in one-off ways just isn't going to scale anymore.
I agree.
So with that, let's return to the studio.
Wow, I think we're going to have to add that session in these fireside chats into every Cisco Live. How good to get insights into Hypershield and also so much more that's happening around AI. Thank you, Dave, Tom, and Zeus. Next, we have something exciting, which is something that is very important to us in the APJC network, which is service providers. So now we're going to move on to the next session on the center stage, which is transforming service provider networks, the evolution of network ops, and adoption of AI. We know how important AI is, and we know how important service providers are to us. So we're going to combine this and see what the world has to offer and how we can enhance and alleviate the experiences for our customers and for our partners. So we're going to move on to the center stage where they're getting ready. And what I did want to mention was that on this center stage session, we're going to look at two diverging paths, which is a converge and simplify with the help of AI. So service provider networks have been around for a while, and AI is kind of new right now, but it's going to be very interesting to hear how we can actually combine these. Over to the center stage.
Please welcome to the stage Principal Product Management Engineer, Cisco, Javier Antic.
So, good afternoon, almost, I guess, good evening. I've been told I'm the last speaker of the whole event, so thanks for staying, and hopefully it will be worth it. I wanna talk about something that I feel very passionate about, right? And it's how we're gonna see the service providers transforming the way they operate network infrastructures, right? The conversation today will have some product-related, references, but I want to focus on the journey. And that journey is really, really interesting, and it has a lot of potential. When we talk about AI has a lot of different manifestations, right? There's many different types of it. There's unsupervised techniques. There's, non-machine learning techniques, such as optimization algorithms and so on. There's generative AI. There's discriminative AI. All these are different forms that have a lot of impact in many of the industries, and they will also have in ours. So when I mention here AI in this conversation, I'm referring to everything, right? To all these different techniques. The industry has embarked in a very interesting journey, right? For a few years, we are trying to define what the autonomous network is and how do we get there. There are several forums in the industry working around this, ETSI, ITUT, right? TM Forum. All of them are somehow trying to identify how do we get there? How do we achieve that level of autonomy, of self-healing, of zero touch, right? How do we get to to that concept of autonomous agents that can help us make decisions and automate closed loops, right? TM Forum specifically has defined this journey in a set of layers, right, or levels, from level 0 to level 5. And different service providers are at this point trying to determine where they are in this journey and where they want to be, right? It's definitely aspirational. There is some level of, subjective, measurement here, but there is an opportunity to make progress towards that potential full level of autonomy, and that's where we are. The question is, how do we get there, right? It's not so easy. There's a lot of benefits associated to this process. The most obvious, like operational efficiency, or more efficiency in the use of the resources, like, associated to sustainability, energy efficiency. There's potential opportunity as well for generating new sources of revenue associated to, the process of automating and being more agile at delivering services. And last but not least, one direct impact of getting to this additional level of autonomy it's improving the user experience, right? Which will also have a direct impact on the business. I was talking earlier about AI, right? And where does AI really help on this, right? What are the areas where we will see direct impact or direct applicability? On one hand, AI helps us transform data into useful operational insights, right? Data by itself is not really useful. We need to transform it into something that we can make decisions around. So that's the first area, and there's a lot of different types of techniques that we can use and that we are using to provide better operational insights. But then the insight itself is also not that useful, right? You want to make a decision with that insight. Now, AI can help us also automate and accelerate those decision processes. There is a strong transformational aspect on this, and we will talk about this in a few minutes, right? But then now you have a decision, right? Well, great, but the decision by itself is not that useful. You want to enforce that decision in some way, right? To push some action in the network, to push some state change, some configuration. So AI can also help us make it easy to transform decisions into actions. So there's another opportunity to use AI. AI helps us in almost the entire life cycle, from turning data into insights, turning insights into decisions, and turning decisions into actions. When we think about autonomous networking, there's different angles that we need to address. And the first one, even though I will not be double-clicking on this in this conversation, it's how do we simplify our network, right? Complexity is enemy of automation, by definition. So even if we are trying to automate, the first thing that we have to do is to try to simplify. And you might have heard a lot of the different strategies, about, consolidating layers, simplifying technology, etc., that might help us, make progress there. Today, I will focus on the second part, on how do we make progress on the automation and autonomics, because we see there is a tremendous opportunity to transform the way we operate, in that space. And the first way to get there is to build the proper foundational building blocks to automate, right? And that's what we have been doing from a perspective of the, life cycle automation across all those different stages on the life cycle, from the planning, the design, the provisioning, the deployment, the operation, the visibility and assurance, right? All the entire life cycle that through our automation portfolio, crossware automation portfolio, we are addressing, right? This is the first step that is necessary to get to the autonomous network. You need to have the proper automation frameworks to enforce those actions that I was referring earlier. But then you also need to have the proper visibility and insights so that you can transform the data into something that might help, taking decisions. And you can't improve what you cannot measure. On one hand, data might come from different sources. It might come from the hardware itself in the form of streaming telemetry, in the form of sensors with active testing. It might come from the end user devices. It might come from the cloud. So data is spread across multiple domains, and there might be different techniques, different building blocks that are required to collect that data. In similar way, there is no just a single place where data will go to be analyzed. There's going to be always different data domains that require specialized processing, right, to deliver the specific outcomes that are required. Controllers, providing a connectivity assurance, thousand eyes, these are all building blocks that help us provide the right level of insights in each of the domains where they operate. But now we have added the additional layer to the portfolio that might help us connect all the different domains together and provide a cross-domain, view and correlation, right? So with this, including not only network-related data, but also potentially, business or non-network-related domains, right? So this is what is necessary to obtain or to achieve the right level of visibility, which, as you saw earlier, is the other fundamental building block. Visibility and insights and actions. And what will connect the two are the decisions, right? Let me just skip this slide for a moment, right? And just to double-click, as we expand and invest in our automation portfolio through our crosswalk controller, as well as the hierarchical control that might provide that complete visibility across multiple network domains, both IP packet infrastructure as well as optical infrastructure. And we continue investing in the portfolio, adding, in those areas where there is opportunity to leverage AI, all those different AI techniques that you saw earlier that will become naturally embedded in the solution, the portfolio, as we move forward in our development efforts. Right? Let me just skip this couple of slides on the interest of time. But I was mentioning Splunk earlier, right? That will help us, provide that multi-domain, connection of the data. And at that level, what you really need is a, really strong level of programmability. At that level, the insights are not domain-specific. The insights are very contextual to the organization and what are the domains that you're trying to connect together. And that's the biggest value of the Splunk platform at that level, right? To effectively behave as a platform of possibilities where you can, really transform the data using all the different toolkits available, both from a machine learning perspective as well as from a deep learning point of view, enable a wide variety of use cases in terms of prediction, detecting outliers, being able to forecast, etc. So all those, toolkits are available to create that, connection across all those multiple domains. But I was talking earlier about the, how do we get in this journey to the autonomous network, right? We've been looking at the fundamental building blocks, the automation frameworks, and the observability components, right? But the thing that is missing between is how do we automate decisions? How do we get to the level of autonomy from where we are today, which is, automation? And it's interesting what is happening because for the first time ever, we are witnessing something that will revolutionize not only our industry, but all industries. And it all comes down to this idea of knowledge automation, right? Knowledge is it's a sort of complicated concept to define or to describe, right? It's a combination of information, data, experience, context, right? Connecting the dots. And usually, knowledge comes from people, right? It's an asset, it's a resource that requires people, basically. And because of that, it's a scarce resource. It's expensive, it's limited. What happens now, or what happened in the past 2 years, there is a new form of knowledge. It's not exactly the same as what you can get from a human, but it's very similar in many aspects that is now available in software, right? And I'm not talking about data or information. That was already available. I'm talking about knowledge. Suddenly, something that was scarce and limited, now it is elastic, broadly available at the distance of a software API call. And the enabler for this are the language models, because they are effectively knowledge compilers. The type of transformation that we're talking about, this is one of those that changes economic systems. Something that was very scarce, now is extremely available with a combination of people and software, right? So we can start thinking on how we can use this knowledge, which is the fundamental ingredient to make decisions, to now create systems that actually help us accelerate and automate decision processes, right? In our industry, we've been talking about SDN for a long time, right? We are in the SDN era. And the SDN era was sort of triggered or enabled by the standardization of network APIs, right? The standardization of network APIs, on one hand, enabled, the network softwareization, the proliferation of software entities that would program the networks. But it also enabled the more availability of network data through those, standard APIs. Net, this resulted in more decision points and the possibility to optimize decisions, and that's where we are today, somehow. The SDN era is, a software programmable infrastructure where we can use standard data to program dynamic behaviors. What is new now? What will take us to the autonomous network? Well, now we have cloud. We've had it for a number of years, but that is an enabler for new things. But particularly now we have the language models. And what does it mean exactly? Well, that means we now have networking knowledge in software, as per the knowledge softwareization or knowledge automation that I was referring. With networking knowledge in software and all these decision points, we can create autonomous agents, software agents that can help automate decisions. I will double-click on that in a few minutes, but when we add autonomous agents to the SDN, we effectively get, a path towards the autonomous network. Just 2 years back, or 3 years back, we didn't have this, so there was no clear path on how to get to the autonomous network. Now there is, and it's now on us, to leverage that opportunity. Just a few months back, TM Forum released what they call the blueprint to get to level 4 autonomy, which is very far in the autonomy journey or autonomous network journey. You probably cannot read it, but the fundamental new building block that TM Forum has added to this architecture as the enabler to get to level 4 is actually the autonomous agent, right? And they have even defined a roadmap that takes through 2 differentiated phases, from using closed loop with autonomous agents to addressing more complex multi-domain scenarios, multiple agents collaborating with each other. So there is now a clear path being set, not just from a technology point of view, but by the whole industry, represented in this case as the TM Forum, towards using autonomous agents to make the autonomous network real. What is an autonomous agent exactly, right? Because this is a reasonably new concept, again, that didn't exist even 2 years ago, because language models didn't even exist, right? Or not in the form that we know them. So in order to review what an autonomous agent is, we need to sort of pause for a few seconds and look at what a language model is, right? A language model is a mathematical function. That is essentially what it is. It's a mathematical function that gets an input and produces an output, right? It doesn't do anything else. It's very task-oriented, right? It might give you an answer to a question, as long as either the answer it's on the data that it has been trained with, or the answer is in the prompt when you make a request. And there's all sorts of different techniques that we call, RAG, retrieval augmented generation, to make all that happen. But if your question or your task is complex, if it requires multiple steps to give you a response, the language model will not be able to provide it. It's just a mathematical function. It doesn't have any activity, any proactivity. So what do we do then, right? One of the interesting emergent behaviors from language models is their ability to reason over a problem, right? And this is a sort of controversial concept, because there are people that argue that language models cannot reason, but keeping the controversy aside, what they provide is some ability to plan, to break a complex problem into simpler steps. So that means we can use that ability to plan around a complex problem to power a software system that can solve complex problems. And that's what an autonomous agent is. An LLM-powered autonomous agent is a software process, it's a software system that uses an LLM as the brain, right? And it has the ability to self-plan to be able to address a complex request, a goal, a complex task that we might request the agent to execute. And in that process, the agent will not only plan how to execute on that, but will also be able to autonomously execute based on a set of actions or tools that it has been trained to use. So this has a lot of potential to address complex tasks. And again, this is not even network specific. This is actually being explored in all industries on how we can use these type of systems to help automate complex processes that otherwise would require people making decisions. But we can have the decisions taken by the agent. But by the same logic that we can create an agent to solve problems, we can actually have multiple agents working together to address even more complex problems, right? They can act as a swarm of entities, or there might be specialized agents on different tasks, and they can work together, they can communicate with each other to solve even more complex problems. We are in the early days of this technology, but it is already showing a lot of potential and a lot of results in other industries. And ours is not going to be an exception. So, back to what TM Forum is actually, sharing in their blueprint and what we are seeing as we work in this technology, this is going to be extremely transformational in the way we interact and we operate network infrastructures in the future. It will not happen overnight, right? But it will help us evolve the way we make decisions. And it will start, of course, by where we are today, which is, hey, we need to make a decision. We need information to make that decision. Today we have to interact with people. We have to interact with different systems directly to maybe query, to fetch the data, and so on. And eventually, if you get what you need, make a decision with maybe the limited information that you have. But soon, these agents will be in charge of finding the information that we need. That by itself will accelerate our ability to make decisions, because we will not have to spend our time, or waste our time trying to find information. They will find it for us, right? And once we have the information, we will still probably be able to make the decisions, ourselves with that data. But then the next step is how these agents will work together, will collect the information, will provide a recommendation on what should be the next course of action given the situation that they have analyzed. We might still be responsible for the ultimate decision that is taken, but definitely the whole process will be significantly accelerated due to this type of approach. Situations like troubleshooting a network problem, right? Like in this example, there is a BGP issue. There is a BGP down, right? Today, how is this addressed? Well, there goes some network engineer that, based on his or her experience, will determine how to troubleshoot. Oh, I need to check first the reachability between the routers, or if everything looks fine, then I need to check the configuration, and so on and so forth, right? There is going to be a sequence of steps that a network engineer would execute manually, or that might have been automated in that case. The alternative scenario is that there might be some diagnostic autonomous agent, like the ones that I was describing, that might get an input either from a human or maybe from a system saying, hey, this BGP session is down. What is going on, right? What will happen in this case? The agent will build automatically a plan. Will build a troubleshooting plan on how to address, how to go about this problem. And then we'll start executing on that plan. Maybe step number one on that plan is, hey, you need to analyze the configuration, the BGP configuration on these devices, because that might be the source of the problem. But hey, maybe this agent has no idea how to obtain that configuration. But there's another agent type, it's a search agent, that it has the ability or the skills to interact with the inventory, maybe with the network directly, or with other systems that might allow this agent to find information, right? So this specialized agent on searching for information, right, will be used by the troubleshooting or diagnostics agent to find what it needs. So agents will be working together to find information required and troubleshoot the problem. And this is not just a PowerPoint slide with some fantasy. This is technology, right, that we have been prototyping and working on. And while, again, still in the early days, this is tremendously transformative and will become reality very soon. Another example, right? I was talking earlier about how agents can help us find information. Let's suppose this scenario, there's a network engineer, and there's a system like our crossword planning tool, right? The crossword planning tool has, extensive information about the network, the capabilities of the network, the traffic demands, the topology, the nodes. There's a lot of entities there, and it might well be in the daily activity of a network engineer that you need some answers from the network. You need to know something. You need to query. You need to provide maybe a response to your manager about something relative to the network. Well, today you would need to go to the system directly, maybe to the database, query something, copy to an Excel spreadsheet, and maybe you might have to do a number of things to respond to a certain request. But in a context where we have an agent, you might be able to respond complex questions by delegating completely to the agent how to go about the response. I don't know if you can actually read it, but in this case, the question says, hey, I need you to find the outgoing and incoming traffic demands for all routers on the network, right? I need you to calculate the difference between, incoming and outgoing, and I need to know what are the top 3 routers. The answer to this question is not directly available in any database. You need to compute. You need to reason about the request. You need to collect some things first, then do some analysis, maybe then do something else, and then do something else, right? So there's a number of steps. In this case, the agent, no one is telling the agent how to respond to this, how to go about this request, how to break it down into different steps. It is happening automatically. Why? Because the agent knows. Because the language model that is powering the agent knows how to go about this. The only thing is that we have trained the agent to know how the database looks like. So the agent knows how to interact with the database, and it's planning everything else automatically. So if we draw like the big picture from a functional point of view, these are not necessarily products, these are just functions, right? On the operational ecosystem, it might look something like this, right? You have your network infrastructure, your data goes up from the network, either in a more non-real-time fashion, more from a planning and optimization perspective, or maybe for real-time analysis through your assurance stack, through your incident management, and eventually goes to the human, right, at the top, the human operational layer. And when something happens, then it's the human that decides, oh, this is going on, then the remediation action is this. So you push a workflow or some intent change back to the network. So this is, in this context, most of the so-called closed loops, they close at the human level, right? With some exceptions, we might have some, closed loops at the incident management and workflow level, right? What is going to happen now as we move forward with this idea of the autonomous agents is that there is a new layer that is going to show up. The layer where the autonomous agents sit. And this layer is between the human and all these systems. And these agents will have the skills, the ability to interact with all these different systems underneath, whether it is your workflow automation, your observability systems, your planning systems, your assurance, your intent abstraction. As we build all those skills, we will be able to delegate more and more tasks, more and more activities for the AI agent to actually execute them. Or the other way around. When we get a signal from the network in the form of an alarm or an incident, the agents will be able to respond autonomously to them, eventually diagnose based on the workflow that I was showing you earlier, and why not come up with what the remediation action should be and create a workflow for that. It will definitely take a few years until we get there, but this is the path that will make the autonomous network a reality. Today, essentially the way we automate, it's based on rules, right? We create rules. We encode our knowledge, our expertise in the form of rules. And every closed loop use case is effectively one rule or one set of rules that determine, hey, for this event, do this, right? That's the way we do it. And that's perfectly okay, but it's definitely limited in how much progress we can make with it, right? Rules are static, are limited in nature. When things change, the rules need to be updated. So there's not so much in this autonomy journey that we can go further with this approach, right? So this is going to evolve towards this agent-centric, architecture, where we will not be investing in rules. We will invest in skills for the agent, right? And those skills will enable the agent to interact with the different systems underneath. Controllers, intent-based management systems, observability, workflow engines, network, right? And as we provide the agent not only with the skills, but also with the context in which they are operating, and that context will be in the form of the digital map, right? And as we set goals for the agent will be able to operate autonomously. And will take us from maybe just a few, tens or a handful of closed-loop use case to a scenario where we'll be able to tackle hundreds or thousands of use cases. And this is the only way in which we can get to those later stages on the autonomous network journey, which are the level 4 and level 5, right? So this is the deep transformation that is going to happen, and what will allow us to get to this network automation, at scale. We are still on the early days of this, right? But the impact is going to be significant, and we probably cannot even anticipate how this is going to look like in 3-4 years from now, as the technology is evolving very rapidly. But it's definitely a journey that we would very love to navigate with you, together, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Another session done. I can't believe we're at the end of the day. We're at the end of Cisco Live.
How did we make it here? It's been a whirlwind of a week.
It has been, and so much energy from customers, partners, everyone attending. It's just been very amazing, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think what's kept me going is the fact that we have the studio that we can run back to, and we get to share all of the things that happen, outside in the world of solutions with our customers, like, the real big highlights. Actually, talking about highlights, we did the highlights for day one. I'd love to know, again, sitting back at the desk together, what are your highlights for day two? Shika?
I have a few. So I really liked the Women of Cisco session. I think that resonated with me. The panel was incredible. Everyone sharing their journey throughout their lives, almost 20. Vanessa has been an engineer for 20 years. Oh my God! That was just incredible to hear her journey. My interview with Nick Walker from Coles Group. So that was a
awesome.
special. That talk was very good, and just hearing how Coles is innovating in the sustainability space with their packaging and waste management strategies, it was incredible. I think those two. And also their partnership. They sponsored the NIN booth and the hackathon. So there was a session when they announced the hackathon details and everything. I think that was really good. So especially the interviews and everything. I think there was so much. I'm sorry. I think everything was so good. But yeah, definitely those two stood out. What about you?
I think it's great, as you said. I think we touched on earlier as well that this year having a lot more customer interviews and that has just made it just a lot more wholesome experience. It's not just our technology; it's actually them telling us a bit more about our technology. I mean, I know I learned a lot from that Coles interview. It was fantastic. I think you said it earlier as well, being able to. We always got the safety net of running back to the studio and telling us what we've learned out there.
Yeah.
But I think on the flip side, my highlight for me was actually everything I've learned from the interviews or from the center stage talks, being able to take that knowledge and run out and meet some customers today and take them to those stands in the world of solutions and take them around and see the AI hub, see the Splunk booth and all that. So that was fantastic for me. What about you?
Yeah, no, I think, I have, my notebook is just filled with all these different questions that I have after today. I think the conversation with Jackie G and then Carlos Pereira about what they're doing around AI, Jackie G saying there's only 15% of organizations that are AI ready. And then Carlos coming back with, for those organizations that are looking for AI in their future, the first question he asks is, what do you need it for? And that completely opened my mind, and that really stands out because now I'm going back to all of the customer conversations and the interviews we had, and I said, yeah, what exactly are we using? What are the priorities for the AI? So his customer story, 2,000 AI use cases down to 5 in a week. Yeah. Insane.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously that's just today, but it made me reflect on the entire Cisco Live. What was been your highlight, or what's one thing you want to take away from the entire experience?
One thing is a bit hard to pick, but I'm going to kind of address what you said around the AI, because obviously in the keynote there were 3 key pillars that were introduced. Obviously AI-ready data centers was a big one, and I do want to kind of mention that because we now announce the AI pods where we can have one pod for a use case. So that was something really special. And then if customer has like 5,000 use cases, but actually if they come to us and talk to us and it can narrow down to less numbers, we can have a pod per use case. So I think that was really good. And I think overall, that's a really hard question, but I think I did love the customer interviews. Your interview with Michael Colonel King, I think the customer interviews were incredible. And then, yeah, the keynote as well was definitely one big takeaway. All three key pillars, obviously AI-ready data centers is quite big. So, yeah, that definitely.
As you say, I think you can tell we're at the end of day 2 here. I think we're just minds fogged with how much we've learned and taken away from this week. It's been incredible. I think for me, my highlight was sort of seeing the sort of future-proofing of the workplace and how that's bringing together all of our technologies into that one. So that's your networking, security, observability, and collaboration, and really focusing on the employee experiences and sort of end user there, and the fact that you can be a hero, whether you're in HR, operations, IT. You can be a hero of your workplace with a single Cisco device could change the game for you.
Yeah, we had some announcements in that space as well for future workplace. So I think it was Wi-Fi 7.
Wi-Fi 7. We had the new
AI agent
and the microphone in the WebEx room.
Yeah, the Ceiling Pro mic, and we did have. I mentioned my demo in collaboration. We did have that demo. The voice quality difference in the Ceiling Pro mic, incredible. It's just amazing, game changer. I feel like
that demo.
A lot of our,
demo was really cool.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, Shiko, you're part of the collaboration, part of our business. So was there something that stood out to you?
I think when I was in World of Solutions for a bit, a lot of customers were talking about the Workspace Designer, and some of them got a preview of that before, and they've already been using it, and they said they loved it. And even just when Vanessa demoed it, I remember talking to you and being like, this is so good. And I talked to a couple of customers in the World of Solutions, and they said they have been using it already, and they love it. It just makes life so much easier.
Yeah, for those that may have not seen the Workplace Designer announcement, what exactly is it?
Yeah, so basically what you do is that you get an idea of your what devices you want to install into your room, and it's basically you go onto your control hub, you add onto the device and select how many people you want in there, where do you want to place the device and the mic. So it just kind of designs the room for you. So it just, instead of you going in meetings with your workplace team and being like, okay, this mic needs to be here, this device needs to be here, it does all the work for you. So
I think similar to designing, I guess, your dream car. You can now design your dream office space with the.
I think that tool, taking into account like the room density levels and the spacing of the whole room, was a really good feature as well.
Yeah, I think the main thing that I took away. So I had the pleasure of interviewing pretty much all the guys from Splunk. And I think, they're in the world of solutions. They've got their own hub, but you can really see the energy that they bring to the Cisco team as well. And the Cisco team coming back with the same energy. Yeah. They pretty much have all of the cool T-shirts. I know we stole maybe a couple from the world of solutions. But the fact that we actually got, a good answer and could ask the questions directly to Patrick and the rest of the team about, what's happening with AppDynamics? What are we doing about Thousand Eyes? How are we bringing them together into the Cisco platform? How is that building our story around open telemetry? We've released all of these reports, using customer data about how that's going to impact them from, 12 months now to 10 years in the future with Colonel Michael King. And so the fact that we've got a roadmap, we've had all of these deep dive keynote sessions and these conversations around how does the Splunk dashboard integrate with what we're doing is really exciting.
And almost 80 demos in World of Solutions. How incredible is that? And then I also had a look at the SOC where we could see the entire network for Cisco Live. So that was really cool as well. And I think, so much to explore and learn and unpack. I think a lot of us are loaded with information. So, it has been a great.
If people are joining us only now, which is probably the end of the day, where can they see all of the rest? Or is it gone? Like a Cisco Live, you had to be there to see it?
No. All the videos will be available on demand shortly after the broadcast ends. So don't worry if you missed any of these amazing sessions that we're talking about. They will be available on demand shortly after. So nothing to worry. If you weren't here, you will be able to still view those sessions.
No, I can't wait to send those out to some of my customers.
Yeah.
I've already got a few
Yes.
lined up that I think they need to be out for. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think our time is coming to an end. This is now another year of Cisco Live done. But before we go, we really wanted to say a big thank you. So first of all, big thank you to our entire production team. There are so many people that go into the making of this. We've got our sound, audio, visual, our producer, our camera guys, and a big thank you to you, Shika and Dave. And a big thank you to you guys for staying with us the entire time. So until next year, we'll see you then. Go beyond.
Thank you.
Everybody just...
Tonsley is a really special place. It's a place that we have helped to bring forward from having been a former car manufacturing plant to now one of Australia's leading innovation districts, and an innovation district that's attracting attention globally.
For years now, Flinders University and Cisco have partnered at the Tonsley Innovation District in South Australia, turning research into reality.
Cisco bring enormous experience, but they also bring their technology to bear in the Factory of the Future environment. And they've made a big commitment to ensuring that we've got access to the best technology available to them, so that's enormously valuable.
Cisco's investment is supporting collaborative spaces, dedicated laboratories, and the people who have the ability to make a very real difference.
The Digital Health Design Lab at Tonsley is an exciting space. From our perspective, there has been both the funding part of that to get the lab running and fund some of the research, but also being able to engage with the industry directly through us and through Cisco and translate the research into practical outcomes.
You need partners, you need partnerships, you need partners who get it, and Cisco definitely get it.
Our purpose at Telstra is to build a connected future so everybody can thrive. The network is absolutely at the heart of this purpose. Not just any network, but a highly resilient network and highly performing network. Telstra has been working with Cisco on the strategic Ethernet platform for many years. It connects customer access networks with internet service providers. The growth of data worldwide, enabled by cloud and artificial intelligence, drive enormous demand. We have to grow the capacity in our networks. The program involves swapping out equipment which today is as big as the size of a fridge with something as small as a single server. The benefits for us are smaller footprint in our data centers, less power consumption, and also better features. In 5 years from now, we are estimating that the technology will require 75% less power. We accelerate the replacement cycle in order to be able to take advantage of the new capabilities. Telstra and Cisco are two like-minded organizations when it comes to sustainability, and I'm very proud of the partnership because it enables us to connect sustainability with performance of our network and deliver new value for our customers. Staying ahead of the game means that we will be able to solve the challenges of tomorrow and today.
City World is one of the largest logistics companies in the world. Per year, we move about 3 million containers, or boxes as we call them. If we stop, the nation starts to stop. Every minute, every hour is crucial.
When you turn up at a terminal, you can see the scale and sheer size of the operation. But what people don't see is what's behind the scenes. One of the important things for our business is ensuring that we have that solid foundation. And you can't do that with fragmented technologies. And that's where Cisco come to play for us, because we can start to use their full product